Does anybody have any win shares, questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Tom.
I think I missed the point of the butterfly thing. What was that?
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly. We tossed it.
All right, you want to let me in on it?
All in due time.
Be patient, grasshopper.
You're hanging on a little bit tight.
At least you were paying attention.
That's true.
What else? Who else has a question? Share, win, breakthrough, aha moment, realization. Or not? Yes. Matt.
Last night, I clicked on the way home where I completely downloaded the whole concept of submodalities and where they live in my consciousness. And now I know, like Sean was saying yesterday about the bandwidth, where they exist, and the difference, pictures, sounds, and feelings. And I actually did the exercise with my girlfriend last night about, she wanted to remove Dr. Pepper, and she hates vinegar. And just by asking and listening to questions and just following the script alone, I could feel it in her sensory acuity.
Mm-hmm.
Showed her a picture, brought her Dr. Pepper from downstairs, hates it.
Wow.
So, it was awesome.
Pepper whisperer.
That's awesome. That's huge.
Shall we clarify
One clarification is that's not her sensory acuity.
Yeah.
Sensory acuity is your skills of observation.
Yes.
It's your awareness of them.
Your
And
sensory
you watch the
acuity.
little changes on your wife. And that is your sensory acuity and their reaction that you're seeing. Just minor thing.
These are really helpful.
As long as you have it. Thank you. So the only thing is now, I need to get it on play up here. So, no, I'll cut that. So I think screen resolution.
No. You didn't bake it.
I'll be back, guys.
Oh, let me unplug this. That might help. This might be that.
Sean knew what that room needed. You knew what the room
Oh, that's
needed.
right. I'm not picking that.
You felt it.
It was definitely an interesting moment.
And I'm not the great choosing that.
Tell the screen is full. Screen resolution.
Part of me,
Let me just try to see if that works.
He gets that working. Going on.
Yeah.
And access it to the conference. Put other videos up there.
Maybe if I make that full screen.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Technologically savvy Kaya is trying to find a way. Screen resolution is definitely here.
Take your time. If we don't get this right,
Maybe this doesn't work.
that's why I'm saying.
Hero!
A few changes. I believe this may do it. Where was the YouTube?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's here. Sure.
Yay!
Okay, so.
Can you maximize it?
No, I know that. Okay, now let me try something else.
Oh, no!
Now let me set this
Famous
up.
last word.
Yeah, it's
I'm not saying guys are right.
Let me try something else.
Guys do.
Let me take this, because now I have to mic it up.
Coach Dave?
It's at 50 feet long. So this could literally go to the other end of the Hilton Hotel. I have to do it this way to use this mic. Okay?
Lights
I
off.
have no idea how to put this in here, and I'm gonna guess this guy is gonna go here or here. Aha.
Is that recording?
Ooh. I believe this is going to work.
I want to dim the lights.
We believe too, Kaya. And
Lights.
and dim the-
I believe 3.
The lights are
You got popcorn?
She's
Can you smell popcorn? Okay, first, did you want to tee it up real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Josh?
So, one thing that NLP has done for me, taking this class so far, has given me a lot of confidence, especially with acting. And one of the things that happened to me last month was I was living more off of acting than I was with my daytime job.
Yes.
And that's like a dream come true to any actor. You know, when you're able to live off of your dreams, that's amazing. I just want to say to you guys that, you know, this class, it's helped me so much already, and I know it's going to help you guys a lot. You just have to keep believing in yourself, and it'll happen. You know, this is proof. You know, it shows that it happened for me, and it can happen for you too. So just stay strong, stay in there, and NLP is the way to go. It's going to help you guys out a lot. So, thank you.
I see in 1 year from now, he's going to be presenting in our class. Maybe even sooner, but definitely after Master Plan. Yeah. Think you'd be good?
Yes.
Yeah? And you know what? The aura is the energy, right? The aura, the energy, the heart. That openness, yes. Give me a huge round of applause. I just have to turn up the volume because I haven't tested that. Just hold it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll go that way real quick. Oh, it's playing? Let me restart that.
Yeah. Oh, there is.
Okay. Hopefully.
There's a little speaker thing.
Can you turn around real quick so I can see what non-beneficial? Just one line.
I always heard the word well.
Exactly. Oh yeah, here we go. So, is it quiet in the beginning?
Once that little pop-up comes in, I make it once.
Is it quiet?
Put
now?
your cursor over the
Oh,
the little
so maybe
speaker
we
thing.
muted the
Is there
volume.
sound?
You might have muted the volume here.
Yeah. Nope, it's up.
Now it's muted. Now it's muted.
It was all the way down.
It was all the way up.
You're up now. But then there's the sound on your.
Yeah, it's the computer sound up,
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
and then the speaker sound.
This is plugged in here. Oh, see, this got to be working here. Try this one. No, okay, hold on.
Where's the mic? Can you put the mic over your speaker?
Maybe it's this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's two. There's two.
You're all the way over.
There's 3.
There's 3.
The YouTube, the computer, and the system.
Okay, I don't want to blow you guys out. I'm
There
hearing
we
it
go.
through here,
Yeah.
but I'm not hearing it through.
I hear it.
I'm hearing it through here.
Can you put your personal mic on it?
Oh, there it is.
No, it's playing.
Is it coming through here?
Yes.
Lights.
Yeah.
Lights, please.
Lights.
Lights, please.
Rewind.
Lights,
You're
lights.
really hearing it through here?
Hey, get off my case.
Louder, louder. Like a movie theater.
You have to move the cursor so you take out all those tools.
It's actually playing through the computer only.
We can hear it.
We can hear it.
Okay, give me your mic real quick. That's crazy. Let's try that. Oh, wow, here we go.
you, Jennifer. We were just... Dude, you got anything better back there? I mean, we're not satisfied. Everything that's available is on display. This area is off limits. Come on, man. We want to look really creepy. Yeah, like you. Why don't you keep looking? I'm sure you'll find something that's the perfect fit. That's what I'm talking about. What do you think? Great view, it's an improvement. I told you all the good stuff was back here. This thing kind of interesting. You said you wanted to look like me, didn't you? And now you
Awesome.
Nice. Yay.
I couldn't get sound, but you guys heard something, so that. Awesome. Alrighty. So what's your goal, Josh? Tell me. Where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
With acting or motivational speaking?
Let's go with acting first.
With acting, 5 years from now, I see myself in starring in not only a big movie, but my own big movie that I write and produce.
If you were to think of one actor or two that is kind of your own unique self, of course, but someone that you aspire to play at that level, or with that sort of genre, obviously you're different, who would it be and why?
I would say Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah, wow.
The reason why is because he has all different types of roles he has. I think Catch Me If You Can to his latest one, in Wall Street. Like, he just plays all these different roles, and I want to expand myself kind of like he has. And I admire his hard work and determination. And also, I was just reading an interview that he did. He says that he doesn't accept just any role for the sake of it. He accepts it based on how good the material is and if it really speaks to him. And I think that's awesome because, in Hollywood, a lot of people kind of sell their soul to it. He's one of those people who's grounded. He picks and chooses what he wants to do. Same thing with Denzel. People like them, they don't accept things that are going to hurt their career or that they don't think is good for themselves. So I look up to them in that aspect. They're doing what they want to do. They're making the roles they want to choose. And even at the level that I'm at right now, I still get to pick and choose what I want. I can choose what acting job I want. I can accept everything. I've gotten offers to do different roles that I'm like, I don't think that would be good for my career. Because the first 3 jobs, especially the first 3 videos, really set the tone or like the type of character that you're playing for most of your career. So that's why it's so important, especially in the community, to choose wisely. And I respect them for that.
That's huge. That's it. You can get paid $20 million and do the movies that you want to do that promote who you want to put yourself out there to be. You can get paid, a small amount of money or a lot of money to do movies that,
Exactly. When you look at Matthew McConaughey, he's doing like romantic comedies for a while, then you get out of that funk. You gotta choose, like, am I gonna keep doing these?
Am I going to keep doing these? Yeah.
Or am I gonna do something that's gonna push myself? So I like that they take those risks to push the expensive.
Oh, he did take the continental rolls.
That's true.
People hate those. How to destroy your career in like 10 seconds.
Or less.
Or less. Well, I mean,
Why limit yourself?
probably 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds flat. Maybe a minute. All right. Am I up?
You're up.
Is it me?
Woo. Give Jeff McGrail a round of applause.
So, how are we feeling today?
Great.
Happy about yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, me too. I learned a lot of stuff yesterday too. And probably this is maybe 4th time, or even 5th time that I've gone through this stuff, so you never stop learning. So welcome. Welcome to day 6 of your practitioner course. There's 2 more days, another weekend left, and then the exam, I suppose. Ooh, it'll be fun. But it's open book, so that's really good. When I was thinking about setting this up, I wanted to tell you a couple little stories about myself. When I was a little kid, you may not imagine this, but I was a skinny little kid. I was one of those little skinny, stick legs, everybody tease you about it. And anyway, every summer, we would take swimming lessons. But this was up in Canada, so there was, in our little town, we had a pool, but not in the winter. So in the winter up there, or the summer up there, it is still fairly cool. And they didn't heat the pool. And I was a little skinny kid with like no insulation. And so my goal was, if you could swim the length of the pool, then you could go into the deep end. And so, in my mind, that's all I wanted in life, just to get to that other end of the pool so I could be in the deep end. Beyond that, no expectations, no desires of anything. That's all I wanted. So we'd be practicing and stuff, but a lot of times we're standing shivering wet. You're just shivering, shivering, and then your turn, and you jump into the water, and the water's even colder than the air was outside, and you'd be still shivering. And it came finally to my time to try to swim the length of the pool. And it wasn't even that very long a pool. It might have been 25 yards, but maybe it wasn't even that. But I was only about this tall, so, it'd be double that now. So, anyway, I didn't have a lot of faith, but I had determination. And my little skinny, shivering arms that were just shaking away, that once I jumped in the water, I would make it. So anyway, I jumped in the water, and I just swimming as hard as I could. And it was cold, I was shivering, and which is kind of like the first time that I was in a play with professional lighting. I've been in some plays with some little theaters where they couldn't really afford lights and stuff, and you think, well, what's the difference? Professional lighting, not professional lighting, maybe you look better. So we went through all of our rehearsals without any lights, just the general lights like this, just general lights. You do this to them, you see out in the audience, all this kind of stuff, but there's nobody out there. And it came time, and we didn't have any previews. Opening night was our first big performance. No previews, no run-throughs. So anyway, I'm on stage at the beginning, and all of a sudden these bright lights come up, and they just bright lights, I can't see a thing. I'm like blinded, and I'm just like, ah! Which was not part of the play. I mean, that wasn't my character, that wasn't the storyline of the play, But it was just a shock that like, wow! So, anyways, which then brings me to studying for the bar exam. You may not, some of you know that I am an attorney, not practicing like our dear attorney in the back, the one that actually has skills, Sean. But anyway, so bar exam, California and I think New York are kind of rated the hardest exams, and so I had worked out a system that I used that I knew that worked. So I put a lot of effort in. I thought to myself, well, I'm putting in as much effort as anybody else, as many hours, 12, 14 hours a day for about 2.5 months. And studying over at UCLA, because I actually went to Loyola. But if I went to Loyola to study, I would just chitter-chatter with everybody all day. So went to UCLA where it's much prettier anyhow. But I didn't know anybody, so I wouldn't, talk to anybody, but, be in the big exciting thing was going to the North Campus eating area for lunch. That time would be coming and all this energy would be coming up and stuff. So that was for about 2.5 months. That's what I did every day. Maybe not so much on Sundays, but pretty much every other day. And as the time for the exam came up, I just had this feeling. I was so full of information. My head was like bursting with information. It was really exciting. It was exciting to have that much stuff in there trying to get out, And so as I went to Long Beach, the convention center, for the exam, this 3-day exam. And the first day, as I'm walking up the steps into the convention center, I just felt this, because of all the preparation and because all the time put in and the confidence that I built, I just felt, what came to my mind was, yes, I'm ready, yes, I'm going to pass this, yes. That's what I felt as I walked up. So, you guys have been sitting in your chairs, listening to all of the instructors and some really great instructors, and you're probably wondering, you're saying to yourself, Josh, what's next? What's the next gift? What's the next gift in NLP that we're going to get? Which means that you're ready today to learn about a process we call belief change, the process of removing limiting beliefs and replacing them with empowering beliefs. We went over this a little bit last night. Why is a belief change important? Why do you suppose? First, would you agree the actions we take determine our results? Like in real estate, you do those cold calls, you knock on doors. Those things, if you don't do those things, you won't get the results. So these actions we take give us our results. Secondly, in your life, you find that your beliefs largely determine your actions and the effectiveness of your actions. So if you believe that everybody, when you knock on doors, they're going to reject you, you're going to be embarrassed and everything else, that will affect your effectiveness of that. I want you to think about this. Our beliefs in our capabilities and our beliefs in who we are largely determine the actions that we're going to take. Does that make sense? Right? Yeah, it does make sense. Or I wouldn't have said it. Haha. Why are beliefs so important? How many areas of our lives do our beliefs affect? How do they affect us? Let's start with our career. How many of you want to be more successful in your business career and more successful right now? Me, everybody. Amanda's on her phone, so she doesn't really know. Okay, well, that's good. In your career, the belief that you have about your capabilities will either propel you toward your goal, or they will hinder you from getting to your goal. They'll hold you back. It's those beliefs. So how many of you would like to have a quantum leap in your business, in your acting business, in your helping people business? What's it called again? What?
Mental health.
Mental health, yeah. Helping people in mental areas. In real estate. How many of you, now, let's take the area of relationships. How many of you would like to have a 10 out of 10 level of satisfaction and all the stuff that go into a relationship that make you feel like you have a great relationship? How many of you would like that? A 10 out of 10. Or maybe you're already at a 9, but you just want to take out that next notch. get it right to the top. Or perhaps you're single right now, and you want to attract a partner for your life. You know, would you agree that your beliefs about yourself and your own self-worth will determine the quality of partner you will attract in your life? So that's what you think about yourself, your beliefs about yourself, your self-worth. If it's low, do you think you're going to attract those really high-quality, great people that you might want to marry? No. How many of you would like even better health and vitality? I mean, I think that's all of us. Everybody's at a certain level. You can always do better. You know, Jeff's made some huge changes in his life, and belief change has been part of that. NLP has been all of that. It's whether you eat more healthily or you exercise more or both. Wouldn't you agree that your beliefs in what you expect for your health and vitality will affect your decision-making process in that area? Am I going to go work out? Am I going to eat that donut? Or that sweet bread?
Do you still want it?
Oh, there she is. I lost you because you were sitting in here before. I lost you. I couldn't find you. Or now perhaps some of your parents. Or you're an uncle or an aunt and you have nieces and nephews. How important do you think it is to empower our children with the very best beliefs so that they have the best chance of success in their lives? Because we know that our children follow our example. So if we have powerful, positive beliefs, that's the example they're going to follow. If we have negative ones, lesser ones, not as successful ones, that's what they're going to absorb in. And then they're going to have to take an NLP course to try to get rid of those things and then come to where they should have been at the beginning. So we want to be able to pass on to our children and our grandchildren those powerful beliefs. Okay, here's a quick question. How many of you have used affirmations? Or you know somebody who's used affirmations? And maybe that person that used the affirmations, they had an affirmation and they declared their individual goals, and then you saw them 6 months later and they were still doing the affirmations for those individual goals, the same ones. And they really hadn't made a lot of progress, maybe a little bit, but they hadn't got to their goal. They hadn't got, it hadn't worked.
Yeah, I bought those weight loss affirmations from iTunes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I lost $13.
Yeah. Exactly. See, that's so what do you think is the gap between intentions and manifestations? Maybe it's their beliefs. Maybe they don't really believe the affirmation that they're reading. Maybe they have doubt. That's why belief change is so important. That's why I'm taking all this time. Belief change is so important because if you believe you can do it, it gives you so much more power. If you think you can't do it, you're pretty much lost right at the beginning. And belief, little perseverance, don't give up, you'll reach your goal. Another, I mentioned this last night, kind of a cool thing about belief change is that it's quick. You don't have to delve into a lot of negative emotions or anything like that. As you know, we use timeline therapy for that. So belief change is a really quick way to a direct approach to transform your beliefs. We'll go over real quickly. A limiting belief is a belief that holds you back in some way from achieving an outcome. We went over that last night, but it holds you back. It gets in the way of you achieving your outcome. Something you really believe. You're congruent with it. And so a belief change is changing this disempowering belief and making it an empowering belief. Changing it from being disempowering to a belief that is empowering. And we use the submodalities, the contrastive analysis, and the mapping across. That's the process where we will take the unwanted belief, banish it to a black hole, maybe back there and over there 100 yards or wherever that would be, and then replacing it with a positive positive belief. So I'm going to jump through the stuff we kind of dealt with more last night. We're just racing through this presentation. Look at that page after page. It's a real page turner, some people would say. So, in belief change, we will take a client's negative belief with those internal representations, that picture, that negative belief that they don't want in their life, and we will get rid of it. We will do just that. We will get rid of it. That unresourceful belief, as you know, has a certain set of submodalities or characteristics. And we will replace those with the submodalities of a powerful universal. And we went over universals last night. But first thing, when you're getting rid of an unwanted belief, the universal you're going to take is something that used to be true, but is no longer true. I used to be a smoker, I am no longer a smoker. That's an example, because I never smoked. But, I used to be 18, I'm no longer 18. I used to live in New York, I no longer live in New York. So, what are some other, throw up a few things, get involved here, throw up a few other ideas about something in your life that used to be true, is no longer true. Eric.
I used to have hair.
Yes. Perfect, see, that's a great one, it's a powerful one. I would hang on to that one. That's really, really good. That's that silver lining. Frank, did you get them?
Right.
Oh, Pablo!
I used to be married with my ex-wife and I won't come back.
You used to be married to your ex-wife, but you're not anymore.
No, ever.
Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking for. And then once we find that universal of something that used to be true, that no longer is true, and the question, and I threw it out there last night, was, where did that picture go? Let's use the example of a smoker. Where is that picture of I am a smoker? Did it just disappear? Is it gone? No, it's still there. It's just been put in a spot where all the unwanted stuff goes and never come back out again. So if we tie something to that, it's like a present day picture, I am a smoker. The picture is not I used to be a smoker. The picture that we're looking for is that one that says I am a smoker. We find out the submodalities will let us know, in fact, where that's at. And my friend's thing, back 10 feet, over 100 yards. And that's where his was. So that's what we're looking for. So when you're asking, we're going to get to the script in a sec. When you're asking, do you have a belief that used to be true but is no longer true? And then I'd say, when you think of that belief now, do you have a picture now of you with the truth? It's not like the picture is of something that used to be. It is the now picture. And it's, of course, it's way off in somewhere in the black hole. So once we've elicited both those two things, then of course we're going to use contrastive analysis. We're going to examine it, we're going to see the differences, and we're going to find out the ones that really have juice to them, the ones that really have push, that move things, the drivers. The ones that, if you switch the driver, and often the driver is location, or it's associated or dissociated, often that. And as you're going through the submodalities, if you see a big change in their face using your sensory acuity, and just to remind you again, it's your sensory acuity, your ability to observe sensory acuity and observe very fine changes. So that's just a little thing that I want to be really clear on.
What do you call the changes that Matt was referring to on the plans?
Yeah, that's just facial, that's just changes of like blood coming into their, but the ability to see it, that's your sensory acuity. Yeah.
What's what you're looking at, what would you call it?
Their face. It changes, that's a good word. So not too long, it's easy to remember.
Okay.
We're going to take that unwanted belief, we're going to change the submodalities of the unwanted belief we will replace them with the submodalities of the universal, thing that used to be true but is no longer true. And then, once we've done that, that belief will have gone, in my example, back 10 feet and over 100 yards into this black hole, never to come out again. So now that we've gotten rid of it, so that's kind of like like to dislike. Like to dislike your time, you're moving it to something you like, to the file, for instance, that holds all the stuff you really hate, and then, whatever it might have been. In this case, we're attaching them, we're bringing these submodalities of these universals. That's a little bit of the difference. So now we've gotten to the point where we've gotten rid of that unwanted belief. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to replace that unwanted belief with the opposite. So let's look at a couple of them. Unwanted belief. I'm not smart. What would the opposite be? That's great. See, you are smart. What did I tell you?
Yeah.
It could be I am smart. I'm brilliant. I'm intellectually, powerful. What about I'm not eloquent? I don't like to speak in front of crowds. I can't speak in front of crowds. What would somebody throw out what the opposite would be? Perhaps our actor friend over here, Joshua.
I can speak in front of nations.
Right? Yeah. How about I'll never be successful at knocking on doors? That's a very limited one, but let's say I'll never be successful in my real estate career. What would be the opposite?
I'm always successful knocking on doors.
And I like that word always. So it's 100% of the time. So the client's going to have a picture. When you say, we'll use the example, I'm always successful in my real estate career. The client's going to have a picture of this new resourceful belief. And you're going to very quickly elicit the submodalities of that picture. I mean, very quickly. And all this stuff is quick, but this is super quick. We don't want to really cement those in because we're going to be changing them, but we want to be aware of them and stuff. So once you've done that, then you're going to find that universal of something that is always true. The sun will come up tomorrow is one. Let's throw out some other ones that we have. There's a few we could repeat from yesterday, but there's an infinite number of truths, of universals. Tom?
I quit smoking October 25th, 2005. Can I send it, the unwanted thing, back to October 25th?
Well, that would be yes, you could use that. That is, I used to be a smoker, I am no longer a smoker, and wherever that picture of you being a smoker is, you can send the unwanted belief there. Now we're more looking at how we want to strengthen and really lock in the new wanted belief, the truth, the real truth about yourself. You may think, oh, it seems kind of hard, but it's the truth. You are all brilliant, unique, exciting people, successful people, you all are. And so it's just realizing that is what we're kind of bringing up. So, Jeff.
And this isn't a rhetorical question, I'm really asking it because I had some uncertainty on it. Is when you're
Hope it's not too tough.
When you're selecting your belief that used to be true that's no longer true, are you better served if you pick something that's further back? Like you wouldn't want it to be something.
Time-wise?
Yes. Because we're talking about.
I would think that's probably a good idea, but I would defer to our fearless leader there on that question.
So let's say you have someone, I quit smoking 6 months ago. So do you think if you had someone who, so let's back it up a second. So what we're doing essentially is we're taking something that we believe that's a disempowering belief and we're wanting to render it meaningless. Make sense? So what do we want to tie that to? Do we want to tie that to something that's been long gone for a long time? Or do we want to tie that to something that we just got rid of in the last 6 months?
Long gone.
So it's better, it's better to pick something that's been integrated for a long time. It's so in the past, it's like done for at least 5 years or more. Make sense? So examples would be, I used to be 18. I'm no longer 18. That's not even close. Even, there's nothing I could do to try to be 18. But I used to smoke and I no longer do. If I haven't spoken in 20 years, it's so long gone, great. But let's say I quit 6 months ago, I could always just pick up a cigarette and just go boom, right? So you'd rather pick stuff that's so done. I used to be 18, I'm no longer 18. I used to live in, I used to go to a boarding school. I went to a British boarding school back in the day. I mean, that's like.
So that's what happened.
That's
yeah.
that's screwed up. Yeah. I used to have a 1954 Chevy. If you think there's a chance you're gonna go buy a 1954 Chevy again, don't do it. Don't pick that. I used to,
You used to live at home.
like I had a ponytail a long time ago. And so I used to have a ponytail. I haven't had a ponytail in 10 years. So is there a chance I could have a ponytail?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I see a ponytail in your future.
Yeah.
Your 60th birthday, you
Relax.
will be ponytail.
So pick something that's really done. I used to play full contact rugby. Like the full stuff. Not
Okay,
like,
that was
hey,
done.
we're gonna get out on the beach and we're gonna throw a ball, but I used to, yeah. Make sense?
Yep.
Does that help?
Great,
And I would
thank
say
you.
at least 5 years. It's been gone, changed for quite some time.
Oh, there you go. I used to be in high school band.
I used to be in high school band.
Yeah.
Let's take a moment. Let's think of something.
Yeah, I was asking before, let's throw them some out here. Matt, Eric, Ivania, Rosa,
Let's go. I
Frank,
used to what?
Frank.
High school.
I used to be
Let's just do round robin real quick.
I used to be very skinny like Jeffrey.
Can't do that.
No, because you could lose weight.
Because your weight could change. I wouldn't do that. I would go, I used to live in a certain country, or I used to, oh, and here's another thing. This isn't taught by the board. I don't even think necessarily Jeff was gonna talk about this. But since we're learning from years and years of experience, I found that when I early on was a practitioner and I mapped across people's limiting beliefs to something that used to be that's no longer true. My grandma was here and she's no longer here, like she's dead, she's gone now. That's powerful, it works, I mean, she's gone. There's no arguing with that, she's not coming back. But what I found was, I noticed when the person had got rid of the limiting belief, because it got mapped across to, I used to have my grandma alive and she's no longer alive. That limiting belief was gone in the black hole, yes. But what I noticed is they felt sad.
Felt sad.
The person felt sad. They no longer had the limiting belief, but, and this is a phenomenon where I brought this up and other NLP trainers go, no, that doesn't make any sense, and it's just been my experience. So I'm going to suggest that if you lived in Connecticut and you don't live in Connecticut, you haven't lived there in 10 years, but your memories of that was really bad stuff happened in Connecticut, let's not map it across to a bad memory. Make sense? Just want to neutral, like you want to pick something that used to be true about you, that's no longer true, like I used to be 18. Hey, I was good at 18. 18 was a good year for me, right? So let's do that, because this will help the process go a lot faster. Let's do that.
I go faster.
No, I mean just, it will help them. It will help them. Is that okay? Can we do that real quick?
Sure.
Just get the shares?
Sure.
Okay, so pick something. Let's just make sure it's good, and then he'll go right back into where he's at. So pick something.
Well, the other thing I want to say before you say that, and I was going to say that,
Yeah.
what you just said. But the other thing I was going to say is you want to pick something that has some oomph behind it. If you, I want to hear your opinion on this. Do you think that if you tie an unwanted belief to a universal, that is kind of sort of average, ordinary submodalities, do you think that's going to be a strong result out of that? Or would it be more strong if you were to tie it to a universal that is really powerful in your mind, that has strong, it's close, it's not 100 yards over that way, but very powerful things. Which do you think would be the most effective, the most valuable? The result after you've done the change? Example,
Let's say you know what he's saying. I used to eat cotton candy. I no longer do. It's just cotton candy. I used to live in France. I no longer do. I used to be 18. I no longer do. Which one has more? Which one is more meaningful?
The 18.
Yeah. So yeah, don't pick stuff that's I used to like to wear red and all. Like, don't pick something lame.
Yeah. So just as you're thinking about things I picked for the universal.
Well, I mean, I like red. I have red shirts. But whatever it is, not wearing red is lame, but
Just say not you, Tom, and go on.
There's always an exception, and that's the rule.
Would it be?
Yeah, that's it.
Would it flow?
Sure.
I wanna, like,
No, there's no problem with flow.
Let's pick him now. He's gonna do demo, we're gonna do all of it, you're gonna get everything good, but this will just speed it up. So, as you're thinking, if you've got something in your mind, just share it right now.
I used to drive a 1980 Honda Prelude, red Honda Prelude.
And that's just probably not gonna happen ever.
It's not happening.
Your standards have gone up.
They don't
How
make
long ago was
crazy
it? At least
people.
5 plus 10 years ago. Okay, good. Next.
I've got a 58 Rambler from high school.
And there's no way in hell you're gonna be doing that. He said probably not.
Well, he said when he was in high school.
He said when he was in
I
high
said, and
school.
you're never gonna do it again, right? He said, probably not. I want
I said no, I'm
done.
not.
If you paid me $1 million, I could not become 18 again. But if I paid you $1 million, you could drive that car. You could find it somewhere.
I could smoke again too, though, even though it's been 10 years.
Correct. That's why the stuff that you see the board gives you, right? That's board stuff.
Yeah.
It's good. However, in the years of experience I have doing this, a long time,
Yeah.
I've noticed that we just make it more, we really follow pure precision NLP. We're actually running that pure precision NLP. We're very, very precise in the details of everything. So, who's next?
I used to live off 3 Hauser Lane.
You skipped Jock?
No, we're just, because while people are thinking, if I wait for the person
Okay.
5 minutes to think something, we go, it'll take us 2 hours. But if you just share, go.
I used to live off 3 Hauser Lane in New Jersey.
There's no freaking way you're gonna live on that street again.
Not in that house
I mean,
either.
not in that house either, not if you're doing your business and you rock it, you're probably gonna live in. Yeah, okay, that's good. Who's next?
Well, next.
I used to live in a place where, a ranch where there were only one house. It was my house. So I'm no longer going to go back there.
Okay, and if you wanna make it a little more precise, I used to live at a ranch on this street.
There were no street, no nothing, because only was one house.
Okay, what city was it in?
In El Salvador.
I used to live in a ranch in El Salvador. And I no longer do. I mean, what's the chance that you're gonna go live in a ranch?
Not in that, no.
No, well, done, that's done. Next.
Oh,
I used to be in the army back in Ecuador.
I mean, what's the chance that you're gonna be back in Ecuador in the army?
Zero.
See, do you see, that's the reaction we want. We want zero
Yeah.
frickin' chance.
yeah, no question whatsoever, Josh.
I used to be in special ed.
Really?
So you don't think there's a chance you can?
Well,
I'm
then,
shocked.
He just one blow to the head away.
And how many years ago? 10, 20?
Yeah, like 15 when I was.
Perfect. Well, okay, but you're young now. You're like, what, 20?
Yeah, but I was in kindergarten.
Okay,
Okay.
long time. Okay.
Okay, well, 0 chance. I hated that freaking car.
So he does have a chance.
Why'd you hate
The
it?
wrestler thing.
It looked like a bathtub.
Now, what you could do is instead of saying, I used to drive, if there's a 1 in a billion chance that you could be in that car and drive it for some reason, you could say, I used to own.
It's that one, yeah, okay, there you go.
You know, you're not gonna go buy and own one.
And then you could put a green Rambler or whatever.
Yeah,
One of those
good.
Rambler green colors.
Austin?
Red and white.
I used to be in high school.
You used to be in high school. You know what, you could all do that.
Yeah. Ooh, Eric, did you?
Right?
Yeah, I used to have hair.
Oh, that's right, you're reversed.
There's no
It's
chance,
so long.
there's no chance.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mother Nature has made sure.
Yeah, it's possible.
But
Does
what
it
if
go at
you-
all anywhere?
On the sides, but I can't.
You said you used-
It will be shaved for the rest of my life.
You used to have a full head of hair.
Period, end of
You
discussion.
could have a wig.
You're very congruent with it, that works. The congruency is the main thing.
Yeah, it gets shaved every 2 days.
I would, but the point is, you have the ability to grow, maybe not everywhere, but you have the ability to grow it in parts. So if we reworded it,
Okay, I used to have a full head of hair.
There you go.
you just have a full head of hair.
Because when you meet
Now,
that
let me
woman-
ask you a question.
Like Rose's hair? I
hair.
had that kind of thick
Wow.
mane.
Is there any chance at some point in the future with technology, I know they can
No
do that
chance.
now, you just don't want that really?
No, sir.
Listen, let's get that.
Yeah, it hides the age.
Yeah. He looks at
It knocks a couple years off. Like
Looks like Dr. Xavier.
What?
Dr. Xavier.
Yeah, thank you. There's an
Hey.
actor. Hold on, that's acting. Good job, good job.
And the Oscar goes to I used to play high school soccer. That's done.
Perfect.
It's not I used to play soccer because you could go and kick out a ball. I used to play, you could even word it like this. Instead of I used to play high school soccer, because you could always go to a high school with your kid or whoever, or niece, nephew, whatever, and you could play soccer with a bunch of high school kids. You could literally just kick a ball
I'd call it cup.
and kick a ball back, and technically speaking, according to your statement, you're doing it. So I used to be an 18-year-old playing high school soccer. You see? See the clarity? I mean, even for us coaches, this is adding clarity, yes? Cool.
Okay.
I used to ride a bike without brakes.
You might, for some reason,
Tricycle.
do that again. I used to be, okay, how old were you when you did that?
13, 14.
I used to be a 13-year-old riding a bicycle with no brakes. That will work. I used to be a 13-year-old riding a bicycle with no brakes. Now, let me ask you a question. At 13, during that time, is there any not good memories? I would probably not pick 13 if you have any not good memories of age 13.
Oh, because it can happen
Really not. They disagree with me. They go, no. When I did my practitioner, the person, the person said to me, oh, no. No, that's not. And I'm like, she does not know what she's talking about. I've seen it. So I'm just going to follow this. So,
How about if I say I used to be very shy?
no, because you could
Still I'm shy.
How about you used to be 4'6",
Yeah, you never go
and you're
back.
no longer 4'6", or whatever.
Let me ask you a question. Was there, see, this is where it gets interesting. Because if you do these hundreds of times, you're going to come across, and his probably will be quick. You'll come across, I've spent 30 minutes with a person trying to find an appropriate thing. Do you have citizenship here now? Do you still have citizenship somewhere else? Did you used to have citizenship somewhere else? I used to have citizenship in another country and I don't want to do. Maybe that could bring memories, I don't know.
How about language? I used to speak couple language no more.
Go back and learn them.
Yeah, you can learn them, or they're there a little bit, so maybe
Okay.
you apply to a little bit.
Sports in school?
I used to not have children.
Well, I have one. You could say
Now does.
I used to attend Sales and Leadership Mastery in 2000 and what year?
We want to go a little further back.
Further back. Oh, further back.
Oh,
Oh, he could use his wife. I met my wife for the first time.
I used to be
Present wife.
single.
Yeah, I met my wife for the first
I
time.
used to be a single man, I no longer am.
Couldn't
It's
say.
pretty good.
No, brother.
No, you could say I met Kayla for
They
the
meet the
first
crush,
time
kill, destroy,
on
they'll
what
be
month
out.
and what year.
Don't
Never met her
pin
for the
any
first time
implants
again.
here.
What's
There's
that?
no longer, but there's
But that's a
no
positive
longer aspect to that.
He's met her for the first time.
I think one of the things that's
There's
important is
not a-
that.
there's
Okay,
not an
guys,
aspect.
okay, let me ask you a question. I got a great
Tom,
question.
Tom,
Where, when you came to the States, what was the first address, what was the first city you lived in and address, street address?
Venice, California,
What's the name of the
Polite
street?
Street.
I used to live,
Center of Mexican guy.
good memories, bad memories?
Yes.
Okay, what's your first car that you owned when you came to the US?
Honda.
What year?
Green color.
Green? What year was it?
I don't remember. It was very old.
Very old.
I
You could
used to
say,
spend half of my time fixing that.
I used to drive an old Honda Accord and I no longer do. Does that feel like, does it feel like is there a chance that you would own an old green Honda Accord and drive it anymore? No? I'm never gonna do that. So I used to own an old green, you gotta go, old green Honda Accord, and I no longer do. Good? And that's clean energy, right?
Yes.
Nothing bad happened with an old green, I mean, other than maintenance.
Half of my time was just trying to fix it back. It was I started having
Okay, cool.
okay, can I take my,
Good job. Everybody's good?
I want to get this done. I've got places to go, people to see, miles and miles to go before I sleep. So the thing is, I don't want you to get too worried about getting such a specific thing. There's lots of universals out there that are easy and mean something to you. I used to be 18. I'm not 18 anymore. Easy. It works for everybody here, as long as it means something to you, you know, and as long as it doesn't have a negative emotion. When you're 18, if you have some really bad things happen, then don't pick that. It used to be, you know, 22. But so just pick something that's really powerful, it's never going to come back, and don't. We only give you so much time, so try to find it quickly. Now let's really quickly look at universals that are always true. Some come up tomorrow. Just throw out a few more. Somebody.
The moon will come up tonight.
Not every night. So
Every there. Air's good for you.
air is good for you. That's a good thing. Eric.
Sorry, my AD's kicking. Those are not universal truths. Not all air is good for you. You can be in a bad situation.
Well, you didn't say bad air. You didn't say polluted air. You said air. Air is by definition what it is, and then you add pollutants, and that changes it.
But if you live in Alaska, the sun doesn't come up every morning. So my AD's kicking in.
Yeah.
These are not universal
You
truths.
can go out and sit in the hallway now, right? Way to try and destroy my whole presentation.
No, but I didn't.
Thank you very much, Eric. What a guy. Let's give me a hand for Eric.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I am a man. I am a woman.
There we go.
My name is Kaya.
There you go.
I'm alive. I mean, if at some point you're dead, it really doesn't matter. If you die at that point.
To me, those are universal truths.
Yeah.
The sun comes up, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just my obsessive compulsive says
Well,
that's
and
not.
someone has said
We're
that to
going
me.
to work on that obsessive compulsive.
Yeah.
It'll make you into a real regular person.
And someone has said that to me before, in all the years I've been teaching this module, the sun doesn't always come up. So literally, like, that's like getting really, you know, into the details. But that's
Yeah.
okay.
We're not looking for you to find out that, you know, one chance in whatever, that it's not gonna happen. When it says come up, that's the definition. You're saying, well, you don't see it in Alaska, in the land of the land of the midnight sun, when it's always up, but it's still doing the same thing it's always doing.
The sun
There
revolves
will
around.
rotate one rotation every 24 hours or thereabout.
24.
So you got
That's a truth.
Right, and the sun.
Earth rotates, that's a truth. The
Well,
sun
then-
rotates.
Yeah, but we're not looking to wreck these things. We're looking to make them positive. And so if you search for things, and maybe for you, you can't use that one.
Okay.
But, well, then don't. And, but I would keep that to myself, if I was you, rather than saying somebody else really liked that one, and it really worked, and in their mind, the sun does come up every day, because in their lives, it did. They live in Montana. The sun comes up every day. Sometimes they don't see it because there's clouds. It still comes up.
Yeah.
So let's not try to find ways of destroying the process. Let's find ways of making it work for everybody.
Yeah. So let me make a suggestion. So because that's brought in, it's totally cool. What I'm going to suggest is, if you really have an internal representation, the sun always comes up, go with it, you still can. I am a man, I am a woman. I am a mother. Just know I'm a mother. Even if my kids, God forbid, were an accident, I'm a mother. I gave birth.
There you go.
I gave birth to kids. I'm breathing. If you're not breathing, you're dead. So I am breathing. I am alive.
Earth is a planet.
Earth is a planet, you could say, according to who's, you know. Earth is a home, you know. So just pick those. So pick one. Let's do that right now. Pick one. Which one works for you?
Wait, do you pick both in this exercise?
You just pick one. I am a man. I mean, last time I looked in the mirror, I
That can change though.
I am my mother's daughter. Okay? Or I am mother's daughter.
That's not vicious.
Who's next? Yes.
My birthday's October 12th every year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, yeah, that's for you.
Yeah.
If that's like, that's 100%. Yes.
I born here June 30th.
Born June 30th.
That's what they've told you.
You
But
need to
that's
say-
what, that's like past tense, right? Wouldn't you have to word it like
Who told you?
every year? My birthday's
Good
on-
point. I would do something that's true now. You were born June 30th is still true,
Yeah.
but it's a past event. Something true now.
I have parents,
Huh?
I have daughters.
He's
I have daughters. Yeah. Yeah. Who's next?
I live in North Hollywood.
You may
Oh,
not.
yeah, that's true. I am currently breathing air.
I wouldn't even necessarily say I'm an actor unless you've been an actor like Anthony Hopkins or these guys or Denzel for 30 years. And that's what I won an Oscar. There's just no way you can say I didn't win an Oscar. I did a movie on, but, okay, let's think of something else. Who's next?
I'm a man. Yes, I am.
I'm a man. Last time you checked, you're a man, right? Who's next?
I am an adult.
I'm an adult, but do we sometimes act like a kid? That's not the question. But I'm an adult. Okay, who's next?
I wear clothes in public.
Are you telling me? That you don't do what I did when I got, okay. Yeah. Delete.
So Kaya, nobody gets bonus points for creativity on this. The simpler, the cleaner,
Yeah, right.
the more precise.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to be so creative.
Simple.
Pick something else.
My birthday is September 1st.
That would work. My birthday is September 1st. Okay, that works. So you could use that. Now, I was born, my birthday is September 1st. That's cool. Who's next? By the way, these questions, once he's done the demo and you do the exercise, all these questions are going to come up. you're gonna work with your partner and you're gonna, oh, I don't know. Then you're gonna get the coaching assistants to help you. So actually, this saves a lot of time. We're just doing it now. And write the stuff down. When you have it, what you've chosen, write it down. That's what we're gonna use. Okay, who hasn't shared? What's your universal?
I am a woman.
Perfect.
Great.
Prove it. I mean, duh, right? I'm a woman.
I know.
Who else?
Me, Robert.
Did you do yours?
Yeah, he's an adult.
I'm an adult. I'm an adult. Did you do yours? What was yours?
You used to play high school, or no?
What's your universal? What's your absolute? I
Always
used to
true.
play high school soccer. I used to be in high school playing soccer. I used to be a high school student playing soccer is more resolute.
I used to be on the high school soccer team.
I used to be on the high school soccer team. I no longer am. Okay, now what about the universal, which is
Is always true.
something that's absolutely true for you? Like I am a man. I am Frank. I am a father. I am alive. I am alive. If anybody wants to pick, I am alive, because if at the point you're dead, it doesn't really matter anyway. Sorry. I am alive. I lived in 32 Morton. Okay, we're confusing.
No, there's confusion there.
You're good.
There's two kinds of universals. One is something that used to be true, but is no longer true.
And you've got that.
We use that to get rid of the unwanted beliefs.
I used to be on the high school soccer team.
But
Done.
we're gonna get rid of it.
Now, what is something that you believe that's absolutely true now? Today, now, I am alive. I am a man.
Couldn't he
I
say
am
he was
Frank.
born in the United States of America if you were?
Yeah,
No?
So past. So past tense.
I'm a U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Easy.
Done. There you go.
Good job, Frank.
Let's just hope that stays that way. Crazy stuff like that. That's right. in this country right now. What's going on?
We got everybody? I think we got everybody.
What's yours? Oh, you said-
My birthday is November 26th. My birthday, no mistake.
Yeah.
That I
It will
know.
always be on November.
It will always.
Does anybody have an issue with I am a man, or I'm a woman, or I'm alive?
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. We seem to want to go to birthdays. It's okay, and it's true, and it would work. I just don't feel it's as present moment as I am alive. Like, I'm alive. But my birthday, that's according to someone said, I was born out of, you told me that's my birthday. I can't even prove that.
I'm alive.
Everything
I'm alive, okay? So I'm an adult. I'm a U.S. citizen. Alive. Are you worried about anything with citizenship? Boom, ever, boom, good. Alive.
I'm Filipino.
That will never change.
100% Filipino? Ooh, look what he did. It's interesting. Because when you come back and you do the eye movements, you went here.
Yeah.
Oh.
You had to go to some deep structure you had to go to some deep structure. What was that
I
about?
might have to pick something else.
Exactly. Isn't that amazing, guys?
It's gonna be like,
You get me? We're off topic. And I know Jeffrey's like, really? But
I'm gonna go home eventually. I love you guys. I gotta basically go. A life.
yeah, so okay, so we'll talk about that another time. What's yours?
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a woman.
I'm a woman. Exactly, I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
Oh, you got
I got daughters.
I got daughters.
I'm a man.
I'm a man. Okay, good. Good.
I
Good,
got
Jeff. Round clock.
All right.
I got eyes. I'm breathing.
I am.
Are you a man?
I'm on fire.
And what?
Wait. I was born on September 20th. No, just I'm breathing. Because I'm breathing.
Okay, so we are going to then take that belief that we want, the empowering belief that I am what Quick. We're going to take that belief and we are going to change the submodalities of the belief that we want, the new resourceful belief, and we were going to apply the submodalities of this truth of something that is always true, is universal. Okay, so that's, to finish that part off. You want something that has some oomph to it, something that means something to you, you know, something that is strong. Keys to a great outcome. Like I said, one of them I just kind of went over. You want to have your final results tied to something that really has some juice, that means something to you, that has some oomph or push for the client. When I say for you, I mean for the client. You want to find those. Another key is finding the drivers, finding the things, the differences that make a difference. Those things that actually the picture is really tied to. And when you're doing the submodalities, as Jeff said yesterday, go through it as quickly as you can. Write abbreviations, don't write out full words, but you want to be very, very fast. You want to, your unconscious mind learns stuff very quickly, and so you want to keep up with that and not let your conscious mind slip in and say, oh, I don't think I'm going to say this instead. And finally, belief change. It may not be magic, but it does have the appearance of being magical in terms of our ability to get people moving on projects, to get them moving themselves, to make big changes in their lives. Okay, so now we are going to go through the checklist. Let me pull up my pages. The submodalities, beliefs, change script. For me, it's page 28. Sometimes that changes, 28, 29. And you're going to want to have we have the change script and the checklist. And we have got some, oh, that's that. Ah. Whoa. Look at that. Okay, so. Some notes on the belief change script. At the beginning of every time you're going to do a process on somebody, you're always going to ask, is it all right for their unconscious mind to do this change called belief change? Or you can expand it out for your unconscious mind to let go of a limiting belief and replace it with resourceful belief, and for you to be aware of it consciously. The next thing you're going to want to find out what that limiting belief is. Do they have any secondary gain? Do they get any benefit from this belief? Because that's going to have other issues involved with it if they get a benefit from it. So you're going to want to know that. Does it give you any secondary gain? Does it serve you in any way?
Can we give a quick definition just for you guys? Write this down, take 10 seconds. Secondary gain. You know, Jeff explained it very well. Just a definition. So secondary gain is this. If the benefit you get from holding on to a problem, if the benefit you get from holding on to a problem is bigger than the problem itself or the pain of the problem. If the benefit you get from holding on to a problem, put your hand up when you've got that first sentence down. If the benefit you get from holding on to a problem, everybody got that?
Yes.
Is bigger than the pain or the problem itself, is bigger than the pain or the problem itself, is bigger than the pain or the problem itself, comma, you are likely to want to hold on to the problem. You are likely to want to hold on to the problem. This is huge. Not going to spend any time on it. I just want to let you know what it is, and I'll give you one example, and Jeffrey can take it back up. The person wants to quit smoking has a hard time quitting smoking because even though the doctor says you're going to be dead within a year, they can't even get through the next day without the cigarette. They can't survive the day without the next cigarette. They can't survive the next hour without cigarette. They don't smoke a cigarette the next hour, they're jumping off. They won't be dead in a year, they'll be dead today.
Thank you.
So they're self-preserving themselves today, and they're not worried about a year because they're just trying to get through the day. So they'll hold on to smoking because of what it gives them now, the benefit. It relaxes them, it gets them out of that panic attack, it gets them through today because that benefit is bigger than worrying about that I'm going to be dead in a year.
That was my mom.
And I'll give you one last example. I want to lose weight. However, men have done all this stuff to me in my past, or women have done this stuff. I'm a man or woman. And because I know that as soon as I lose this weight, the other sex, whoever, the male or female, is going to be hitting on me, I don't want to deal with that. I don't like the way I look. I don't feel good about the way I look. But all of this weight keeps these men off my back, or women off my back, and now I feel safe. I can tell you I will never get hurt again. So the benefit of keeping me safe is bigger than the pain of me holding on to the weight. So just want you to understand. So when you get rid of limiting belief, you got to make sure that there isn't some benefit. Like, I don't believe I'll be successful. The benefit of someone saying, I don't believe I'll be successful, is now they get to be lazy, don't even have to try. Right? If at the end of the day they so badly want to be comfortable, it could interfere with the process. So you want to make sure that the benefit you get from releasing the limiting belief is the most important thing that you want, that there's not on some ulterior motive of why you have it in the first place. Make sense?
I have a question. So then what to do with those limiting beliefs that do have secondary in which a person still wants to be free of?
Day 8 of this class, the last weekend, parts integration. All right.
Okay, so we're going to finish it up really fast. So I want you to write a lot of this stuff on your script. The part about today we're going to be doing a process called belief change. Is it all right for your unconscious mind to do this process and for you to be aware of it consciously? That goes in front of and some of the scripts it's in there, and some of the scripts it's not, but it goes in front of every one of those when you're doing a process, and everything is dealing with the unconscious mind. So you get that agreement. Then you're going to ask, can you think of a limiting belief that you wish you didn't have? Good, excellent. What is it? As you think about that belief, you have a picture. Now, actually, either in the middle of that or the end of that is when I would throw in that line, do you gain any benefit from this belief? Do you gain any secondary gain? Is the benefits you get do they outweigh the negative part that you want to get rid of? So that question would go in there. It's not in the script, but it's one you want to know. So you've gone to, as you think about that belief, do you have a picture? And they'll say yes. And before you go into eliciting the submodalities, you'll ask them, how will you know the limiting belief is gone now, isn't it? How will you know the limiting belief is gone now, isn't it? And write that in your script. Right after number 1, there's a little space in there, and you can write that in there. That's a way of reinforcing the result. How will you know the limiting belief is gone now, isn't it?
You got to say it exactly like that.
A little space after gone now, and then a little heavier on the isn't it, reinforcing that.
Every single word. You can't say, how will you know when it's gone? I mean, that's not correct. You've got to say it literally word for word exactly how Jeffrey just shared with you for it to create the magic that it can create. How will you know that limiting belief is gone now, isn't it? As I say that, as Jeffrey says that, what do you feel in your body when someone says to you, how will you know when that limiting belief is gone now, isn't it? What do you feel?
It's going away.
It's a hypnotic pattern that suggests to the unconscious mind of the individual before they even do the process that at an unconscious level the work is done. Now we're just going to make it official.
Okay, so you will elicit the submodalities, and you will write them down. Oh, this is a good time. Get out your submodality checklist.
So you guys have a question after you ask question number one?
Yeah, once you figure out they have a limiting belief and figure out what it is, then you're going to say, you're also going to ask if you gain any secondary benefit from this belief, but then you say, how will you know the limiting belief is gone now? Isn't it? And that isn't it is firm and assured, has an assuredness to it.
What was the first one again? Do you get any?
Do you get any benefit from this unwanted belief? Does it serve you in any way? And then you want to find out, is it more of a benefit than the negative part? And then you don't want to do it, because that'll interfere with the success of your process. What's that?
Is that when you do parts integration?
No, but parts integration is exciting. So what I want you to do is we get at the top of let me get one that is written on. At the top here, you're going to see 4 columns.
Yes.
On top of the first column, well, let's get ahead here. You know, we have a screenshot of what's coming up. So we'll finish the script and then do that. I kind of got that out of order. So second, after you've elicited the submodalities of the limiting belief, then you'll ask, can you think of a belief which is no longer true? You have, and that's right in the script. This is just going down the script. You have something which used to be true for you, but no longer is. Good. What is it? As you think about that belief, you have a picture. Now, in the script, it gives you a couple of examples in there, and you may use them, or you may not need to use them, especially if the person knows what they're supposed to be doing. You've already talked about it. So as you think about that old belief, you have a picture. Elicit the submodalities. Where is that old belief now? So as you think that old belief, you have a picture, elicit the submodalities, and to really make this work, if you get submodalities where the location is very close, if both pictures are like right here, one's here and one's here, where they're like this, then you might want to pick a different universal somewhere. You'll get a lot of great results when the location, there's some distance to it. One thing's over here, one thing's here, or, wherever. So when they're pretty much the same, then you may want to find a different one to really guarantee, the best results. Okay, so next. So you're going to change the submodalities of number 1 into number 2. Now, I'm going to go over this right now, as I was going to do before. I want you at the top. Yeah, we're past that. I want you at the top of your submodality checklist. If you'll go to that page 29, 30, 31, it's in those numbers. Okay, at the top of column number 1, I want you to write limiting belief. That's where you put that limiting belief, that negative belief. So, it's right here. You just write it up in the top. And then the top of number 2, you're going to put no longer true. That's a truth that is no longer true. That's what you put. That's where that set of submodalities is going to go. And then on the top of number 3, you're going to put the universal as absolutely true. Number 3 is going to be the absolutely true universal. And number 4 is going to be that new resourceful belief. It's the opposite of number 1. something you want. So you put that resourceful belief is fine, just so that you know where they go, there's no confusion. And then I want you to put a little arrow going from 1 over to 2. You can go straight across, you can go kind of loop up and down, because that's the direction that you're going to go with the submodalities, the change. And then you're going to have another arrow that's going to go from 4 to 3, just the opposite direction. There. And for the belief that you want to keep, that's the direction they go. Okay, so that's just kind of, it'll help with going through all this stuff. Okay, now you're going to change the submodalities of number 1 into the submodalities of number 2. So that's, you're going to take those submodalities of the belief that used to be true but is no longer. That's number 2, and you're gonna find the differences, map them across, so that the submodalities of number 1 are the same as the submodalities of number 2.
This will all make sense when you see the demo, and by the time you do it, it'll all be easy. Right now, you're still just covering the content, so.
Yeah. So then you're going to test it, and it says that in your script. Now, what do you think about that old belief? Once you've done the mapping across and changed the submodalities of 1 into 2, you'll ask them, you test it. What do you think about that old belief? And a lot of times people say, what old belief? I never thought that. Belief go that far, as if, and you think, come on, you just said this, 10 minutes ago, and now you're saying that it never happened, it wasn't there, you never had that unwanted belief, and it happens that way. So it's really a powerful change. It's gone. So now is when we go to the part on our script, and follow along on your script. Number 4. You've done the test for getting rid of the old belief. Now you're asking, can you think of a belief which for you is absolutely true? And as I discussed before, it's for you. So if something doesn't ring true to you absolutely, then you pick something else. Like the belief that the sun is going to come out tomorrow. For some people that's great, other people not so great. But find something that works for you. And then once they have it, you say, good, what is it? And as you think about that belief, do you have a picture? And you're going to elicit the submodalities of that picture. Once you've done that, you're going to say, can you think of a belief you want to have? And which is the opposite of that belief in number 1, and call it number 1. What's the opposite of that? Good, what is it? And again, you're going to be saying these things exactly as they are on the script to your client. And as you think about that belief, do you have a picture? And you say yes. Then you're going to change the submodalities of number 5 into number 4. Well, of number 5 on this script, but in the columns, you're going to change the submodalities of number 4 into number 3. When they say 5 and 4, they're talking about the numbers on here.
Very good.
A little thing there. Okay. So then you're going to test. Now, what do you believe? What do you believe about yourself? What belief is now part of you? And why do you believe you have this? Why do you believe you have this new belief? That's testing. And then when you say, why do you believe, that's reinforcing the it being locked in. So here's what I had shown you before. I'll just go over this really quickly. When we do those, this is column 1, column 2, column... For these guys, this is paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 4, and 5. But in the checklist, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And so you have an arrow going from 1 to 2 because that's the direction you're going to go with the submodalities. And in the on your checklist, it's going to go from 4 to 3. So this thing that you want is going to end up with submodalities of this belief that is absolutely true for you. And just by having those arrows there, it kind of makes it clear as you're going through it what you're going to do. So we have the unwanted belief, a belief that is no longer true, a belief that's absolutely true, and the new desired belief.
So just look up at the slide. So this is kind of the concept, the big picture of what we're going to do. You don't really need to know that, but it just helps for you to get the concept of what we're going to do. It does 2 hours, right?
What's that?
If you click forward, does it have 2 hours or no? Yeah.
Okay, so before we have that arrow going from 1 to 2, and here we have the arrow going from 4 to 3. That's the direction that you're going to with the submodalities. As you map across, you change those submodalities. That's your new desired belief is going to end up with the submodalities of the absolutely true belief, and your unwanted belief is going to end up with the submodalities of the belief that is no longer true.
And then when you come back from the break, we're going to go through whatever's left and do the demo. So you're going to see it being done. You're going to see that this seemingly somewhat complex thing is actually very basic, very simple. And then we'll do the exercise, okay? Break starts, by the way, right now, it's 11:45. Be back in the room at 12:05. Coaching assistants, stay in the room, please. So the rest of you be back in the room at 12:05. And we will be getting into the demo shortly, and we'll be getting to verbal change as well. Give yourselves one applause, give each other a high five. Yes,
You're on the time.
I didn't know, I forgot.
Systems. That's what that is.
Okay.
I like it. Anything that works. Whatever works. I like it. Whatever works.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
You know how
I
this
give
is
it back to you. Okay, yes, I do.
Go ahead. Good catch, yeah, good stuff. Here's, Vanya, what happened? Turn it off, spin in a circle. Here's Vanya, what happens when I do this?
Oh, no, thank you.
You're not even looking at it.
No.
Wow, it's interesting, blood's going to your face, you're getting a little red.
Yeah. And it's funny, last night, I went to this place for a funeral and they were serving coffee and you didn't have any? No. Conchitas. Ni una.
Milton Emerson said utilize everything.
I watch menudo.
You know, that actually, now that I see it live, what you just did would have been a very good thing to map it to. Because that really, that's,
I don't know why that happened. Okay, so we are going to start into, we're going to do the demo. Or I'm going to do the demo, and you guys are going to watch. And so, good to have your belief change script there in front of you. And also, just so you can refer to it and say, oh yeah, that's, he's saying what it says there. And also your submodalities, the eliciting, wherever I have it, here somewhere. Those pages. Here we go. You have your pen? You gotta have your pen? Okay, so as you are going out and some of you be making, becoming trainers and having clients, and remember that each person is different. And what may be an absolute truth to one person, like with Eric, was not. And so you just got to be, you know, go with their map of the world You know, and that's what you're gonna go on. And for the rest of you, it may be or maybe not a truth, but it's just an example. So always be ready to see how your client looks at the world, looks at their map of the world. Step into it, understand it. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it, or you can agree with it, doesn't matter. Okay, so who here has an unwanted belief that they'd like to get rid of? Just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yeah, one of you guys in back. Okay, we got over 10, that's good. Who here has an unwanted belief that is really interfering with success in their life? Who here has an unwanted belief that has been plaguing them for a long time? Okay. So, Tom, what's
I lack skill building reports.
you lack skill, so you can't, your unwanted belief is, I don't have the skill to get rapport with people, or I cannot get rapport with people. Okay. Austin,
I'm not smart enough.
you're not smart enough. That's an excellent choice. That's not a choice. Pablo, did you have one?
Communication.
Communication is the unwanted belief, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but something like, I'm not a good communicator?
I cannot communicate.
Okay. Ivania?
It's funny, I'm in an English class, but I always think that I can't speak English. And I'm thinking, well, I used to think, but I don't want to think that anymore, that I can't speak English.
Okay, because your English is really good.
It's better than mine.
You just did.
You're wonderful.
Yeah.
I wish I could speak Spanish, even a smidge. Eric, did you have anything?
I had one, but as you were talking about secondary gain, the moment you said, unless there's a secondary gain, my brain triggered, whoa, you have a secondary gain.
Well, did you find something else?
Yeah, I'm starting with
Okay.
I had, and I collapsed about 15 of them.
Wow.
And so I'm now currently struggling to find one where I don't have a secondary gain attached to it.
Because I was going to say, if I just can't seem to find an unwanted belief, that's not such a bad thing. Maybe it doesn't work for the exercise, but you will need one when we're doing the exercise, so keep working on that. Matt?
I wrote, I'm not competent at leading others.
You're not
Competent
at leading others?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we could make that a little less wordy and a little more direct. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just think about that. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Rosa.
It's like I'm not good enough.
Yeah. It's a universal good one. Excellent.
I don't know if it's the same thing as not confident enough, to fall in the category, not good enough, not confident enough.
Well, your confidence might be based upon
don't believe I can do,
yeah.
you know.
If you didn't have that belief, you then maybe would have the confidence. You know, it would be interfering with the confidence. Right. What, did you have an unwanted belief that things are going great? There's nothing here. There's nothing.
I came up with, I think I'm making $1 million, but I didn't think I was noble enough. Or inspiring enough, let's put it that way.
Right. Well, then you want to, well.
So I came up with a different version.
Yeah.
Because I will never be able to give away $1 million.
Okay, how is that now? How is something affecting your life today? Today, I will never, an example, I might think to myself, I'll never achieve financial success. I will always be a loser with money, or something like that. I mean, something that's affecting me right now today. And what I do with the money is another, that's a second thing. So, second thing. Okay, no, well, just by the time we get to the, when you guys are doing it, just be working on that. And, did we get it? No. Josh, did we do it? Okay, we got you. Sorry.
Mine would be that I would never sell out one of my seminars. Do I need to be more specific about that?
I would like something that was more personal to you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh? Just voice goes off. What do you think about your sales ability?
It's not that good.
Do you believe you are good salesman in a sentence?
I am not a good salesman.
See, that one's great.
Do you believe that?
But I won't in a moment.
Right. So whatever you guys pick, and I know he's going to cover this, just make sure that it's something you believe 100%. It's a living belief 100%. It's not like some days I wake up, I feel I'm a good salesman, and other times when I don't close the room, I start feeling I'm not. It's got to be something that you believe.
Yeah.
My personal experience is when I hear the word salesman, this is my story, but my experience tells me that most people have a negative association with the word salesman. And so if you were to replace that with, I'm currently not a good communicator of value versus salesman, usually it opens up the door to learning what it means to communicate value or communicate differently. Because salesman, my experience tells me most people think sleazy, manipulator, conniving, liar.
Oh, a lawyer.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. And so if you have any of those, even one of those slight perceptions, then you're going to have internal conflict in trying to become a good one if you have a negative association to it. But if you change the association to, I want to become a better communicator of value, then you remove the barriers or the internal dialogue.
Who here feels that they're not good enough? Be honest. Who here feels that they're not good enough and really just feels like that almost like every single day? On some level, every single day. Not sometimes I feel I'm good enough, other times I'm not, but I'm pretty congruent enough, I'm just not good enough for where I want to go, what my goals are, what my dreams are. Put your hand up high if you believe that 100%, at the core of your being. At the core of your frickin' being, you believe 100% you're not good enough for XYZ. Share with Jeff what those are.
Okay, Tom, share with us. You gave us a little taste of it, but maybe later.
Well, like, support, building skills. I've been able to achieve financial success. It's just kind of periods of about depression. Not depression, but discouragement. You know, and it's where you really get tired. You get up and get going and do what
Okay, Austin. Give us an overview.
I've been in school for almost 2 years and I've gotten like barely any credits. I feel like I won't be able to complete that with my new job. I just see everyone else kind of thriving and doing, really well, and I'm like, scared that I can't match up to, what they're doing. And like my last job, I just kind of thought that I would just be stuck where I was for a while, that I would never be able to move up in the company or, really make a career out of what I was doing. I was just kind of where I was at.
Bonnie, did you have your hand up? One person over here had it. Oh, no, Matt, sorry.
I wrote down I am not competent at leading most people to become self-reliant, and you see that. The belief comes from, I just believe most people are so domesticated, programmed to be lazy, and I don't think it's just worth prospecting, which is going to be what I need, the behavior and the habit I need to be successful, but I just don't believe, because I don't believe in others, because that I have the ability and competence to get that person to go and not rely on me, and so I don't have to do everything for everybody. So, leading.
So now, Austin, you have that belief 100% of the time. It's very powerful.
Yeah.
Tom? Same question.
Yeah, I kind of push it to the back a little bit, but it's pretty much there all the time.
So, and in both cases, it's really affecting your lives.
Yeah.
So when you think of that, unwanted belief, do you have a picture, Tom?
Yeah.
Where is it? Tell me where that's at.
Well, it's just me not connecting, you know,
I understand what, I'm not so worried about what the picture looks like. What I really would like to know is where is that picture? When you think of it, is it like here? Or is it back at the screen? Or is it where?
The belief that I'm not good enough, specifically.
Yeah.
As you think of that, do you have a picture?
So it's sort of off to your right a little bit? And how far away? Pretty close?
Yeah, it's like.
Okay. Now, Austin, when you think that you're not, the idea, the unwanted belief, the actually not true belief that you're not smart enough, do you have a picture?
Yeah.
Where's that picture at? When you think of it, where do you see it?
It's probably like 10 feet away.
Okay. Kind of in this area here. Okay, so the thing to know on these demos, it's if I didn't pick one person over another person like that, it means nothing, you know, for you guys, because you're all having to do it yourselves anyway. So it's just who I think we will show the best example for you guys to look at and go, okay, I see how that works. So.
Can we ask one more question?
Yes.
Real quick, just to check?
And these are the things you guys are going to want to ask. So be remembering these questions. You can write them down. These are the things you're going to be wanting to ask your clients. And if you get into stay with us and become a teacher, these are the questions you're going to want to ask because you want to have the very best demo up here. And with your clients, you want to have the best results. So you ask these questions. Sorry. Go ahead.
So for both of you and you too, Matt, for all three of you, is it right for your unconscious mind for you to release that today and for you to be aware of it consciously?
Yeah.
Is it right for your unconscious mind to release that? Okay. And another question is, so what did you guys have for breakfast? What did you have for breakfast?
I'm still fasting.
Still fasting? Okay, what did you not have for breakfast? You did have something for breakfast. What was it?
Well,
What you did not have? Protein?
Einstein's bagel.
Huh?
Einstein's bagel.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Steak and egg, freedom.
Oh, nice. Did you write down what was the thing that used to be true that's no longer true? I used to play high school soccer. What was that?
I used to live on 63rd Street in Milwaukee.
Okay, and as you think about that belief, as you think about the belief that what was the name of the street again?
63rd Street.
In Milwaukee. 63rd Street?
4315.
63rd Street. As you think of the belief that I live on 63rd Street in Milwaukee, I mean, it used to be true. It's no longer true now, right?
Right.
As you think of the belief that I live on 63rd Street in Milwaukee, do you have a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? And share with Jeffrey where it's at.
Yeah. Where do you put that
As
picture?
you think of that belief that I live on 63rd Street in Milwaukee, I live, present tense, as you think of that belief, I live on 63rd Street in Milwaukee, do you have a picture?
Yeah, I'm standing right in the middle of the street, little two-story, white. with
And
that
where is
slate.
the picture near or far?
I'm standing across the street, so.
How far away from you is it?
30 feet.
Okay,
I
cool.
mean, I'm actually standing in the street looking at it.
Correct, but it's 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Okay, and in what direction from your body is it?
Right from me.
Not going to 30 feet, okay. Black and white or color?
Color.
Color. Bright or dim?
Right.
Okay, focused or defocused? Focused. Okay. So it's right in front of you. Okay, awesome. Clear screen. And as you, what was your one?
I used to be a high school student.
I used to be a high school student. As you think of the belief that I am a high school student, it used to be true about you, but it's no longer true, correct? But as you think about that belief, I am a high school student, do you have a picture?
Yep.
And where is it? Distance, what distance is it?
I feel like it's pretty close, just out of arm's reach.
Okay. All right. Black, white, or color?
Color.
Color. Bright or dim?
It's a little dim, but it's not like completely dim.
Okay. Cool.
Another question I have, Austin, is when you think of that, you have that picture that you were in high school, are there any negative emotions attached to that? Just clean.
A little bit, not really.
Okay. Tom, come on up. So Tom, and if you just jump into the change chair, you know that nobody sits in that chair without changing.
Here we go.
We're all going to do the process, right?
Yeah,
So
everybody's going to do
this
the
is just to
process.
learn the
So
process.
This is the example. So again, have your checklist with you. Have your script. You're going to follow the script, you know, to the T. And between each of the, you're going to change state between each of the processes within it. Okay, Tom. Today we're going to do a process called belief change. Is it all right for your unconscious mind to do this process and be aware of it consciously?
Yes, my unconscious.
Okay, that's great. And that's the kind of thing you really want to get in your client or in your demo, is people that really have no reservations, that really want this change. They're, almost, desperate for this change. So you're looking for that kind of stuff. Okay, Tom, can you think of a limiting belief about yourself that you wish that you didn't have?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good. What is it?
Well, it's not good enough to achieve financial freedom.
Not good enough. And I'm writing that at the top of column 1, so I know that's what that column is. Okay, continuing down the script. I'm going to sit like this. Okay, so when you have that picture, can you tell me, is it black and white or color?
Picture of failure.
The picture of the unwanted belief. Do you have a picture for that unwanted belief? I'm not good enough to achieve financial.
That's just more of a feeling, but that's a picture actually.
Well, as you think of that belief, I'm not good enough, do you have a picture? Because you did say before you saw yourself, remember, not being able to connect with people, blah, blah, blah. You did come up with a picture before.
Yeah.
So we're not saying come up with the exact same picture. We're just basically saying, as you think of the belief, I'm not good enough, do you have a picture?
Does a picture come to your mind?
Yeah.
Because this is a visual process,
Yeah.
which will make you feel very different, but it's not a process that's based on feeling. It's a process that's based on pictures from which we derive our emotional feelings.
Yeah, as a result from me feeling to connect with people, because the people are my,
Correct.
business, my success. So yeah.
So-
Yeah, I do see that picture.
You do?
Yeah,
Great.
Okay.
Now, is that picture black and white or color?
color.
Is it near or far?
Fairly near.
Near. And when you say near, would it, how, 10 feet, 15 feet? 10 feet?
10 2 to 10 feet.
Is it right or
Oh,
dim?
wait, you said 2 to 10 feet. Now, when you
2 feet
said,
is here,
yeah,
10.
which one is it? Is it 2 or 10 feet? Because when you were here, we know you've changed position, but really it should be roughly around the same distance. When you were here, you said it's like right here.
So that was the house.
Correct. Okay, cool. Maybe that was something else.
Yeah.
As you
So
think of it-
now, is the depth of the picture about 8 feet, or is it somewhere in between 2 and 10 feet? I'd like to be more specific. Is it at 6 feet, 5 feet, 4 feet? Whatever it is for you, is what it is.
Okay, it's 2 feet. It's me blowing an opportunity to connect with somebody.
So 2 feet away.
2 feet.
Exactly.
Is it right or dim? And is it directly in front of you, or to?
Directly in front of me.
What's the size of this picture?
Life size.
Life size. Is it associated or dissociated?
Associated.
Focused or defocused?
Focused.
So is the focus changing or steady?
Steady.
When you say associated, do you see your body in the picture?
No, that would be second. That would be just.
Very good. So associated meaning you don't see your body in the picture. You're just experiencing. Perfect. Yep.
Okay. Is it framed or panoramic? Okay. Movie or still?
Movie.
If it's a movie, is it, which it is it moving fast, normal speed or slow speed?
Normal.
Normal. How much contrast is there in the picture?
It's perfect. It's just like.
Okay. Is it 3D or flat?
3D.
And what angle are you viewing it from?
Right.
Right in front of you? And is it one picture or is it shifting pictures?
Shifting.
Okay, are there any sounds that are important with it?
Yeah, it's me sticking my foot in my mouth.
What's the sound of that?
The picture is shifting.
Okay, what's the location of that sound?
Coming from the conversation.
So I'm clear on that. The sound is coming from, that you hear is coming from a conversation that's in the picture. Okay. Okay. And so that's coming from what direction?
This is going to be a powerful.
Guess straight ahead, because the picture's straight ahead.
Straight ahead, yeah.
So the sound is internal or external to you?
Both.
Is it loud or soft?
Normal. Conversation.
Fast or slow?
Normal.
Is it high or low pitched?
Medium.
Medium. What's the tonality of it?
Probably strained.
Strained. And the timbre?
Put it a little high.
All right. Are there any pauses in the conversation, or is it continuous?
Continuous.
Continuous. Is there a beat to it? Is there a cadence?
That's just normal.
Okay. And what's the duration of the sound?
Typically less than 2 or 3 minutes.
And is there a uniqueness to this sound?
No.
Okay. Are there any feelings that are important to this picture?
Tense, stress.
What's the location of that feeling?
Chest, head.
Okay, inside you, chest, head? And what size is that feeling? If you give it a size? Okay. And it just has a shape? Does it have kind of a shape? No particular shape? Is it intense? What's the intensity?
It's actually kind of a dull.
Oh, okay, great. Is it steady or does it fluctuate? Stronger, less strong?
Fluctuates.
Fluctuates. Does it have a duration or movement? Or is it just always there?
Typically, well, it persists after,
Okay.
after the fact.
Persistence? Is there any vibration to it? Any pressure or heat? Would you say it has some weight to it, this feeling of stress and tenseness?
A little bit.
So it's light. Okay. Great. So now, you notice that we went down the whole checklist. You're going to ask that question, are there any sounds that are important? And a lot of times, there won't be any sounds important. If there aren't any, then you just skip that. Same with the kinesthetic, any feelings. If there aren't any, just skip that and you go on to the next belief. So, clear the screen. In between each one of these, you're going to clear the screen. Get them, set them back, start at the beginning again for the next belief. So now, Tom, can you think of a belief that is no longer true? Examples would be perhaps you used to be a smoker, someone who was a smoker used to believe they were a smoker but they no longer believe that, or someone who used to own late 50s green Rambler and no longer owns it. Do you have a...
I used to live on 43rd Street.
Okay.
And I no longer do it.
Okay. Now, as you think of that belief that you used to live on, is it 63rd Street?
63rd.
And you no longer believe that, live there anymore. Do you have a picture of you with that belief that, you know, at the time, presently at that time, you had the belief, I live there?
So, so as you think of the belief that I live, present tense, on 63rd Street in Milwaukee, do you have a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, now for you guys, I'm going to write that. Just put 63rd Street at the top here, so I know what's on that column. So Tom, as you think of that picture, as you see that picture, is it black, white, or color?
Color.
Is it near or far?
Medium.
Medium. So that was
30 feet.
30 feet.
Standing in the middle of
the street facing it. Bright or dim?
Right.
And the location is directly in front of you, 30 feet. What's the size of this picture?
Life size.
Life size. So it's big. Is it associated or dissociated?
When you say life size, right, before you said life size with your person, which is a certain height, but when you're saying life size and now it's a 2-story building, the question is what is the actual height of the picture and the width of the picture?
Excellent. Yeah, good point. Is it, so 2 stories?
By 30.
30.
How tall?
30 feet tall.
And wide? 30?
No, 30 by 100.
Oh, 30 by 100.
The yard, you know, the yard of the house.
Okay. And you said it's associated, is it focused or defocused?
Focused.
Is it changing at all, or is it just steadily focused? Framed or panoramic?
Panoramic.
So let me just make sure. So the height is 30 feet of the picture. The question is not what's the height of the building, what's the width of the building, the actual picture. If it's 30 feet away, what's the height of the picture and what's the width of the picture?
Panoramic is probably 200 by 100 feet.
Of the picture, not the contents of the picture.
Oh.
Like, let me give you an example. I could have this Hilton Hotel. This Hilton Hotel right now
Outside
is
of that door. Outside of that door.
big, big difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference. The size of this Hilton right now is, I don't know, how many feet's that? 300, 400 feet?
Sure.
That's 300 feet tall. The width of this building is 300 feet wide. But as I'm looking at the picture of it, I actually see a picture that's 10 feet tall, 15 feet wide of the building, right? So we've got, right, this is critical, because you're gonna do a map across. And the last thing we wanna do is take something and make it the size of the universe, because that's what we think the size of the hotel is, but it's not. It's what's the size of the picture I'm seeing. So,
Yeah, it's about the size of that back wall,
aha, very different, yeah. So what's the height?
12 feet,
12 feet tall, and what's the width?
25, 20, 25.
Perfect. Okay.
And what distance is it? Is still the 30 feet that you said before?
Probably 15 feet.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be on the back wall just because the wall is there and you have to force it to be there, because you could, if it's 30 feet,
Yeah,
meaning this wall doesn't exist, then it's 30 feet.
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
It's right, that's where it's at. And that for you is about 15 feet?
About 12 feet. 12 feet away.
The picture is about 12 feet away.
Right.
This is 12 feet according to roughly my measurement.
So it's about there, or 14, so it's a little farther. It's pretty close to the wall, if not on the wall, but right close to it. Okay, is that picture, move your still?
Still.
What's the contrast in the picture?
Normal,
Normal, lifelike.
picture.
Okay. Is it 3D or flat? 3D. Is it a series of pictures that are shifting, or is it one step? Are there any sounds that are important to it? Not just that any sounds, but that are important to the picture. Okay, what's the location of that sound? What's the direction of it with respect to you? All around. Is that sound internal to you, or is it coming from the outside, external? Is it loud or soft? Normal chirping sounds. Is it fast or slow, the chirping? Regular. Now the pitch of the chirping, is it high pitched or low pitched? Bird chirping, regular. Is there any tonality to it? What's the timbre of the chirping? Is there a cadence or a beat to the chirping, or is it just?
No, it's just random.
No. And what's the duration of the chirping as you look at the picture?
Steady.
Steady. Now, are there any feelings that are important to this picture? In the warmth. Okay.
Smell the grass.
We're talking about feelings right now. So we have a warm feeling. What do you feel at? Where's the location of that feeling? Around. Surround. What is the size of that feeling? If you could give it a size, and that might be hard. Okay. What's the shape of it? I mean, it kind of gave us all around, so. the shape of the feeling. Okay, I think we're fine on that. You had said the location, that it was surrounding you.
Yeah.
So it's all around you. So I just continue on with that. The intensity of it, is it very intense or is it a mild? Comfortable. Is it steady or does it fluctuate? Is there any movement or duration to it, or is it just constant?
Maybe the rustling of the trees.
Okay, now that's back into the auditory. I'm talking about the feeling. Is it constant or is it? Okay. Does it have any weight? That feeling.
No, very light.
Okay. Clear the screen. Okay, so now we're going to map across, first we're going to analyze and find the drivers, then we're going to map across and change the drivers of, for number one, they're going to change into the drivers of number two. Number two was the universal of something that used to be true but is no longer true. So as I look down to find the differences. The differences, of course, that the differences that make the difference. And I'm going to just make a little mark on those. Those are the ones that count. In both pictures, it was bright. In both pictures, they were far, 14 feet.
First one's, 2 feet.
Oh, 2 feet. How did I put that? I made a mistake there. 2 feet. Okay. And that's really important. The having, if there's a great distance on location, that really helps your process, and the results will be stronger. And one was a life-size picture, and the other one was 25, well, it's about the size of the wall back there. Yeah. Okay, so there.
I thought he changed that life size.
So yeah, the one that's in first column is 2 feet away, life size, which I'm assuming is height, your height of your body, and the other one's 14 feet, and
it's
the size of the wall.
Size of the wall. Okay, so I'm just running down to see what the other differences are. First one was a movie, the second one's still. Everything else.
Well, you know what, if I was hearing the leaves and the birds and that would imply that it was, I just look at it and I get into it, it's actually. As I step into the picture.
You're not doing any of that.
No, okay.
You're going with how it first came up.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
Yeah,
you're not gonna modify it, step in, or do anything, or because then you'd be changing it.
Yeah, okay.
So you go with what you first got.
Okay, so Tom, I'm going to the first picture, the picture that you're not good enough to achieve the financial success you want. Where was that picture again?
Well, let me ask you a quick question. So it was I'm not good enough, right? Universally. It wasn't not good enough for one specific thing. Because when we elicited, I remember when we asked you, as you think of the belief that I'm not good enough, it was just I'm not good enough. Was it?
I think he changed it to I'm not good enough at creating rapport with people.
Well, so let me ask you this. my intuition is that's what we have. So when we asked you, really doesn't make a difference because you've elicited it and we're just going to do the process. But I have a theory that when we do this map across, it's going to target the bullseye if I'm not good enough, period. Not good enough to build rapport, not good enough to make a lot of money, not good enough to, not good, like, I'm not good enough with anything and everything after it.
Yeah.
Literally, put any labels, words after. I'm not good enough, and for, period.
Yeah.
Right? And then what you did is your unconscious mind gave you a picture of what that was and represented it in the form of how it works in rapport.
Right.
But the feeling is the core feeling that I believe is cross-contextual on life. Correct? Okay, cool. Because here's the thing, we want you to have massive change. Right? Make sense? We don't want to just, oh, now I'm better at building rapport. I feel good enough for rapport, but I still got to make $1 million bucks. Or we want it to be for everything, and that's, I believe, what we elicited.
Yeah.
But you verbalize it in a specific context, but I believe we elicited it universally. So can you guys see? It's good that we're, we tag team a little bit, we chip in, because there are lots of little details and things to think about, and that's why we get you in groups of 2 and with a coaching assistant, also because there's a lot of details and things to think about. So in groups of 3, you can make sure you cover everything, right? Make sense? So that's why even the way we teach it, we jump in, we add things, because it's impossible for one person to include every single thing, because we're human, right? Even me, I forget stuff and I add stuff and stuff. So it's a collaborative effort. NLP is not a do-to process, it's a do-with process. You do it together. You're all learning from each other. Okay? Cool.
Okay. Yes, Josh? Oh, resume. I thought it was Excellent. Okay, I'm just going through the last of the, because this is a fairly extensive set of submodalities. I'm going to go clarifying the auditory and kinesthetic right now to see the differences.
And let me ask you, while he's doing that, Tom, what do you think is going to happen when he maps across this belief to what used to be true that's no longer true? I'm curious, what do you think you're going to feel? We're not putting in the empowering belief yet. Well, that's phase 2 of this process. But what do you think you're going to feel when it's exactly? Just wanted you to ponder that. Exactly. He's like, please, can I answer the question?
Almost done.
Do you guys see? The coaches, do you see? Right? I mean, you can if you want to. Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Self-confidence.
Yeah.
Self-confidence.
At least the limiting belief will be gone, which will open the space for something new. And then phase 2 of this whole process is to now install the new program. Okay? Cool.
Okay. Tom, so that the first belief, the belief that you're not good enough, where you said was it off to your left or off to your right? It's right here. It's about here. Okay. So what I want you to do.
Now everybody pay attention to Tom.
I want you to attach that picture onto my hand. Okay. Get it connected, really lock it on there. Now I'm going to take that picture all the way out here, all the way out to, is that where the picture of your house on 63rd Street is? Is it closer or is it farther? Okay, right there. And is it any to the left or to the right? Okay, so now, what I'd like you to do is I would like you to, running down all these things, I would like you to change that from this picture here, change that from a moving picture to a still picture. Can you do that? Right, absolutely.
Right.
And I would like you to change that from a shifting picture. I'd like you to change that into just one picture. And I want you to make this picture bigger. Before it was life size, so it was about from here down. And I want you to make it the size of this whole wall. So you can expand it out.
You want my limiting picture?
Yeah, just.
Yeah, the limiting picture, make it as big as the picture of the house on 63rd Street.
Yeah, okay.
I
Okay?
mean, if you could call it a limiting picture at this point.
Yeah.
That's
That
what it used to
old
be called.
limiting picture.
That we
Okay,
used to have.
so now, I want you to add into it or on it, I want you to add the sound of birds chirping. If you can add that in. And I want you to have that sound just surround you. And then I want you to take all the strain out of that picture. I want it to be without any strain or tension. Can you do that? Excellent, excellent. And I want you to have this sound to be steady, not just for a short period of time, but just steady always, a bird chirping sound. And then I want you to add in the feeling of warmth into this picture.
Or you're maybe already feeling it.
Yeah.
Were you feeling the warmth in the picture before you even said it? Because when we map across the visual, all the kinesthetics map across with it.
And I want this warmth to just surround you, and I want it to be steady. So just have a steady warmth just enveloping you. Okay, now I want you to lock this picture in right here. I want you to lock it in. You know the sound that a BMW or a Mercedes car door, those expensive cars, when they thump closed, or maybe the sound of Tupperware snapping the lid on it. I want you to pick one of those sounds and then just with a thump sound, lock it in. Okay. Excellent, Tom. So we get back to our script. I don't know where the little flip thing went. When we get back to our script, we're going to test. Clear the screen. And clear the screen between everything, and then we're going to test. So, Tom, what do you think about that old belief?
I think it's not going to bother me anymore.
All right. Really? It's not going to bother you anymore?
Yeah.
Is it gone, or is it still a little there, or is it? See, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that it's gone that fast.
I see the open road now, I'm like,
All right. You see that?
Yeah, this is small, this box. Small one. What does this mean to you? We haven't finished, we're halfway there, but so far something has shifted. What's shifted?
the roadblocks. Like I said, I see the open road, I'm ready to fly now.
Excellent. Are you convinced?
I mean, I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced that it may.
I don't care what you think.
What's the argument?
I can understand how you might feel that way.
It's good, it's good communication, by the way. Wow, very good communication.
Yeah, and many people have told me that.
And what do you say to them now?
Well, the roadblocks are gone, and there's just nothing standing between.
Okay, let's go on to the next part. Now we've gotten rid of that old unwanted belief, it's gone. Let's replace it with the opposite.
Let's do that.
Yeah, so what is the opposite of I'm not good enough? What rings true in your heart as the opposite?
I'm confident and confident.
Competent. What about even more than competent?
And empowered.
You're empowered. Empowered, powerful.
Resourceful.
Resourceful. Determined. So we got all these beliefs that we're going to put together in one group, that you're determined, resourceful, competent, empowered, competent and confident in any situation. Okay, now when you think of that, of this new belief, this one where you're determined, resourceful, you're competent, you're empowered, you're confident, do you have a picture?
Yes.
You could even, if you want, add in the opposite of I'm not good enough. You could, if you choose, I'm the best.
There you go. Well, maybe that term I am the best sort of encompasses all of those things. So I'm going to put that here, I am the best. Okay, so when you think of that belief, that new belief about yourself, that I am the best, do you have a picture, Tom?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that picture black and white or color?
Color.
Is it near or far?
About 5 feet.
5 feet.
3 to 5 feet.
3 to 5 feet in front. Is it bright, the picture, or is it dim?
Right.
What is the location? I'm thinking you've already said it, but I'll ask you again. What's that location? Is it in front, to the left, to the right, high, low? In front. What's the size of this picture?
What size?
So you're saying about the picture itself, but
Which is about half the size of that wall.
okay, half the size of the wall, so about you were saying 12 feet tall and about 15 feet wide. Okay, are you associated in that picture or dissociated? Dissociated. Is it focused or defocused? Is the focus changing or steady? Is it framed or panoramic? Is it moving or still? Is the movie?
Picture movie?
Is there movement in the picture? Is there stuff?
There's movement in the
Okay,
picture, yeah.
so then it would be like it's on a movie screen or something like that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so is that movement normal, or is it fast, speeded up, or is it slow? Okay, normal. How much contrast is there in the picture? Just normal. Is it 3D or flat? Is it a series of pictures that shift? Yeah, it's moving, yeah. Okay, are there any sounds that are important to that picture? Conversations. What's the location of that sound?
Where's it coming from, or what's the specific location? I mean, I see myself in open house, doing business, making contact.
Okay.
That kind of thing. Interacting.
So you see yourself, so it's coming, but interacting in the picture. Location, inside. And the direction of where is it coming from? Right in front, straight in front. So is that sound coming, is it internal to you right now, or is it external coming from the picture to you?
External.
External. Is it loud or soft?
It's a normal conversation.
Conversation. Is it, are people speaking quickly or slowly?
Normal conversation.
Okay. And the pitch, is it high or low? Normal, normal. The tonality, how would you describe it?
Upbeat.
The timbre? Normal. Are there any pauses or is it continuous? Is there any cadence to the talking or is it just?
No.
Okay. Are there any feelings that are important to that picture? Confidence. What's the location of that feeling? Where do you find it? Inside of you, in your chest area?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the size of it? Does it fill up your whole chest? Does it stretch out beyond it, or? Okay, fill it maybe your, so in your arms, your head. Does it go down your legs?
Fills me up, yeah.
Fills you all up. Size, body size. Does it have a shape?
No.
Well, it filled you up. It might be the shape of Tom. How intense is it? Is it very intense? Less intense?
It's
strong.
No, it's just steady.
Steady. And you say the intensity would
Coming
be
out of every pore of my body.
every pore. Wow. Let's go there. Okay. Is there any pressure or heat to this feeling?
Just
Warmth. And does it have any weight? Is there any weight to this feeling?
light.
Okay. Break safe. So what did you have for breakfast this morning? Oh yeah, steak and cheese. Steak and eggs. Any cheese? Any potatoes?
Cheese, yeah.
All right, sounds tasty. Okay. So now we broke state. Now we're going on to now we're going on to number 5 to the question about we're going on to the question of can you think of a belief that for which is absolutely true? Which one were you using it for? You're a man. Yeah, got a beat to it. Okay, that's gonna come up. Okay. Okay. Something right on here. Okay, so now, that belief that you have that you're a man, you have a picture in your mind that when you think of that belief that's always true. Picture of you. And is it in black and white or color?
Color. Pink is a matter of fact.
Pink. That was you yesterday. Is it near or far?
It's near.
Is it bright or dim?
Right.
Is it, what's the location? Is it
Right.
right in front of you? Is that like a foot and a half, 2 feet? Okay. Location in front. 2 feet. What's the size of this picture? So would be about 6 feet tall and the picture would be in so many, how wide?
Well, yeah, the picture would be,
Okay. Okay, is it associated or dissociated? Is it?
I'm looking at me, right?
Yeah.
Associated.
Mhm. Is it focused or defocused?
Focus.
Is that focus changing or is it a steady defocus?
Hard to tell, I'm so critical
We go with steady on that?
Steady.
Okay. Is it framed or panoramic?
Right.
Moving or still? How much contrast in the picture? Is it 3D or flat? And are there any sounds that are important to this picture?
No.
Okay. Are there any feelings that are important to this picture?
Familiarity.
A feeling of familiarity. Okay. What's the location of that feeling?
I'll just throw it.
Okay. And the size of it, so, and the size of your body, since it's the right body. Does it have a particular shape?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay. How intense is this feeling? Okay.
Shake my hand.
Okay. Is that feeling, is it steady?
Yeah.
Is the feeling, is there any movement to it or any duration to it?
It's just there, it's always there.
Okay. Is there any pressure or heat with it?
No.
And is there any weight to it?
No.
Weight. Okay. So in this situation, in the universal, we didn't go through the auditory stuff because it didn't have any auditory components that were important to it. Not to say that it didn't have anything in it, but it wasn't important to you. When you hear that, did it affect you? So that's one area that we won't have to do any mapping across on. I'm going to take a moment and just run down these things and find the differences between the submodalities.
And while he's doing that, when you're sitting, I'll ask you a question. What do you think's going to happen when he maps across the new desired belief, which is it's pretty strong. It's in its process of integrating. When he maps that across to what's absolutely true for you, like what was the belief that's absolutely true?
The belief that's absolutely true is that he's a man.
He's a man. So what's gonna happen in your neurology when you believe the desired beliefs, which is already integrated now, with such a complete 100% certainty and congruency as you are sure that you're a man sitting in that chair? What's that going to do to you? To your feeling of your confidence, your feeling of, I'm curious, what do you think is going to happen with this map across?
Well, all of that stuff that we said before, and confidence. And the kind of a sense of ease, a sense of.
Right. Now, before we do the map across, those are great things, yes? And what percentage certainty do you believe you have those now, even though we haven't done the map across yet? Scale of 0 to 100. 50, awesome. So my question to you is, what do you think is going to be, what do you think you're going to feel when we do the map across? Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. I was just curious. I'm just.
And as a teaching point, these questions that Kaya is asking, they're not on the script and stuff, but they're the ones that really enforce or build up the result, strengthen it. The ones that really make it certain for your client. So they're wonderful. It's good to be writing these kinds of questions down, you know, jot them down so that you can use the same kind of thing to really, really give the final result as a very strong one.
So this is your advanced training. This is advanced NLP certification, right? And what I do is I throw in some, since Sean's not in the room right now, I throw in some Jedi stuff in addition.
Yeah, so that's excellent stuff. And whenever Kaya brings something up, it's those fine points, those little adjustments that really make the difference. It is kind of the difference that makes the difference. Okay, got it. All right, let's clear the screen. I guess we probably already did clear that screen. What kind of car do you drive now? Okay. Just clearing the screen a little bit more. Okay, so we are now going to take, and we're going to, of the wanted belief, we're going to take the submodalities of the universally true belief. We're going to apply those submodalities to the wanted belief, and the universal belief is always true. And what's going to happen is those things we wanted, all those positive things. And what was the final statement? Mine's kind of scribbly here. I want to get it just right. I am the best. My writing is squiggly. I am the best. And that's going to be changed into not just something he'd like, but it's going to be a certainty, an absolute truth. That's why we're applying, because both these things are good. You know, the I am the best and the universal, they're good things. So, but the one is absolutely true. So we're going to make the other one absolutely true. Okay, so when you have a picture of that you had of the picture of that you're the best, where was that picture? Let's see here. It is 3 to 5 feet, right out in front of you. Now you tell me. This is probably 5 feet. Is it there, or is it in a little closer? Okay, right there. Okay. Now, the picture for the universal is much more near. So what I want you to do is I want you to attach the picture of the I am the best. That wonderful, wonderful belief, I am the best. I want you to attach to my hand. And I'm going to bring that forward. And you tell me when it's in the same spot as the universal, right there. Okay. Now that you've got it there, I want you to make this picture a little smaller. It's going to be about life size, that you said, maybe 6 feet tall for the picture, and whatever width, 3 feet wide. I want you to make it that size, and I want you to change it from being a movie to a still picture. Okay, that's excellent. And now what I want you to do is I want you to add in this feeling of familiarity into this picture. Familiarity that just fills up your whole body. And move it up. just feel that picture. Okay, now what I want you to do is, you know the sound that a BMW door makes as it closes, or pick any, could be an American car, they have good thunking sounds too. Any car you want, or the sound of Tupperware snapping shut, and I want you to, with that sound in your head, I want you to just lock that into place.
That's wrong.
That's right. Okay, clear the screen. So, now, we go back to our and we test. Now, Tom, what do you believe now? What do you believe about that you have this new belief? Why do you believe you have this new belief?
Why?
Well, what do you believe?
What do you believe now about yourself?
I believe there's no more barriers to my success. As far as I was dealing with people, my finances, my social.
With all those gone now.
Yeah.
So what do you believe now?
I feel like a whole person, like everything is just solidified into like a super.
Super what?
Super me.
Super you? What's another way of saying super me?
Yes.
What was that statement?
Best.
What about the best? I mean, come on. You're saying you're the best?
Yeah.
Why do you? Why it says? Why do you believe you have this new belief? Well, why do you believe you have this new belief?
Well, I just got rid of the old one.
I mean, how do you know you have this new belief?
I just feel it.
Oh, you just feel it.
Yeah.
You feel it. So what was that old problem? What was that old problem?
Connecting, managing, this type.
What happened to that old problem? What?
Just gone.
I mean, we're not convinced.
We're not convinced that could happen that
We're
fast.
not convinced.
Okay, we're gonna then future face it. And Tom, I want you to think of a time in the future, and if it had happened in the past, you would have felt that old way. How will you feel now?
Continue on, do what needs to be done, handle the problems, just do what needs to be done.
Great.
No crime, no bullshit, just.
So what happened to that old person that was crying that used to say they were not good enough? What happened to that old person?
I don't know, where do you go?
Exactly. And so what's there instead now, isn't it?
Confident.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a feeling, it's kind of hard to describe.
Sometimes, feeling doesn't have specific words.
So should we
but-
task him, or should we future event?
Well, you're really good at that.
Should we task him?
Yeah.
So what would be an example of something that you would do that only the person that thinks that they're the best would do?
Build rapport, close deals.
What would be the behavior specifically?
Confidence to help my clients.
Don't you? Exactly. So what would be the behavior that you would? Yeah, what would be the behavior that only the person, you, that knows that you're the best would do? What's the behavior? Just give me an example of one thing. That you, the old you may not have done, but the new you will do starting tomorrow morning.
Open the house, I'm gonna connect and have rapport with clients as they come into the house and engage them, find out what they need, what their needs are, and close them.
Cool. That's good, yeah. Well, let me ask you another question. Because this is cross-contextual. This works with everything.
Right.
Business, personal, health, fitness, love, relationships, career, money, spirituality. This is literally for everything.
Right.
What's something else? Give me another context of your life that has nothing to do with real estate, nothing to do with career.
Money management?
Money management. So what's going to be different with that?
Well, be more careful with my expenditures. I'm going to build some savings. I'm going to spend more wisely.
So what else? How about relations? How about health and fitness? How about love? How about relationships? How about relationship with God? Whatever it is. How about pick another? What's the next area of your life? I'm just curious.
Lose another 10 pounds.
So what's different about you regarding your health? Are you saying that you feel the change that you've made today, haven't you, is actually going to affect every single area of your life? Or is it only going to be for rapport, make money? What do you feel?
Universal.
How do you know it's universal? I mean, how do you know that? I mean, we're not convinced that it's totally universal.
Well, I don't care what you think.
Let's give it a round of applause! And a round of applause to Jeff. So, I think we've got, you'll explain the exercise when we come back from lunch.
Yeah, we have a break, we'll have lunch. And we'll do the exercise after lunch.
How many of you, from what you saw, powerful process, yes? Little bit longer, and I will take a couple of
Good enough.
Boom. Boom.
Smart enough.
Smart enough. Boom. Who's next? Got 4 or 5 left. Have you ever been to UPW? I don't know if anybody has. I went and, checked it out like a year and a half ago. It's interesting because what Tony said to the whole room is you all believe you're not good enough. Like, whoa, that's an interesting language pattern to throw out there. You know what your problem is? You all believe you're not good enough. It's exactly what the room. So, we had a different philosophy, and I love him. I think he's absolutely amazing. Reading his book now on money, very good book, by the way. A lot of respect for him. And at the same time, do you believe that maybe there are people in the room that do believe they're good enough, but their block is something else? So there's a style of teaching, and that can that can actually be an installation. It's just my philosophy. You look at a room and you say, that's an installation of a belief. So I'm going to say that a lot of humanity is in that place, but to say everybody in the room does not believe they're good enough, it's not something I would ever say to a room. I don't actually believe that. I believe there are certain people that feel they are, yes.
What if Tony meant by that, like, I don't believe I'm good enough, not in general, but I don't believe I'm not good enough, like in making movies, or I'm not good enough in fitness, I'm not good enough in, like, there could be like I'm not good enough in all different
So there's,
areas.
for me, it doesn't work, because then, even more so, if I say that and I blanket it, then, by the way, we're going to learn Milton model language. Who like to build instant agreement with everybody all the time? Who like to build such agreement where you put people in a trance, where they just agree with everything you say? So it's ambiguous, I'm not good enough, so I'm now not going to give you the specificities, So the room could then adopt it as a whole. So I'm not good enough as a whole. So that's actually even worse. The explanation for that for me is even worse. Because then I can then take that in as, well, maybe if I'm not good enough at this, I'm not good enough at this, I'm not good enough at this, sure, maybe I'm just not good enough here.
Right.
And maybe I was doing okay, but now I'm not really doing okay. Right? So the fact that we're getting some of those in the room is not a bad thing, it's a good thing, because that's, you know, if you feel it, you feel it. But not necessarily everybody's in the same place, yes? And again, this is not to take the one necessarily, not to take anything away from Tony, he's amazing. He's probably done more for NLP than any single person has on the entire planet in the history of NLP. Even more than Richard Bandler. Even more than the founder of NLP. Tony Robbins has probably done more for NLP than anybody on the planet. He's brought more light, more attention and awareness to it than anybody on the planet. Right? That doesn't mean we need to agree with every single thing, right? It doesn't mean we're not taking anything away from this. He's an amazing guy. But in this academy, we're getting distinctions. Make sense? Getting specific distinctions. Did I explain that good?
Yeah.
Because the last thing you want to do is start. Anybody that's doing transformation, we need more coaches. We need to send love to every single coach out there that's doing what they're doing with much positive light. Okay, so what we're talking about is pure precision NLP. Here, we do not here say, this is your freaking problem to a whole room. Why? Here, we know that's an installation. A person who didn't feel that way might start to go,
maybe, maybe.
And then as I start to think about it, then I actually create the belief around it, then I embed it. Then I look for convincers in my life that it's true.
And then it starts to become true.
Now it's true.
Because now you're acting like it.
Do you get it?
And then Tony can.
Can I say something else? Go off topic, but just real quick. On the same note, I don't go see psychics. In this academy, we teach you do not go see psychics. You can go see psychics. I would not see a psychic because I'm not going to have a psychic tell me that you've got this situation coming up. You're going to meet this person will do this, you're going to start this company and it's going to fall apart, but you're going to, hey, you're going to learn from it and your positive's going to come and you're going to meet the man of your dreams, but this other dark stuff is coming. Why? Why?
You said you create it.
Yeah, you will.
The reason why the psychics, in my opinion, and what they say comes from certain people is because the psychic is considered the what? Expert. And everything that they see, that they create, becomes, if adopted by the client, as you're the expert, you know, as soon as the client internalizes this bad event that's going to come in the future and sets beliefs around it, and they actually bring it into reality. Perception is projection, remember? Whatever you perceive, you go out and create. So now, since you created a perception in me that this thing bad's going to happen, my reticular activating system is now focused, which is the part of the brain that tells me what to notice, is now focused on that happening. And it's whatever I focus on, I move what? Towards. Remember focus? What the psych actually has done is given you an away from to focus on. And whatever you focus on, you move towards. Right? So, if I were to see a psychic, I know, completely off topic, this is good, we can have a couple minutes. If I were,
Let's see you again, Jeff.
It's okay.
He loves it.
You made that eventually. It's a manly.
It's a man.
In the air.
How did you know it's a man?
Well, I had some of those.
How did you know it's a man?
Don't mind.
So, if I were to see a psychic, what I would do is this. The psychic, I would say, you can foretell all the great stuff that's going to happen to me.
Just don't tell me the shit. Huh?
I don't want to freaking hear one word about one negative thing. Keep telling me I'm amazing. Keep telling me what I'm going to land, what's going to happen. All this manifestation. Keep feed it. But shut up about the other stuff. Because I'm going to delete that. Make sense? So this is good. This is something that we teach at Master Guide more. But write this down. Just write this down, please.
What about,
You do not install.
okay, you said not, wasn't.
Yeah, write this down. You do not install. You do not install negative internal representations, which is pictures, sounds, feelings, tastes, smells. You do not install any negative pictures, events, or beliefs. You don't say, you know what your problem is this. You do not install that in client. That's called lack of ecology.
You do not install negative internal representations
Into the other person. Your client, your father, your brother, sister, your family.
You know, that's
Instead, if you have a theory, write this down. And they need to be a little bit open to NLP, right? Because what I'm about to say, not everybody on the boulevard knows what the heck what this means. You say your unconscious mind can accept, or if you're speaking to a layman term person who does not know unconscious mind, you can say subconscious mind. Your unconscious mind can accept or reject the next thing I'm about to say. Your unconscious mind can accept or reject the next thing I'm about to say. If it resonates with truth with you, accept it. If it doesn't resonate with truth with you, reject it. Now you can share what you think with a client, but without installing it, without forcing your belief on them. So you would not say, you know what, you just don't think you're good enough. Or you have this belief that you're not good enough. You would say that. You would say, your unconscious mind or your subconscious mind can accept or reject anything I say. If it resonates with truth, accept it. If it doesn't resonate with truth, delete it. Is there a part of you that believes you're not good enough? Or do you believe you're not good enough? And pose it as a question. Now, if they say it's true, well, let me say it. If you say this is their belief, could they question it? But if they say it's their belief, well, that's true for them. Okay? So, let's just wrap it up. I'm not good enough. I'm not going to cut it. Who else? Who else hasn't shared what their limiting belief is? I want to make sure it's immediate. I don't want to...
Yvonne here is the only one.
The same, I'm not good enough.
Not good enough? Who else?
What if I want to believe that I am a powerful realtor, that I'm this and that, whatever?
So you're going to get rid of I'm not good enough. And
That
you're
good,
gonna,
right.
and you're going to replace it with I am powerful in everything I do. Not just a realtor.
With everything.
Right.
Okay, who else? Who else hasn't shared? Pick yours. Pick yours. Did you pick yours out?
Still struggling with that. I've got 3 or 4, but they all have secondary gains.
Share with them what they're.
Well, I mean, like yesterday, women are unable to surrender to integration versus life balance.
Let's make it about you. So that's about women.
Well, okay, so my limiting belief from that would be I'm not going to find the woman who best fits me.
Okay. And what else? What's your next one? I already have an intuition what your.
Well, the secondary gain on that is it keeps me safe.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
So,
What's the next one?
I didn't write the rest down. Give me a couple minutes and I'll read. I dismiss them once I establish that they have a secondary gain, so I have to come back.
So Eric, let's fish around a little bit. And be 100% honest.
Yeah.
Barry, if you react with the very first reaction to the question. Do you believe you can be loved? Be honest.
By the right person, yes.
Let me ask you another profound question.
Let
Let me ask you another question. Just I'm throwing at you. By the way, I'm fishing. I'm not, none of these are installations.
Well, I mean, evidence would suggest otherwise. I'm twice divorced, right? So evidence.
So I'm fishing now, yes? Okay? Your unconscious mind can, and this is not, like I really don't know.
It's all good.
Your unconscious mind can accept or reject even the question itself. The resonates with truth, accept it. If it doesn't resonate with truth, delete it. Delete it. Eric, do you believe you are lovable?
By the right person, yes. By the wrong person, evidence would suggest otherwise. It's
Okay.
my struggle is I'm picking I'm taking ownership that I'm the cause of choosing the wrong person for the wrong reason.
Usually, what we find is if there's something going on out here, it's a representation of something much more unconscious, much more unaware of, that the conscious mind, the AD mind does not know this. It's more of internal feeling, right? It's the feeling mind. By the way, we're speaking to your feeling mind more than your thinking mind, right? So I'll ask you another question. Do you love yourself?
Yeah, I actually have. Now, there's been
That's fascinating.
No, but there's.
Let me ask you another question.
So the answer is yes, but it's been a tremendous amount of work. Because I feel like when I say that, I sound.
By the way, I'm gonna give you a high five, Eric.
I sound arrogant or something, and I don't want to.
No, high five. Not really.
Sorry.
So I'm resonating with something, okay? So
Okay.
I could be completely off. Let me ask you another question.
Sure.
Do you truly love yourself?
I do.
Second question. Do you truly accept yourself as you are? As you are. Accept yourself. Are you okay and accepting of you and your colors and who you are and how you show up to the world?
No.
Boom.
Okay, but there's a purpose behind that.
And what's the purpose?
The moment I accept myself, that means that I'm done learning. I'm done growing. I'm done
Let me ask you a
evolving.
question.
And I never want, I want to be plugged into a machine on my last breath, still learning.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So I don't want to get to that place.
Now we're literally going into language now. And we're going into meta model now. Yes? Meta model. Meta model.
Something new.
Yes. Which you're gonna learn meta model in next weekend. Well, they're gonna get meta model next weekend. So, do you know anybody, this is breakthrough coming, yeah? Do you know anybody, Eric, that
Of course, I get pissed off, I get frustrated, I feel sad, I don't think, but I
always, that always happens. We all go through that. Happens all the time when you really think about it. So, is there a person that you know? Not is there a person that you know? Is it possible? Let's rephrase that question. Could someone accept themselves fully, 100%, 100% to the core, every single cell in their body, accept themselves fully, and love themselves completely fully, and yet be a forever learner? So just say yes or no.
No.
Ah, I love it.
Well, one negates the other.
So what you're saying
Like,
is,
that's like saying, can the
So
sky
what
be
you're
blue
saying
and
is-
red at the same time? No.
Sunset.
I love it.
Well, it's not blue, it's red. It's not both. It turns into red, but it's not blue and red.
You're interlaced.
I love it.
We love
So what's the first sentence?
Of what?
The first, does this work? Does the other one work? Oh,
The purple one here, there's not blue in here.
There it is. The one that works.
I don't
Okay.
know. Another one.
Equals. Oh, yeah. You're basically saying that.
Can I give you a sentence that sums up my belief system?
Well, it has to be on specifically,
Yep.
only this specific thing, which is, I want to make sure that we get it through the filter. You're saying that for me to accept myself fully, okay, by accepting myself fully means that. I'm not gonna write down because we'll flush out the sentence. By accepting myself fully equals, I won't learn anymore. Now, is that statement? Exactly. It's already happening. Exactly. Does me accepting myself fully actually equal I will never learn anymore, or I can't learn anymore?
It plays into my coping mechanism of the human experience is flawed, therefore. Right? And so all human beings, myself included, are the core purpose, one of the core purposes of our experience is to live a flawed experience. That's what creates the learning.
I'm catching it. Ready? Ready? Woo. Wow. Oh, this ball has some heat on it. Right now.
You are speaking AD language.
Right now.
Holy crap, that's resonating with me.
Right now, all I'm doing, and I'm just being honest, right now I'm just catching balls. They're interesting balls. Why is this ball hot?
Because it's got heat on it.
There's some heat on it. Wow. That ball and what that ball says is totally not true for me. And we're off topic. So we've gone to something else. We've shifted to something else.
So human beings aren't flawed?
Correct. Can I use the word? Flawed. Absolutely not. I don't look at it like that. Here's the thing I look at. Who has a hat? My hat. When I need it. Who has a pair of glasses? Who has a pair of glasses? Right behind you. There you go. I like these because this might look good on me too. I have an option of wearing the hat or wearing the glasses where all human life, human beings flawed. Human life is a flawed experience. Okay, that is this. Ready? And by the way, these are your glasses. These are simply a metaphor for that. Once we finish with this process, this was a very good actor. This is really an Oscar-winning actor. When we're done with it, this Oscar-winning actor has served his purpose for that role and then deletes that role completely and goes back to being the most beautiful, pristine glasses that shines for you in the way you want it to shine. Make sense? Not attaching any of that to this. This is just playing a role, see the movie, and you know that this actor, when he goes home, he has a real life and he's a completely different person at home than he is in playing that role. Make sense? Cool. I have an option of being me and having what I believe. We're perfectly as we're supposed to be, where we're at, as we're supposed to be. The universe and us, we conspire for our advancement. There's no flaws, just learning. There's no flaws, just an abundance of learning and growth. Actually, there's no flaws. There's only an abundance of learning and growth. Because flaws is away from language. Flaws is an away from language. In anybody's neurology. Even if we go flaws that make me successful, it's still an away from that makes me successful. It's still negative language. So I say there are no flaws, there are no failures, there's only feedback. Write this down. There are no failures, there's only feedback. Since there are no failures, there's only feedback, there are no flaws, there's only growth, experience, abundance. So, I caught that ball, and that ball says human beings is a, well, how does the sentence go?
Flawed experience.
Human life is a flawed experience. And I go, whoa! How does that empower me? Even if I take that away from...
Drives me to learn.
And even if I take that away from, drives me to learn, what does it presuppose? It presupposes that I'm flawed. What does that do to my energy? What does it say about me? Does it say I'm amazing? Does it say I can? It's still an away from language. It still sits in my nervous system like I'm flawed. Now I need to be what?
Fixed.
Fixed. Which means that I'm saying at an unconscious level, I'm what? Broken. How does that serve me? Well, yeah, because I'm broken, I need a fix. 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 Well, eventually, when I'm far away from feeling broken, I'll no longer have the motivation to fix. This is going to produce inconsistent results. What I'd rather do is, instead of focusing on, I don't want to be broken, I don't want to be flawed, let me fix this, let me learn, I'd rather just turn my whole neurology, which is what we're getting to weekend 4, values levels. And I'd rather face of, I'm amazing. I am unstoppable. I am amazing. And I'd rather let that be the magnet that pulls me, instead of this be the pain that I need to push away from to drive me. I don't need that to drive me. If all I do, master PRAC, we started next weekend, turn around and say human experience is all about growth and learning. There are no failures, there's only feedback. I'm not broken. I'm already perfect as I am, and how can I become even more perfect? Eric, how can I become even more of who I really am and less of who I'm not? So I'm catching the ball. Notice I didn't even put it on, so never even associated it. So I usually have my baseball hat here, but that's in the thing with the crayons. I'll get too long with the microphone, literally. So let's go back to this. The statement was, and by the way, Eric, is something already shifting?
Dude, I'm taking notes.
No, it is. Yeah, is something already shifting internally? Exactly.
My language is flawed. So, but there's a remapping happening, but I'm
correct.
My AD's going off the
Correct. Now let's go back to the original thing. We're going to do a belief change. And you've got a flight to catch. Okay, but we're getting to it, yes? This is good. You want to see it. Is this more highlighter colors or is it color?
Better. Much better. Much
Okay. The belief that used to be true, exactly. The belief that used to be true was that,
like I know what you're doing with that language. Right? And it's still working.
Exactly.
Like it's so bizarre to me. Because I watch you do it to other people and inside I'm giggling going, I can't believe that works. And then you're doing it to me, knowing what you're doing to me, and it still works.
It still works, yeah. So what was the original statement?
Human experience.
Because didn't you say to me NLP is language?
Yes.
You said it's actually language.
Well, it's a set of tools.
A set of tools, language that creates an experience, right? So now we're actually playing with the language. And the question, Eric, is that language, Eric, eyes here, has served you. It has served you. It has got you to become a very successful individual where you are now. It has served you. However, it is not the language that will get you all the way to where you want to go. It's keeping you to the threshold of where you are now. Right, so let's take a look at the language. So what was the statement you said?
Human experience is flawed.
The one before that, because that's, how do you feel about that one now, by the way?
It's not resonant.
Because he can't learn.
So I'm asking you a question.
Because he can't.
I'm asking you a question. No. If I say to you, human experience is flawed, you're shaking your head, what do you mean?
Half an hour ago that resonated with me, it no longer resonates.
Are you saying that the belief doesn't exist anymore? For you?
Yeah, that's what I'm
right.
That's so messed up.
Did I say that we would have belief change without doing that? Just
On
Are you telling me that you can sit across the table from someone who says, I can't join ECN, this network marketing thing will never work, and I don't believe I can be a top producer? Are you saying that in a matter of 5 minutes of just talking, that you can get rid of that belief? Are you saying that? I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Let's go to the other one. but then we gotta do the process. By the way, the other one, I'm not gonna change the belief, I'm just gonna expose it, then you can work on it.
I don't remember what the other one was.
Exactly. Exactly,
Well,
but,
I don't remember what.
exactly, but I will remind you if it's okay.
Okay, yeah.
The other one had to do with something, and then that means I can't learn, I won't learn.
Oh,
If I accept,
if I fully accept, so I mean, I 99.9% accept because I enjoy my day, I enjoy.
Exactly.
Joy,
Because
I
it's
enjoy
got to
peace.
99, exactly.
But I need I need something there that creates
If I fully
a
accept
driver
myself,
to behavior change.
if I fully
if I
accept
just-
myself, ready?
Yeah,
At 99%,
good,
that means that's what you said.
yeah.
The concern is getting to 100.
No, I remove
His
the driver.
concern is I won't what?
Learn.
He actually said 99.9.
Ooh. True. I didn't want to correct him because you corrected me on correcting people.
Good job. So if I fully accept myself, 99.9% where I'm at, that means I won't learn. Now, if I were to take out the word I, whoop, take it out. Take out the word I, whoop, take it out. And put, you're speaking to a client now. You're speaking to
Oh yeah, that sucks.
your son.
That sucks now.
You're speaking to your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew, your cousin, and I put the word in you. Now, what does that do?
Yeah, no.
We've got it. Like, we can't get rid of these beliefs so fast that we can. That's really not fair.
And have to go home early.
So who would
Okay,
like
so
to,
give me the replacement
who
behavior.
would like to learn what exactly I'm doing and how to master what I'm doing? Okay? We're gonna learn meta model.
Yeah, great. What's the replacement behavior?
Heidi, come on. Get to me fast, get to me right now. Result.
Well, my
result.
brain's remapping and it's hitting a void.
So let me ask you a question.
There's
What
a
do you
void,
think?
there's a vacuum there now.
What do you think is the solution to your old problem right now?
That's why I'm here to learn what
Exactly.
is that
And-
solution.
and
I don't-
since
if
you're
I
very
knew,
resourceful-
I would.
And since you're very resourceful,
Yeah.
and since your unconscious mind wants you to get it, what's the learning which will allow you to completely let go of what you have, and what is coming in replacement of this? I know that I don't know, but
Well,
if I did know, what would you say it is?
I have to create a replacement. There has to be a method by which that I currently struggle with, that I'm sure there's a solution to, being able to fully 100% accept and love myself and still learn at the same time that I'm currently struggling with.
Could I just ask one thing there? But the thing is, do you think that just by the fact of loving yourself, you'll forget that your joy in learning? That's not going to go away. The reason you want all that learning and stuff is because it brings you positive things, joy, happiness, and stuff. It still will.
Yeah,
Here's
so
your-
I have another,
Here's your-
I have another limiting belief that just.
Okay, we'll get to that, we'll get to that.
But it's stopping this.
We'll get to that, we'll get to that.
Okay.
You think it was stopping it, wasn't it? I mean, really, you think it was stopping it, wasn't it? Which means that now, so here's your solution. Fill in the blanks. Look at this and fill in the blanks.
A word or a phrase?
A sentence. Think of this, put the and in between, and there's your solution.
Well, the natural sentence, but it doesn't yet resonate with me because
What's the sentence?
I can.
Oh, no, I can? I mean, I can make $1 million, but I haven't. I can.
I do.
I do. I'm doing in the process of doing, or
Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Wouldn't be am. It would be just present tense. I
Accept. I fully accept myself.
I fully
Accept myself.
accept myself.
And I will continue to learn.
And I am
Learning. And I am continuing to learn.
and I'm continuing to learn. Or I am learning. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, there's a roadblock.
Sure. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If that were true,
It negates a massive driver inside of me that,
Correct.
that, yeah, man, but you're not, yeah, no, like this one.
oh, let's put it on steroids. Ready?
Yeah, I'm already on steroids,
Let's
brother.
put it on steroids. Ready? What if we actually went, by the way, you don't even have to adopt this right now. You really don't have to adopt this right now. I mean, you would never have to adopt this right now. Oh yeah, so I'm just curious. I fully accept myself. Let's just say that we're true. And I'm continuing to learn on steroids. Forever. Learning.
How?
How? Huh?
How? My current belief system tells me that that's not possible.
Oh. Going back to this.
No. Secondary, I have a second.
Say so.
No.
But, okay, so let's
I have a second belief system now that's
Okay.
rearing its ugly head saying,
Okay.
oh yeah, but don't listen to him because.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, it's like
so-
right here going.
So, sure. So you're speaking to someone you care about that's under 10 years old. Someone that you care about that's under 10.
Yeah, this is a really bad conversation.
What would you say to your under 10-year-old? Would you tell your under 10-year-old don't fully accept yourself?
No.
Would you tell your under 10-year-old you can't, in order for you to learn, you have to not accept yourself?
No.
Would you should on that under 10-year-old and say such a thing to them?
No. Because I have an installed driver
Okay.
that conflicts with it.
Okay. So I'm going to make a suggestion.
I need to install it, uninstall.
I'm going to make a suggestion. I'm going to make a suggestion because you live in a perfect, abundant, learning experience, that there is the right time and the right place to do this structurally, like building a whole castle, right, or house or whatever, right? And that would be fourth weekend, and that would be Master Track. Or, let me also say something else. You can actually do this right now in a second. So really, you can change right now in a second. Or you can change literally, and I'm not sure, I'm not just doing the language stuff. You can change right now in this second. Or you can change on fourth weekend at PRAC, which is coming up, 4 weeks. Or you can change in Master Track starting in January. Which do you prefer?
Not today. Yeah, I've got too many, there's a domino effect here inside my brain, and you're like pushing on that first one, and I don't have a full understanding yet of where that goes to.
Right?
And so until I have a full understanding of that, because there are,
It's a high AD, right?
you
20,
got
20, 20.
there are way too many alternate ramifications that can happen here that would have significant negative implications in my life
Now-
that I can't
Exactly.
engage
Yeah,
in currently.
Yeah. And should I buy into that? But we're here to do belief change.
Yeah.
We are, although it ties in, we are a little off topic, and we do have a whole process to get done. So, I'm going to make a suggestion. that, going back to what we were talking about, which is, what is it about what has not manifested in you in relationships that, so the love thing, let's go back to the love thing. Is you want to have a limiting belief that you work on. And the average person has about 500 of them. And I know you're not anywhere near average, but to not have one doesn't really.
Well, clearly, I've got a couple.
And which one do you want to work on?
I'm pretty discombobulated.
Can I ask you another question? Do you feel that you're flawed?
Yes.
Do you feel that if you felt you were not flawed, if you felt you were amazing, do you feel that you would still feel a desire to grow and become even more amazing? Yes or no?
No.
No? Huh?
No.
Oh. Yeah. So this is a perfect example of belief change when you say is it right for your unconscious mind for you to make this change. By the way, this is the perfect example of why you asked that question. Is it right for your unconscious mind for you to make this change today and for your conscious mind to be aware of it? Yeah? Right? So you've chosen to have a structure, and the secondary gain is a fear. And so what I would like for you to do is to visit this at the proper time in that context. So you got to think of another belief then. Since you don't want to address this yet, because you believe there's a lot of other things, this is what you're saying. There's a lot of other things that depend on this one statement, on this one construct. Make sense?
Yeah, that one has tentacles.
And so your concern is you make this change, you don't know what's going to happen to all this.
That's correct. I have very predetermined set daily activities. And if that changes, then that has a significant impact
That's
on
the
my...
meaning you've given it to yourself.
That's
Yes.
the meaning I've given it to myself.
Does that mean it's necessarily true?
No, that's the whole point.
Could
of
this
it.
whole thing be bullshit?
Absolutely, absolutely. Hold on. This is not new for me, right? I've had stories that I have been 1,000% convinced are the sun is coming up tomorrow morning, and then gone through a similar exercise and going, wow, I'm just completely full of shit. And so I'm open. That's to me part of the flawed experience is that I'm never sure. I'm reasonably convinced. But I'm not sure, because if I'm sure, that means I'm not learning. And so I don't go to a place of, I'm sure. I don't go to a place of, I'm 100% happy, because I don't
Let's give
want
Eric a
that
round of applause. Stand up
facade.
real quick, Eric. Something comes to you, something comes to you. Great. Okay, cool. So you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is very vulnerable.
Okay, yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back a little bit.
No, my arms are crossed.
Okay, so now what I want you to do
Yeah.
is I want you to face that way. This is the away from, this is in the past up until now. Let this be, this is the past,
Yeah, I got it.
this is the now,
Yep. Future's fine.
and future's over here.
Yep.
So
I'm looking at my past timeline.
not only are you looking at past, this is also on top of the timeline, which is your past. You also have the away from energy. The negative things, flaws, the broken, the things that drive you to move away from them and continue to learn. They motivate you.
Yeah.
What are these negative things that drive you and motivate you to back away from them and back away from them where you're getting some results?
I feel like I'm doing that.
Okay, what are you doing?
I feel like I'm facing the future with a rearview mirror learning from that, but driving to the future based on predetermined outcomes that I've already installed in my future timeline.
Perfect, okay.
That's what I feel like. I'm doing.
Okay, so let's do that real quick. Okay, so what are the away from things that, if you face this way now, just for this exercise, what are the away from things that you see? This is not necessarily the past, this is just the I'm not.
The lessons?
Well, I mean, you did say.
Or painful moments.
You did say the human experience is what? Flawed. So.
The flawed moments.
What is
Mine
the,
or others?
Yours. What are the flaws that you,
2 divorces.
what are the flaws that you see here that drive you to try to fix and to learn and grow? Go. 2 divorces.
Yeah.
What else?
The stuff that pops into my head is not me.
Then who is it?
People that I care about.
Other people are flawed. Ooh.
No.
Other people.
All people are flawed.
Okay.
Right? Including myself.
Okay, guys.
But the pain, like as my pain moments are me observing. Almost all of them are just me observing. Feeling pain, observing.
Okay. Well, is that first position or second position?
Third.
And if you were to step into first position in those, what do you experience?
Thanks.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. So now turn around. Clearly, you have part of you that's focused on your future. Clearly. You've got your goals, you've got your outcomes, you've got your stuff. Yes?
Yeah.
And you're also looking in the rear view mirror.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. And yes, you could learn from the past, and we get that. But if you're looking through the rear view mirror at the past, but yet you're facing toward the future, and I'm going to exaggerate a bit, and let's say you're looking in the rear view mirror an awful lot. Why are you facing the future? And let's say you're good at transmuting flaws or negative things into learnings. But let's just assume even you want.
If you're, there's a reason.
Right, if you're looking in the rearview mirror a lot, fair amount, from a neurological perspective, not what your AD can turn it into, because your AD can channel it. From a neurological perspective, is there much of a difference between looking in the rearview mirror a lot and this?
No difference. I don't know what that means.
Love it. You just, did I say no difference?
I said no difference. I don't know what the learning is. You're saying
Okay,
you're
ready?
learning, but I didn't learn anything.
Ready?
Okay.
When you're here, you're saying, I don't focus on that. I'm faced, turn around.
No, I don't focus on, I can't see me
Right.
doing a pain.
All I want to do is connect one.
Few, but wait a second, there's a few.
There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But we're not even to all those yet. I just want us to look at one thing.
Okay.
One thing only.
Yeah.
When I asked, are we focused on this? You're like, no. I'm over here. Turn. I'm actually focused on this.
Glancing
Then-
over your hair.
Glancing.
As needed for learning.
Correct.
Don't forget, don't do this, don't forget, you better do this, don't forget. That was a lesson, use it in this moment, don't forget. And so I use the rearview mirror to grab moments of learning, to pull it into the present, to say, this is the better way in this moment.
And then when I asked you if you're doing this a lot, which you said I'm doing a lot,
Fair amount, yeah.
fair amount, I asked you, it's very interesting, is there any difference between doing this and looking in the rearview mirror? No, she looking here. No, there's no difference.
No difference.
So I'm going to present something for you, Richard.
Well, I guess there's a little difference.
Of course there's a little.
This feels...
Correct. This is more confrontive. You're
No,
actually
it just
more...
feels, I'm not solving anything.
Correct.
Because I'm not facing the future.
Correct.
The only way to solve something is to face
Correct.
the future. I can't fix this.
Correct. So
But I can change and fix that.
100%. So all I'm presenting to you is that if you're saying there's not a difference really between this and this, although it's slight, you know, that's almost like saying I'm still focused on the past. Even though I'm saying I'm doing it from my rearview mirror.
I am focused on the past from a learning standpoint.
Correct.
Because if I forget this, if I put no energy on this, then there's no learning.
Correct.
I have to have,
Right.
I don't want to pull it with me.
Well, let me ask you a
I have
question.
to access it,
Yeah.
the learning.
Let me ask you a question. You got to the 10-year-old. You're having a conversation with the 10-year-old, whoever it is.
Let's use my niece who's 7.
7.
Yeah.
Would you suggest to your niece, focus on your goal, focus on the outcome, learn from the past, but don't look in the rearview mirror a lot of the time? Focus on where you want to go. Focus on
I would
that.
say look in the rearview mirror sometimes just to learn, just
Right.
to make sure that you're learning and taking those lessons, and so you're doing better.
Correct. Okay, but the question is, a lot of the time, what would that do for someone who is facing toward the future but is looking at your rearview mirror a lot of the time?
So the dilemma I run into, look, if I turn around and look at my past, I look at the moments that I'm directly associated in the pain. Those pain moments, right? My number one biggest challenge has been I don't recognize a critical moment for being a critical moment. I think it's a normal moment. And so I treat it like a normal moment. Right? And so that has been my struggle. And so if I repeat those mistakes again, the pain is too great.
Correct.
I can't.
So
I won't function feeling that pain again.
Correct.
If I make the same mistake again.
Correct. So as you look through the rearview mirror and you focus on the mistakes that you don't want to repeat.
But taking learning.
Getting
what's
learning.
What's the new behavior?
Getting learning.
Like not focusing on that and then repeating it. It's that's what I'm saying. What's the replacement behavior? I need a replacement behavior. So I'm always looking, what's that replacement?
Correct. However, what I'm saying is if you spend too much time looking through the rearview mirror.
Yeah, it would be bad. It's too much time.
Too much time. Right.
It's a balance. I'm not saying I'm good at it, right? It's a struggle. Like, am I spending too much time in the past? Is that, like, if I'm...
So I'm just going to present something to you. I want you to imagine there's a magnet here.
Okay.
And I want you to imagine there's a magnet here.
Yep.
And I want you to imagine you're in that car.
That one's 10 times stronger.
10 times stronger, okay. So intellectually, from an AD perspective, I believe you're trying to gather from the past, the experiences, gather the learnings, and put them into the future. But and this is me just presenting, right? You're unconsciously making accept or reject. I believe, although you're saying I'm putting them into learnings, which you are, there is a sense that you're spending more time reflecting on the mistakes of the past or the tapes of the past, gathering learnings from them, by which when you do that, what happens is there is a focus of I'm broken, I need to be fixed. Or something along those lines.
One of my mantras is, I will do anything and everything to achieve outcomes so long as it doesn't harm me. Right? That's the line I won't cross.
Correct.
In my past, like, I hear a phrase of, there's dead bodies in my wake. Right? I got a couple. Not a lot, but there's a couple.
Have you, let me just ask you this, have you resolved that at the emotional level? Okay.
I've tried the dead bodies, not literally dead bodies, but the people, there's about 4 people in my wake that...
Have you resolved that internally?
No.
Are you at peace with yourself internally?
No.
Okay. So Carl Jung, right, Jungian psychology, says whatever is unresolved from the past gets projected out into the future. And I'm just going to suggest that if we're looking in the rearview mirror, and especially since if they're not resolved, which we will resolve them 100%, especially if they're not resolved, every time we look in the mirror and we see the tapes of the past that are unresolved, you feel the pain. What you do is you take that pain and it probably comes across like, I fucked up, or this happened, or it's flawed, or the experience, or whatever it is.
Comes across as just dissociation.
Dissociation, correct,
So
dissociation.
it is not uncommon for me to be called unattached.
Unattached, right? So if I were to ask you a question, what does any of that we've just discussed, in any shape or form, does it in any way tie into not fully accepting yourself?
Of course it does.
So what's your breakthrough? What's your realization?
I'm causing.
You're causing what?
The dissociation, the disconnect. It comes from a place of safety. Like for me, if I inflict pain in somebody else, you might as well cut off my arm. Like it's just brutal. If I see that I've done anything that has any negative impact on another human being, it's just gross. It's
why you
feeling.
dissociate.
Oh yeah, get out of that feeling. Yeah. Oh, brutal. And so
what do you want to do? Who do you want to be different?
I feel like. Sorry, what's the question?
Who do you want to be different? What do you want to do different? First, we got to resolve. You got to clean the past up.
Yeah, I don't know the who is.
Have you done timeline therapy?
Yeah. That. The very first time I did timeline therapy, I had to leave, literally had to leave the room I was in and go walk for 2 hours.
Okay, so.
And then I came back to her.
I
My
can
whole
attest-
body almost had a break down.
Right. I can't attest for anybody else that you've worked with. I just can't.
That's fine.
All I know is that for me, if you're my client and you've got this in the past, then
Something else.
well, not necessarily there's something else there. I would like the opportunity to do timeline therapy with you to heal and resolve all those different things, those 4 dead bodies, and what you feel about them, such that you dissociate, such that when you look in the rearview mirror, that feeling comes in, and you go, fuck that, I'm not going to look at it. And you try to be here, but look in the rearview mirror and just, and do you feel, let me ask you a question, do you have guilt?
Oh.
What does guilt do to a person's life?
Not good. Bad.
So, again, I don't need to know who or what or when, but this is a highly unusual for someone who's gone through timeline therapy and the things that didn't happen. You did timeline.
It was other things that had to get resolved.
Okay. So you're ready for a big breakthrough.
Apparently, I am
Ready for a huge breakthrough. And I would suggest, since I don't think we've done timeline therapy, I would suggest that, and we've done it here already, right? You've seen me do a description of it, but you
do it,
want,
Master.
right? I would suggest that you do that. And I'm gonna make it that. Once we clean up those things, I don't need to connect anything. I don't need to make any point. You're just literally gonna look at the rearview mirror and go, I'm done. Not dissociating.
How do you retain the learning if there's no rearview mirror? How do you hold?
Because the learning.
How do you feel
Exactly.
the learnings?
Exactly.
You can't.
That's why I'm saying the time. Whatever you did in the past that didn't resolve those issues, and you didn't have the learnings that resolved those issues, it just didn't work. That's just me. So when we do the process, the learnings actually get integrated in the process, and you're done because you already have the learnings. You don't need them to get more learnings because you've already got the learnings. Does that make sense?
My brain can't process that.
Yeah.
I'm not discounting it.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm struggling with.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Have you learned anything in your life, and when you learned it, you learned it and it's done?
Yes.
Exactly. Have you learned anything in your life, and when you learned it, and it was done?
I know what you're doing, and it still sends a shock. That's just so messed up. Yes.
So, my promise to you, okay? This is our moment, okay? My promise to you, hold my hands. No weird stuff, just hold my hands. Okay, when we do the process together, you will get the learnings, you will be done. You'll be done, like nothing to talk about, done. Make sense? We just have to do the process. Just have to sit down and do the process. Okay, give me up. All right, give a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kyron.
Well, hey! Okay. So, yes, so we are, do you have your limiting belief written down? Write it down. Write it down.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. What was that old belief? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Everybody have one? You have one? You have one? Yes? Anybody not have one yet? Besides Eric, who's working on what his is going to be. Got one? Speaker? What's yours?
Speaker.
How would you put a sentence? What's your belief about you and speaking?
I believe like when I start speaking, probably people like him, I'm not good enough. Maybe I cannot.
I'm not good enough to be a good speaker. Oh, good. Good enough. What's that?
Not good enough.
Ryan?
I'm not good enough.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's not good enough. I'm just kidding. It's fine. Okay, get with your partner. So this is what is going to be the exercise. You have practitioner. Make sure you got two things. You've got this and this. You have the script and you have the sheet. You're going to ask the first question. So this is the sum modalities of the limiting belief. Break state, clear screen. Second question. Second question, the belief that used to be true is no longer true. And this is sum modalities. Clear screen, do your map across. Then you're halfway done. Then you're going to elicit column number 3 next. I know Jeff had his reason. He went to column 4 for his own specific reason. For us in here, you're going to elicit column number 3, which is the absolutely true. It's the third thing you're going to elicit. Okay? Clear screen. By asking these questions, you're going to elicit the sum modalities of column number 4, which is the desired belief. Then what you're going to do is map that across from 4 into 3. So this looks exactly like to dislike. How many of us did like to dislike? And it worked. It's identical. You elicit here, then you map across here. The only difference is, with belief change, you have the other side. You're going to elicit here, and then you're going to elicit here, and you're going to map across here. That's it. That's it. So I'm going to say 30 minutes. Practitioner, do the process with the client, 30 minutes. 2 minutes of feedback. Coaches will be there with you. And then the client does the process, becomes practitioner. The client becomes practitioner, does the process with this person who's now going to be client. So total hour exercise. What I would suggest is get started now. And what I would suggest is after you get done, you can take a quick break, come back in, and get back into the process. Make sense? So right now it's 4 o'clock. I would say give another 10-15 minutes of feedback. I would say you're done by 5:15. Okay?
With one process or both of
So a break at 5:15, you mean?
30 minutes, and 15 minutes for whenever you decide you need to take your potty break after the first person goes if you want, or if you need to go right now real quick, you can come back in. You have a total of an hour and 15 minutes to do the process. Does anybody have any questions on how to do the exercise? Does anybody have any questions on how to do the exercise? No, on your marks, get set, go.
Hour 15 minutes. Come back at 5:15.
I wrote this down. This is something you do.
Don't do that at home.
No, I'm not ready for that.
Even.
No, I believe that.
I know. This is something you and I had a conversation I was struggling with. I have to find my book for the exact.
Well,
but this is just
I fully accept myself as a person. I fully accept myself as a person who loves learning. I fully accept myself as a person who loves learning. This is not a fully accept myself. This is just accepting himself.
Right, so because he's saying that learning means he can't accept himself. And there was a similar issue, but his is so much up
that are all about
But when you did this for me, when I said I can accept myself as somebody that loves to learn and I want to learn for myself, you know, share others, then it just all comes together for me. Because it has that conflict of learning.
He went to the mental and said, oh shit. He's like, I'm adopting it. And then fear of,
it was fun to watch.
he wants the full breakthrough before he needs to know. And you just don't do that quickly.
You're amazing work. It's amazing. I think you're doing a hell of a job orchestrating this whole thing. You're teaching two separate groups at the same time. Two separate groups at the same time. And you're standing at the third position orchestrating this whole thing. And I'm fucking here.
Now remember, you're going to do the first two, and then go across. So you'll listen.
Right when you leave, I said, you get Jeff McGrail out of here, and I'll do not really.
This is the no longer true. Used to be, but no longer true.
You would ask this?
It's
regular
Columns are
So this is the one where you said.
See, regular things on the Okay, powerful.
So the opposite of that.
Yes.
Okay.
The reason why I give you the words is because your words are different.
So this one is your,
The words,
this one is your language that I read written down.
yeah.
What do you think about just having it as?
So right now, just work on getting
Just
these
so we
things
can
filled
kind of
out.
grasp it.
Work on the first two columns.
Your second one, the belief is
Just
no
by the way,
longer true.
And
you have to demo.
No longer.
as you think about that belief, do you have
The
a
most
picture?
likely only.
The third
And Tom,
one,
you're on Facebook?
This will probably be.
the third step is you change your settle down.
Are you Facebook?
You are going to
Oh, I
go.
can't find you.
This
So we go like that.
No, you change. So you're going to all of these submodalities of that little segment. You limit all of the submodalities of something that they believe that's no longer true. Stop right there. And take a look at the differences. What's different? What's the same?
How will you know? that
Whatever is the same is not what you're going to use. What you're looking for is the differences in these two columns. Okay? So you just circle. If that one's different, those two are different, those two are different. And so realistically, you want to start with
But don't overthink that right now. Right now, just work on the first column.
and then decide.
So just decide who's going to be the practitioner and who's the client.
And then
And where's the location?
if you see that there are differences
Like
here,
here, so
right now, because that's most likely to be the drivers. Yes, that's what you're looking for.
Is it near?
The difference
Okay, you're getting
is
approximately,
when
is it
you,
bright or dim?
when you have them
Are you
take
having somebody, are you asking?
this one,
You're supposed to be asking.
whatever that is, say, say it's this one. If you say, okay, I want you to take
And remember, ask the
that
question
picture of the
quickly.
limiting beliefs right to.
So let me go through this.
And stop the movement.
These
Make it
answers are
still.
your answers.
In this picture, are you associated or?
You're going to make.
You're on one to move like this.
Exactly. So you're mapping
You're
across
looking at
in
it
this
from-
direction. Oh, no, associates.
So you're looking at it through
You're
your own
gonna change
eyes.
this one into this one, not that one.
Okay, now is the picture focused or defocused?
When you finish that one,
And
then you're going to do this.
is it changing? Is it a steady
Number three is your
steady
mapping
focus?
process.
And,
So your
this
number
picture is
four,
like a
can you think of something
picture,
that
or
was
is it
frame?
Frame, okay.
Is the outline for your
Transformation change to me.
Or is it just a
Is
still
to be
picture?
aware of the
Sorry, I'm a practitioner.
Those seven dollars. Just anything. Anything with belief.
You're guiding yourself, like you're going through them and you connect with.
Oh, record your voice guiding you through.
Yes.
Then you would need to press pause. Because you wouldn't be able to do a continuous thing because it may take you more time. Plus, how would you record the voice that's telling you, move it from 2 feet to 8 feet? How would you even know what's gonna come up? So you'd have to do the whole, it's just, yes.
I'd recommend.
Did I answer your question?
Yes.
But the answer is you can do it, because you're a Jedi in the making. Or like
Council of
a Jedi. Like a
Jets.
Jedi. She doesn't want to use the word,
There you
she's
go.
an attorney.
Trademark violation.
Trademark. I did not say that.
I didn't hear a thing.
Like a Jedi. Okay. Yes.
I noticed there was different levels of change in the room, which is normal. And if your level wasn't like.
You mean they all had massive change on different massive levels?
Right.
Oh, okay.
And if you really want to master it even further, I'd recommend getting with your partner or even a different partner and come into the classroom next month, maybe a half hour early and go over it again to really nail it.
Command of it.
Yeah, by the way, part of your certification is to do this process. How many times?
Right.
Wow, we did our job explaining this. They don't do that in any other NLP academy. I don't even need to ask Eric, I just.
5 times?
Exactly. You are crazy.
We want to make sure you get it.
They don't do that. No one does that.
Why?
I graduated in 32 people in my PRAC class many years ago, and I'm the only person of 32 people that became Master PRAC.
That's true.
I'm the only person that became speaker, designer, trainer, the person that went the whole way. Why? And I asked myself, what did I do different? What I did different is I started to do the processes with people every day. Literally, immediately after practitioner, I did this full time. I just went full time. Not that it's about money, but at the time, it was not bad to have it. I made $20,000 my first month, right after practitioner, with about 3 or 4 clients.
How did you get the clients?
Not that I want you to change your careers, I want you to do what you're doing. We'll get to that. Agape. A lot of people spiritual have money problems. They believe in abundance, but there's a lot of spiritual teachings that create issues with financial. I don't know if you've noticed that,
Oh, yeah.
right? So I found a place where I could bridge the spiritual wealth with the unresolved imprints and installations through old spiritual teachings of, the root of all evil, and, it's easier for it to get to heaven than all that stuff that people just. So I specialized in helping people using NLP to connect to their resourcefulness that they were conflicted about through the different spiritual teachings of that. So anyway, I just did it again and again and again and again, and I just became damn good. I've done hundreds of these belief changes. Hundreds. So what we've done in our academy, one big difference, is that in order to get certified, you have to do these exercises. You don't just go through the 8 days, yay, here's your certification. We want you to master what you're doing. Make sense? Who wants me, okay, let's say black belts in karate. This is like karate. Who wants to receive the black belt and to be on TV or someone seeing you doing it and they see a total crappy black belt? It's fumbling, can't even throw the kicks, but they got a black belt on, but they absolutely suck. Who wants to be that guy? You can look it up on YouTube. Go black belts that suck, and you'll see black belts that are so freaking embarrassing.
That is so
They
wrong.
throw a kick and they fall on the ground, they're out of it, they're like, dude, street fight, just stay home. Just, dude, stay home. So what we want is when you're a black belt, because I believe everybody in here is going to get, is in road to mastery, yes? You're all going to become like Jedis, black belts. I want you to be really good. So you tell me, do you think after you've done this process 5 times with 5 different people that you're going to know this process on a whole other level than by doing it once?
Yes.
That's required for your certification. There's 30 hours outside of class time.
Yep.
No one said you have to do it all right away. We don't want to get in the way of prospect. One session a week. Just take your time, right? Right? We got, this is a whole 1.5-year process anyway, right? Do the process, and if you can't find subjects, do it on 5 belief changes on the same person. I'm sure the average person has 500 limiting beliefs. So pick that person. Pick someone for you. Pick someone that's in your team that you want to get them producing because you get a return on, you know, someone you work with, right? Right? You might as well do it and get paid. Yeah. You're already getting paid to do the therapy, so now just do it every all 5 times you just made it. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
What was the question that spurred this thing? What other questions? What other questions you have? What did you learn? What do we need to know about this? Do you realize how big this is?
Huge.
This is what like someone like Tony Robbins does on stage.
But he doesn't tell you how to do it.
People go to him, and he's great, to get this type. He doesn't do this process, but he does other things kind of like this. This is what people pay big bucks to go for someone to do for them, yes? Yeah. You actually now have this in your palm of your hand. You can take any limiting belief of yours ever in the future. Boom. You can partner up, take care of it. You can do this for someone else. Boom, you got it. We are teaching you how to fish. We're not giving you the fish. Because if we give you fish, and if I do the belief change, I could do a belief change on this whole room. And you go, wow! Then what happens when you're blocked next time? Who do you need to come back to? Me. Every time you're hungry, you want more fish, you got to come back and come back and come back. Right? What I'd rather do is give you a gift that puts you in such a more powerful position where you can fish for yourself. And come back to Coach Assist, to staff, to give back, to sharpen your skills presenting. Come back and work on that stuff so you can play an even bigger game. Make sense? Yeah. We're not even charging you. We're not charging you to come back. Is this a much better way for you guys?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's like, you know, all right. So, any other questions on that? Okay, so I'm going to share with you something before I bring Mr. Amazing Dave Patty up. Before I bring him up, I'm going to give you a little, if I could have Dave's permission.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me steal his whole presentation. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Only the one.
Has anybody heard of the 30-day rule?
Yeah. Heroic habits.
Okay. Do you know that there was a study with astronauts on what happens with them when they're in outer space?
Oh, yeah.
All right. They put them through all kinds of crazy tests because you don't want something to happen in outer space and now they're not able to handle the situation, correct? Billions and billions of dollars being spent You've got lives up there, you've got insurance on these lives up there, you've got all kinds of crazy stuff. So you want to put astronauts through every conceivable complication here on Earth, so when they're up there, they can adapt and they can figure it out, yes? So they did a test with astronauts. And this was the test. They took an astronaut and they designed the headgear, which has a visor, right? They designed headgear with a visor that took the image of everything they saw outside of the visor, took the image of everything and flipped it upside down. So in other words, Pablo, you're in the training program to become an astronaut. You put this headgear on. Now everything you're looking at is upside down. The floor is the ceiling is the floor. It's very confusing. So now you need to think about gravity, balance. You need to operate machinery. You got to do this stuff. You got to do it all with everything upside down. Can be confusing, right? Now, when they first did this test, they weren't expecting something to happen. But they had it on for multiple days. How many times do you have to wear it? How many days do you have to wear this gear, right? Sometimes you're maybe wearing it for a long time. So they have this gear on. And then the astronauts reported at certain time that maybe the visor's not working because, bless you, because everything they're looking at is the right side up. And then the technician said, well, we haven't done anything. What do you mean? The astronauts like everything is right side up. Battery run out of this thing? I don't know. So what they found was that the human brain, after a number of days, learned a behavior which took this upside down image and reversed it. Can you believe this? Isn't that pretty crazy? Isn't that pretty crazy that your human brain can do that? Right? So who'd like to take a guess how many days it was? 30. It was actually 26, 27, kind of like the 30 days, but it was actually like the 26, 27 day right in that area. So they said, oh my gosh, wow, I mean, oh, what does this mean? So they said, okay, so let's start testing the human brain and what it can do. So what they did is they started to get little subgroups. And for some people, they put the visor on in the first group, and they went through the 26 days, 27 days. Everything was upside down. Then the brain itself switches it right side up. They took another group, they put the mask on. Sure, day one, immediately everything's upside down. And instead of letting the person or the astronauts go through the 26 days where it switches back up, they just took it off after 10 days. They took it off. So now the brain is not looking through the mask. Then they put it right back on. Could be a few hours later, maybe a day later, whatever it was. They had 10 days of working on this image upside down. Had not had the 26 days yet to flip it back upside right. They had taken it off, which is kind of like, you know, see what's going to happen. And then they put it back on. So my question for you, just logic, is when they took the headgear off after 10 days, what do you think was the additional number of days? After 10 days, they took it off, they put it back on. It takes 26 days for the brain to do this, and all the tests, 26, 27. What was the number of days when they put the mask back on that they needed to keep the headgear on before the brain went to switch the image?
27 days.
That's not fair. I don't believe it. What did we learn from that? So what's the answer? This is the first time the whole class has got this.
Yeah.
You guys are making one. I'm gonna have to teach you something new. I'm gonna teach you something new. Why are you guys so smart? So smart. Took 26 days. Why?
It's a continual habit.
Because it takes 20. We call it the 30-day rule, but it's in actuality 26, 27 days. It it takes that period of time for your brain to hardwire a new what? Habit. Now, what did we talk about yesterday? About habits in the morning? Would you agree that a lot of people have a difficult time doing something for 26 days or 30 days to install the new habit?
Yeah.
They go to the gym for 2-3 days, they're getting it, then some drama happens at home, the client this, they skip gym, then they go with a friend or a client, and then, they're eating ice cream, and now they eat that. The next thing, 2-3 days of bad eating, 4 days of bad eating, and then what that does is it disrupts the what? The pattern, the cycle. So most of the time, people do not successfully change their habits. Put your hand up if you agree with me that most of the time, people do not successfully change their habits. Because if they did, they probably would already be had it. Yes? One of the issues with it is what? It takes 30 days, and it takes consistent every day. Skip, right? Like alcoholic people, right? All you have to take is what? One sip. And you're like, bam! Right back to frickin' zero. Make sense? So what we're going to learn is a technique that, and I will be honest with you, we might end at 9, we might go a little bit over. If it's okay with, I'm just being honest.
We're shocked. We're shocked.
Definitely, we're shocked. We're definitely not going to 11 or midnight, but definitely
But we
might
have
be past 9. And I'm going to say this, it does depend on you. It does depend on you. Teaching-wise, it will be done. Teaching-wise will be done with our demo. It's just the time that it will take for you to do the breakthrough process. Based on the belief change, it was a little slower. So I just want to prepare you. By the way, who's okay with getting this new habit installed in you and not worrying about walking out here sharp at 9 o'clock? Cool?
Midnight's okay with me.
Yeah. Who's okay with staying past 2 a.m.? Yeah. Yeah. If you go to a Tony Robbins event, they end at 2 a.m. and that's a really good justification. I use that every time. Okay. All right. So we're going to learn a process that instead of taking 26 to 30 days, we're literally going to collapse that into how many minutes? 30 minutes. So that when you get up from here, having installed and integrated the new habit with a process called swish pattern, which is coming, you will have actually at the unconscious level hardwired the new habit and remove the old habit. Who's excited about that?
Oh, yeah.
Is that include brushing my dog's teeth?
Yeah.
If you want to brush your dog's teeth,
my dog's teeth
30 days straight.
okay, so you already have a new habit.
It's a brand new habit.
Okay, how many nights have you done?
Probably 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. Let's pick something that you're not. Let's pick something like my desk is a mess. Who here, by the way, knows someone who has a messy desk or messy office? Happy birthday, Dave. Who here knows someone who bites their nails? Oh, happy birthday. Who here knows someone who just sees someone and immediately just gets triggered? Just the sight of that person, or that sight of that situation, immediately they get into the habitual thing of. Who here knows someone that go in a tunnel or they go in a confined space, just something about it, they go right into that. Right? Tunnels or stuff. Right? Who here knows someone when they think of prospecting or they think of what they need to do, they go into a disempowered state and maybe they don't want to do it. So this process is kind of for a whole bunch of stuff. However, Dave is going to share with you some amazing information about it. Please give Dave Patty a huge round of applause. And you got the sticker, yes?
I do. I got the clicker.
Give Dave another round of applause. You're up.
Thank you very much. So, what we're going to do right now is we're going to learn swish patterns. And this was a very empowering thing for me when I learned it. Jeff and I work in the same office. He actually owns the company. I always go in there every morning, call him boss man. And when he came up and told we're going to come to this class, you know, the broker comes with you to a class and they sit a couple of days and they wait till you're fully engaged and the broker disappears. But in this class here, when we were here, we're starting to swish patterns like you guys are. I saw Jeff raise his hand and become the demo subject. And I thought, God, I've worked for him for a long time. He seems like he's got his life together. But sure enough, he raised his hand and he said, hey, I'm serious about this. And when he got called for the demo subject, which further blew my mind, he actually got up there and had some true problems that he was having. And I was going, gosh, this guy who is always there to help us has something that he needs something. I'd never seen that before. I worked for him for so long, and it was just incredible. When I thought about his desk, I thought, oh, maybe it is a messy thing, but I didn't think that it bothered him. And so it was just amazing to see that you just don't know what's going on in somebody's mind. Last year I bought a house, and for Thanksgiving, my sister had told me, she goes, my older sister, she told me, hey, let's have Thanksgiving at your house. I said, great, awesome, I can't wait. She goes, I'll come over next week, we'll go out to lunch, we'll just kind of see how it's going to work, and we'll kind of plan it out. I thought, perfect, that's even better, go to lunch with my sister. So we went out that day, and we're in the place to get our food, and I was just asking her, you know, who all's coming. And so her daughter's married to a guy, Jameson, and I told her, we're standing in line, and we're waiting to order our food, and I asked her, I said, is Jameson coming? And I just kind of looked away a little bit, and I saw in the reflection of the chrome that was all over the wall that my sister turned her head. She goes, and she didn't know I saw that. And so I said, hey, what's the deal there? And she goes, what? I said, well, I looked over at you and you just stuck your finger in your mouth like you're going to throw up. What do you mean? She goes, well, it's just Jameson. You know, he kind of, when I get around him, I'm just upset with him and stuff like that. And I just, again, you never know what's going on in someone's life. And it happens all the time. My son, who is a fireman for Yucaipa, was getting off work early one day, and he said, hey, Dad, I want to stay up all day so I can go to sleep at night with my wife and things like that. So we planned to go play golf. And so we went, and I told him, hey, let's go to Waterman and play. They've got a deal for us. We can go out and shoot a couple 18 holes. It'd be fun. He said, Dad, I don't really want to play there. I said, why is that? He said, they got the water holes. He said, you know, when I come up to the water holes, he said, it doesn't matter. He said, I just get a total disconnect there. I come up to it, and he hits the ball like a cannon. I mean, he's, you know, I lay up to that water. I shoot a 170-yard shot, and I shoot over the water, but he can fire right over the water. But he told me I had this total disconnect. And that's why you want to learn the swish patterns. So who here has an unwanted state that comes up from time to time, like annoying or frustration or a negative, disempowering state? That you have something that comes up that at this particular moment, something comes up. Who here has an unwanted behavior that comes up, avoiding what needs to be done? Getting distracted by stuff that prevents you from doing what you need to do. Who here has bad habits, something that you do that's not good for you? You're either in your business or your personal life, like getting sucked into social media, Facebook, hey, crackbook. Instead of doing what you really need to do, which is, you know, prospecting, income-producing activities. That's what's important. Prospect 80% of the time. Who would like to learn to solve those challenges in a matter of 30 minutes? Awesome, great. Who here finds themselves getting annoyed or just has a yucky state sometimes that you're just around something and you've got a yucky state? Wow, awesome, me too. When you're getting about to do something, you're going to talk to someone, that feeling comes up. So, or activities that you may not like doing, like prospecting, picking up the phone, dealing with negative people, negative situations. That's the kind of stuff in real estate we seem to get ample of. Does anyone here get triggered by anyone or anything? Of course we do. Because we're human beings. We're human beings, exactly. Or they get sucked into time wasters, bad habits, like your desk is a mess. Or who here knows someone that has a messy desk? Who here knows someone that has a messy car? Or a messy house? Me too, me too. Sally's not here, so. Or perhaps you're overwhelmed by the mail that you get, the things that you need to do, the work you have to do, it just starts to pile up. And so when you see it, you just go, just ignore it and go on my own way. Avoidance. Who here knows somebody who has a bad habit that comes up with their physical self? Something like biting nails. Awesome. Who here has ever known someone that bit their nails consistently to a point where their nails were raw and bleeding? I'll tell you, I did a mail out about 2 months ago, and I sent out 500 pieces of mail. It cost me 40 cents a piece to send them out. And a week later, I started getting these pieces back in the mail. And I said, well, here's an address. This is address to 6974 Bangor. I know that address exists, but the post office said it wasn't deliverable. So I took and I went, first of all, to 6974 Bangor, and I knocked on the door. And I said, I've got a piece of mail here that they tried to send to you, and it came back as undeliverable. Is there any reason that you would have turned away my mail? She goes, I have no idea why that would have happened. So I was kind of pissed. I said, here, I'm paying for this mail, and the post office isn't even trying to send it out. And so I called the post office. I said, hey, what do I do about this? I spent a bunch of money, and they said, okay, we'll go over to the main post office, and we'll let you meet the postmaster. And I said, I'm going to go give this guy help. So I got in there, and when this guy came to the counter, his hands looked like shit. The fingers were the fingernails were bitten off so far back. You could, when I saw his fingernails, I started looking at his face and I go, oh God, this guy's something's wrong with him. He's in a panic. And you could see his fingernails looked like hell. And so I said, well, let's just let this go. This guy's obviously got problems that are bigger than mine, so we'll just go on. But I seen that with him, and I thought how horrible of a thing to actually do. So who here knows someone that when you're in their presence, you feel that annoying or irritated, like my sister did? Who watched the presidential debates and saw one of the candidates get under the other candidate's skin? Maybe one more than the other. Yeah, well, who here would like to learn a 30-minute process that can change a habit or a problem or any unwanted state or behavior and rewire the unconscious in 30 minutes or less, such that you produce a new desired state or behavior immediately? This is almost one of those things that's too good to be true, and it works really well. Now, that's what switch patterns are. Switch patterns is the most useful, highly contextualized minor state or behavior. It's most useful for that. It's something that's a minor state. Anything that's major, you're going to handle with timeline therapy. So it is specify the context in which the behavior occurs. So you got to narrow it down. Does this just happen at work, or does this happen at home, or where exactly is this happening at? Be very specific. This is highly contextualized. People are seeing stuff. This is for a minor state. Something like the boss looks at you and you feel that good. This is, he looks at me, I feel bad. I don't feel dramatically bad. I'm not crushed. I don't go through a trauma, I'm not in a shock or a panic. It's a minor state or behavior. All major emotions will be handled with the timeline therapy. So you pick a behavior, not a non-behavior, and you don't pick a lack of behavior. So your desk is a mess is not a behavior. And the fact that you don't clean your desk is a lack of behavior. It's a non-behavior. You can use this for this would be used for minor behaviors like nail biting. Nail biting is a behavior. The client does it, and they wish they didn't. So that's the real good definition of a behavior. And so once we know what the behavior is, we've got to go look for the trigger. Because now the trigger is going to be the most important part. That'll be the most important part where you take and do this. You're going to really want to take and work on that. Because the trigger may be the most important part of getting the front end of the switch pattern correctly. So what you're going to do there is, that's probably the hardest part. This is a very easy process. You guys have learned some hard stuff today. This one right here is easy, so it'll be a lot easier for you. So it's like you're walking along, not biting your nails, and then all of a sudden you're biting your nails. So what happened right between those two, right there? What was the happened that changed that caused you to bite the nails? It starts somewhere. What's the beginning point? What kicks off the behavior? Something that happens that we call the trigger. So we don't want to mind read the trigger. Now, if you're sitting there with a client, you're talking to them, mind reading to help them is horrible. On the unconscious mind, the 20 prime directives of the unconscious mind, the 19th prime directive is that we take the path of least resistance. So if while I'm sitting there working with you, if I start feeding answers to you, it's going to be natural for you to take that. So you really want to take this part right here and be specific. This is very, very important. This is going to be the difference. This is what you're going to be known for. You're going to change people's lives. And this is an opportunity to affect somebody else's life in a positive way. The people I've helped have just been like, oh my God, Dave, that's excellent. I'm so happy that I had that. So we don't want to mind read the trigger. Nail biting is a behavior. Usually the client will give you a visual or a kinesthetic answer. Now, you can't do swish patterns on a kinesthetic answer. Swish patterns is a real visual thing. I'm talking about what you're seeing, what's going on in your head there. Some clients say that when I rub my finger, I feel that it feels rough, and I then want to bite it. And that's legitimate. That's true. That's what's going on for them. Because that's a kinesthetic answer. The trigger is subconscious. They don't even know what it is. So you accidentally feel your nail. Is that what you ask them? Hey, do you just accidentally feel it? And how do you know when it's time for you to feel that nail? And they should give you back a visual answer. So you say, well, when is it that you see that? And they'll say, well, it's when I look like this, or I look like that. So that's what we're looking for. There would have had to have been a picture to perceive that kinesthetic. I think I'm very kinesthetic, and I had a situation in the past where I sold a house to some people that when we were there, and they were coming to move in, I was giving them the keys. They had 3 little trucks there with no furniture in it at all. And I asked them, I said, well, why didn't you bring some furniture? Why are you moving in? And they said, you don't understand, Dave, our other house burned down. We had nothing. And I had tons of furniture just given to me from another client. And so I was able to take, and I told myself, great, let's go to my house. I'm going to give you all this stuff. So we got to the house. I loaded up all the furniture with them, and I took it back. And so when people ask me, Dave, what about, where do you feel kinesthetic? What was something that happened to you in your job that you feel kinesthetic? I remember that little girl when I walked back in there, and I said, I seen the furniture all set up in their house. And she said, Mr. Dave, come here, I want to show you my room. Now her room was a back porch behind the kitchen. It really wasn't a room, but they turned it into a bedroom. And she ran over that bed, and she sat down, and she kicked her feet like this, and she said, Dave, this is my room, this is my bed. And I saw that bed sitting there with that bedspread that lady had left there, all that stuff that was given to me. And I just couldn't help it. I almost cried when I saw that, because it was so wonderful to think that you could be the one to do that. But the kinesthetics, that's the way I feel. So in the kinesthetic thing, they're going to have a picture. So they say that I have a picture of it. Well, great, that's what kicks off the kinesthetic, that's what kicks off their picture. So now you have to do the contrastive analysis to find that trigger. Because your hands are on your lap, and you're not biting nails. And so they're sitting there like this, and then you look at them and they bring their hands to their mouth and they're biting their nails. Well, that trigger's already been fired off. That's too late. We don't know what happened right there. So as you do this, you want to take and find out exactly where that happened at. So take that process backwards, go backwards on it, sit down again, have them sit there with their hands on their lap, and say, do you feel the need to bite your nails now? And they go, no. I don't do it. Well, just raise your hands up a little bit. As you raise them up, you feel the need now? No, I don't feel it now. As I raise them up a little farther, do you feel it now? Oh, now you can see it's going towards your hands. So right there is where that trigger fired off. That's what they saw. That was the picture that preceded that. And so somewhere in that point, the They have a shift between the lap and the mouth, and that trigger is fired off right there. So you've got to do that even before you do the script, because that's the most important part. Let's say a different scenario where the boss looks at me and somehow I feel funny. Ask certain questions. Say, did that happen? Were you standing right in front of you? Were they right next to you? Were they off to the side? Were they behind you? You want to find all that. Like I said, this switch pattern is a very highly contextualized thing. They're going to have pictures. They're going to see that. You find out what specifically the picture that triggers that, and that's the picture that you swish. If you swish any other picture, you won't have the same effect. If you wait, if you get the wrong trigger, it won't be near as effective. There was a process being done here just as I started in the class, and Kaya had a client called AJ, and he came into the class and he was a nail biter. And Kaya did the process on him, and he had a huge breakthrough. That it was done. He stopped biting his nails. And so Kaya told him, said, you've got to take, and I've got a task for you. You've heard him say that to him. Hopefully not to you, but you will soon. And that you've got to agree to it before you do it. And so this guy, AJ, said, sure, I'll do it. And he had given him a task of going to a nail salon and get his nails done so that they made him look as nice as they could look. And they said, this is what you're going to have from now on. Now, while he was there, he met his future wife. They're still married. You go, oh my God, how wonderful would it be to help somebody? I think to myself, I go, what if he didn't go there? What if that didn't happen? Would he have found his future wife? What would have really happened? And that's the great thing. This is true precision NLP. They don't teach this in most places. And so you guys really want to take and get this down pat so that you can take and change people's lives. This is incredible stuff. This happens in a matter of minutes. The way it works. Let's go to a drawing for you. This will be my very first drawing, so grin and bear it with me.
There's a black one.
No, that's all right. So we'll draw a nerve, and just so you know, this would be a neuron, these would be dendrites, it would be synaptic vessels. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but we'll just say that this is going to be the nerve. And what it is, it's like a train track. This nervous impulses are electrical as well as chemical. First of all, they're electrical. They move up the nerve. They just keep they keep firing off that way until they hit the end of the nerve and it transfers over to the next one. But with this process right here, it's going to be like you have a switch. That you have a switch right here that'll stop this. The switch will change things right here. If you wait till you get up to here to find the trigger, if you're trying to find the trigger here, that's too late. That nervous impulse has already been going this way. But what we do is we catch it right here at the Y, right here where just before it fires off. And so what we do here is by creating this right here, is it changes the pulse. It's going this way. It says, it comes here, it goes, no, not that way, this way. No, not that way, this way. No, not that way, this way. And that's what's actually happening, is all of a sudden you have a switch, the nervous impulse is going straight, suddenly there's a switch and the train goes left. What you're saying to the brain is, no, not this way, but this way. What that does is that goes into the brain and it actually changes the behavior until the brain goes, it says, okay, until you've done this enough times, the brain says, okay, then let's go this way. So the old behavior doesn't even happen anymore. So this switch pattern actually changes the programming of the brain. We're going to do this a number of times because it doesn't happen on the first time. We may have to do it again and again. The big picture is this. There's a present state, what's going on right now.
You can show the slide if you want.
Okay, let's do that too. I mean, why not have everything going here? All right.
Oh, it's off. The clicker's off. Just turn it on. Yeah.
There we go. So, switch pattern is mostly useful for highly contextualized minor state or behavior. First of all, It's what you think about it. It's the different feelings that you have. What is actually happening? Is it happening right here? Is it happening in the morning? Is something happening that's causing that tapping? There's a context that maps that out.
An easy way to think of that too is it happening at work or is it happening at home? If it's happening at home, is this something you do in your bedroom or is this something you do all over your house, right? So,
Okay, yeah.
in other words, with switch pattern, we need to go with a very specific scenario that you do by habit.
So in context of a certain location or...
Exactly, right. You may not do it everywhere, but you've got to pick a specific place because you're going to end up having to elicit a picture from that place. So it's not my blanket, I procrastinate. That's why we use procrastination and motivation. We use anchoring, because that is more for everything.
Yeah.
This one is not for blanket everything. This is for a specific habit. When I get to my office, I look at my phone, and then I say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get on Facebook. Then I waste a whole hour on Facebook.
Yeah.
So you would do the process on specifically when I get to the office, and specifically what I do that I do Facebook instead. So very contextualized. Yeah.
So we're just going over the big picture. Here's the present state, and then we have the desired state, which is in the lower left-hand corner. That's dissociated, and you guys have heard a lot about that this weekend. Associated, dissociated, and this is critical right here. I want you to understand completely about this. This will make a difference in everything you do. In a dissociated state, you're seeing your picture and you're seeing yourself in the picture. And if you use storyboards at the office, if you do that thing where I've had many times, they said, Dave, get a picture of something you want to take with the boat right on the wall. There it is, the boat, here we go. And I look at the boat and I look at the boat. And with that, I was looking through my own eyes. I was seeing what I saw, hearing what I heard, feeling what I felt, which was great. But, you know, your mind doesn't understand the difference between a real memory and a manufactured one. It has no idea. So if you don't see yourself in the picture, your body may say, hey, you've already got that. Congratulations, good for you. You've got what you want. So you want to make sure that you're doing this correctly. I had been explaining this to Sally, and we were talking in the car, and she was saying, well, what do you keep saying dissociate? I said, well, on something that you want, you really want to take and see your picture you want to see yourself in the picture so that it creates a compelling desire for it. When you see it, it's, hey, I want that. I'm going to go after that. And it was just so funny because Sally said, well, so what you're seeing there is a picture of us standing in Turks and Caicos on the beach, and we're doing that. And I just thought to myself, oh God, how quickly she learned to create a picture for me. I mean, that was instantly. It was just, and I told her, I said, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that in my speech. I think that's incredible that she could put that together. And so what we're doing here right here is, so you've got the present state, which is associated. You're seeing what through your eyes, feeling what you felt, hearing what you heard, truly there. And then you have the desired state in the lower left-hand corner. And that's the desired state. That's you see it yourself in the picture. And what happens then is when you get ready to switch, you take the switch and boom! We switch the desired state up to the left for the to blow up over the old picture. And what that does is that changes everything there. And again, we'll go through that switch again and again. You elicit the present state or behavior. You ask, how do you know that it's time to feel bad, bite your nails, or whatever it is you're working with the client? When you think of that, do you have a picture? Great. Now, if the client gives you a kinesthetic answer, you want to work backwards from there. I love that part of it. If they give you that kinesthetic answer, which they may do, you just work backward. You say, well, when do you know it's time to do that? How do you know that it's time for you to feel this, do this nail biting, whatever it is? And then when they get that picture, put that picture on hold. Okay, great. Present state is there. So then you ask the client, what would you like to do instead? How would you like to feel? How would you like to act? What behavior would you like, state of behavior would you like in second? Now that's the second step. The first step would be to elicit the present state. The second step would be to ask the client what you'd like instead. Assist the client in adjusting those visual intensities, the desire. The pictures in your head are not as clear as the pictures that we see. Like me looking at you, when I think of a picture of you, I don't see it quite as clearly. So this is kind of fuzzy and things like that if you think of those pictures. So this is a chance for you to really take and make that the most compelling picture for them. Ask them, hey, is that picture black and white in color? Is it, if we make it more colorful, will that help you? What will help you in having the most compelling picture there, the most, kinesthetic feeling from that? You use your submodalities checklist to pump those up. And so you've used this a lot today. I'm going to make it real easy on you because for right now, we're only using the visual. And so you want to go down through the visual stuff and say, is it black and white or colored? Is it near or far? Is it bright or dim? And as they answer these questions, you can ask them, say, if we were to make it a little brighter, or we were to take and move it a little bit, what can we do to make it more real for you? Really get that feeling there, because that's what's going to make the biggest, turn for them. So turn up the colors, make it rich. Does it make it more feelings? If yes, then do that. When they say the picture is perfect right there, then you lock it in place there. Do all the visual submodalities so you can really pump up the picture. Make sure you go through all of them. Don't add your own judgments. Just try with the client's things. Make sure you're just letting them take and do that. This is again on that mind read thing. Don't do that. Some people are reversed. So some clients need to be further away to get more feelings. Some people need just the opposite of what you think. Some people, being far away is better. For some clients, it's necessary for it to be bigger. For some clients, they like it smaller. So you want to ask them what's going on in their head. And while you do this, the client is associated. So number 4, now step into your own body so that you see your body in the picture. Now step out of your own body so you see you dissociate the clients from the picture. So in that desired state, when have them step back out, because that dissociates them and it'll break state for them. Now, number 5, you take the old picture and bring it up on the screen so that you're looking through your own eyes, you're associated. Step number 6, good, now as you have the old picture on the screen, can you see the new picture in the lower left-hand corner? Can you see your body in the picture? Make sure you see yourself there. Good. Now have that picture explode big and bright and up over the old picture, and the old picture shrinks down small and dark into the left-hand corner. Now do that as quickly as you possibly can. This is you want to make it fast. If a client tells you, hey, that's too fast for me, tell them, hey, that's great, we'll slow it down a little bit, but don't slow it down. Keep it going that fast. You really want them to be moving through this. You don't want them thinking about it so much. And then number 8, when the client says, okay, then they see the present state, present picture, the desired state here in the lower left-hand corner. You go 1, 2, 3, swish, and do that again and again. Then clear screen. Now, if you don't clear the screen, what happens there is they would just loop between those 2 pictures. So you really want to make sure that you break that state for them. Make sure you do that. Once you do that, we're going to repeat these steps 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the unwanted state until the behavior is not accessible. Then you're going to test and future pace. So how many times do you do the switch pattern? It depends. Some people can do it in 3, some people take 25 times. But you want to do it again and again until they can't even access that picture. You can even help them, give the client suggestions saying, as we do this process, you may find it harder and harder to access that old state. But I still want you to try in vain.
Give me an example.
An example of what?
Besides the nail bite. I usually, for myself, I get up and I turn the TV on. I've wasted a shitload of time, but I need to be practicing my scripts, reading or doing something else.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount of time.
Yeah.
Is that something that would?
It's possible it can be done. It's possible. You can take it. We just need to take and work on, find what behavior, what is it that you're doing. You not doing something is not a behavior. Your desk being a mess
Well, I am
is not a
doing something. I'm
behavior.
watching TV when I should be doing something else.
What
So-
should you be doing?
Should be practicing my scripts, getting ready for the day, all this stuff, reading.
Okay. And what should you be doing after you practice your scripts and reading and all that? Getting ready for your day, what should you be doing during the day?
And either prospect or whatever.
Are you prospecting?
Door knocking?
Are you doing calls or door knocking to the degree that you want to right now? in your career?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So it's not that you're not prospecting, right? Is it more that the rituals that you want to do to make you prime you for the best
Yes.
energy in prospecting, that you're in avoidance on those?
Yeah.
Okay, this is perfect for you. This will work perfect for you.
Okay. Can we
Yeah.
see an example tonight?
Yeah, you see,
I didn't see an example.
we're gonna
We're gonna do a demo, yeah.
We're gonna have the.
Well, we're gonna do it completely.
Everybody's
We're
gonna
finish
do
the whole
that.
thing.
This is a fast.
We're gonna be here
process.
till 5 a.m. We're gonna finish that.
Hell yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Get certified in one night.
Well, I'm glad I'm doing this now, then, if we're here till 5 a.m. But when you're doing that, when you're suggesting that, that's an awesome way. It kind of gets them in, they understand it's gonna be harder and harder to access that present state. It kind of sets the pace for you there. So then you test and future pace. So what about that old behavior now? They say, oh, I don't feel that I can do it anymore. Well, future pace. So now imagine a time in the future, which if it would have happened in the past, you would have bitten your nails. What do you do now? And the client should say, no, I can't do it at all. The swish pattern is replacing the old behavior with a new behavior while the old behavior becomes small and dark. You know, if the client after the swish pattern says, I can bite my nails, but I don't want to, then that's not a successful swish pattern. You want to test and future pace so that not only you're convinced, but the client is convinced as well. So if they say they can still do that, you just say, great. Let's go back to switch pattern and let's just keep on going. It could take 25 times of doing this, but it will work.
And even when he says 25 times, each one you do is 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So don't think 25 times it's going to take hours. No. To map it across takes 3 seconds. So even 25 times 3, it'll take 1.5 minutes. This is very quick. Yeah.
And this is an easy process, so this isn't like, you know, maybe some of the stuff we've done, this is much easier. It's like you said, it's 3 seconds to do it. So, you know, you can do more future testing. Can you do it now? Can you get the feeling of wanting to bite your nails? The client should be unable to want to bite their nails. That's what we're looking for. So if we test another scenario, that how do you test and future pace the boss example, that he looks at me and I feel bad? Well, what I would do is I would simulate that I would be the boss and I'd give you that saucy look and see if I can bring that, if we can bring that state up, if we can actually access that unwanted state of behavior. Now, as you look at that, when you see this right here, what you're doing here is you look, you use the lower left-hand corner, the present state here, desired state in the lower left-hand corner. And so what's happening there is you're swishing up to the right, and that is going to their visual construct. So what that's actually doing is
you would face the demo subject, so that you see how you're all.
This is an odd thing when you're taking, and I'm telling you about it. And
so I'm pretending I'm going to be a demo subject. You're going to see the demo, but as a demo subject, I'm here.
And so what I would do there is I'd say, here's the present state, right here. Here's the desired state down here. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, swish. Now that explodes up to him, the desired state, big and bright, and again,
clear screen,
present state, desired state, swish. Great. Where'd you get that blue shirt?
Exactly.
Okay. Ready? Present state, desired state, swish. And that's just reformatting the brain. You're actually going to this this nerve right here, and it's coming to right here, and you're changing direction.
Right at the point of the trigger, right?
Right at the point of the trigger.
This is the present state, that moment when I'm triggered to just about to go and watch the TV and not do what I need to do. This is it. This is the moment I look at a clock and I see I've got a few minutes, and then I go into coast mode. There's something that I see that triggers me to think I can afford to watch TV now. If I knew it was 2 hours later, I'm supposed to be at an appointment, I wouldn't be watching it. So there's something that I see that allows me to be triggered to go into coast mode and watch TV. So that would be my present state. Desired state would be something that I want to do instead. When I see that clock telling me I've got an hour to kill, instead of me going into coast mode, which is what I'm doing, instead, that trigger of seeing the clock giving me an hour makes me go, I want this instead. I want to use that hour to become a master of my scripts. So every time I see that clock, it triggers me now, because this swishes, 1, 2, 3, swish. It swishes me to now want to read my scripts. Every time I look at the clock, all I can feel is a desire to read my scripts. Watch clock, desire to read my scripts. So eventually what happens, this program overrides this program. This basically collapses. Actually, technically speaking, this collapses here, and this blows up here, and it's basically jamming. You know, if you've ever done Tony Robbins, right? He does the fire walk.
Yeah.
He's using a version of something similar. He says, cool moss, cool moss, cool moss, cool moss, right? And you're walking on hot coals. He would say, cool moss, cool moss. And if you see the coals as cool moss, and you walk on them, you won't get burned. That's the theory. What is he doing? He's doing a version of this in a different way. He's jamming your neurology. Instead of seeing hot coals, triggering you to go, which is going to burn you, right? You now swishing it with the internal dialogue of cool moss, cool moss, cool moss, which makes you go, this is cool moss, cool moss, cool moss. So you have a very balanced approach to walk across it, and you don't burn your toes. Does this make sense? So he's disrupting the pattern with cool moss, with words. What we're doing is disrupting the pattern of after the trigger with this desired state, which is top producer, top producer, top producer, master of scripts, master of scripts, master of scripts. But we're not going to use words. It's going to be a picture that you elicit. Does this make sense? So,
perfect.
Should we do that one more time?
State sitting right there.
Should we do that one more time?
Perfect place for you.
Present state what?
Yeah, present state. Here, desired
Can
state.
you all see this?
No.
How much,
let's move you
I'm going to
around.
cheat this way.
There you go.
Y'all can see this?
Yep.
Take a look.
This will be my demo subject.
Okay.
Okay, present state. Here, desired state. Lower left-hand corner.
See my
You
body?
see your body in the picture. That's
Yeah.
important. Okay, 1, 2, 3, swish. Break state.
Okay.
You're back in the class. Okay.
Yep.
Present state, desired state, swish. Great. So awesome.
Let's do it again. One more time.
Awesome. Great.
Can
Present
you all
state.
read it? Can you all say it same time as he says
Let's
it?
all say it for him.
Yeah.
Present
If
state.
you want to put your hands like he's doing too, you can. Ready?
Present
So you
state.
take your left hand. This is your left hand. I'm your client. I'm your client. Left hand is high. Come a little close here. Like that. Left hand is high. Okay. Present state is
Present
right
state.
there in my face. Yeah. Right at that trigger, I see the clock, and I'm like, ooh. The clock means I get to just watch TV. Desired state, see me doing more productive behavior. 1, 2, 3, switch. Clear the screen.
Present state, right here. You see yourself in the picture, you hear what you saw, you hear what you felt.
At the trigger point,
At the
yeah.
trigger point. Desired state, lower left-hand corner. 1, 2, 3, swish. Break state, clear screen. Present state, desired state, lower left corner. You see your body in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish. Perfect. Okay, present state.
So we could do this 3, 5, 20. How long does it take? It took 3 seconds, right? 3 seconds. Right? So, what was going to share with you on this? Present state, desired state, 1, 2, 3, swish, clear screen. Oh, the eyes. That's what I wanted to talk about. Some people find it most easy, and I'm going to suggest we do it this way. When he's giving me the instructions, present state, keep my eyes open because I can see what he wants me to do. You want me to have the present state here? Yes. And I'm watching it.
Okay, desired state, lower left-hand corner.
I'm keeping my eyes open. Present state here, right? Desired state
here.
Once I've got it,
close your eyes.
Then it's easier for me to switch if I close my eyes and I imagine this blows up. And I let my eyes assimilate it, clear screen, then I can open my eyes and see the instructions again. Does this make sense? It's going to be difficult for me to keep my eyes the whole time and be able to do the switch. Let me give you an example. Ready? Present state, desired state. Right now, I'm supposed to experience something, but I focused on him. I'm not internalizing the movement because I'm seeing him. So at some point, I need to, now I know this is in the right place, this is the right place, I need to disengage him and just focus on the swish. Does this make sense?
Yes.
It's easier for you to focus on the swish if you momentarily close your eyes and imagine this thing just coming up. But if I'm just staring back at you, it's hard for me to visualize because I'm noticing your green shirt and I'm distracted by your image. Make sense? Cool?
So when you come to that desired state, you can tell them to close their eyes to see their, you see your body in the picture. Look, see that as you close your eyes. And 1, 2, 3, switch.
Okay, cool.
Now would you, oh, no, you come right back over here. This is my phone a friend.
Security blanket.
Security blanket. Now, would you always go that way? Well, in NLP, you don't always do anything, always. If somebody's reverse oriented, then you would have to go the other direction. So you want to find out, what's best for them, and do that. So who here has a minor state or behavior that they would like to have a change, make something different? What's your
hitting the snooze button.
Hitting the snooze button. Awesome. Mr. Rosa.
Being on time all the time.
Being on time all the time. Okay.
Getting on that coast mode at times.
Anybody else have here a minor state of behavior, that messy desk, nail biting, anything like that?
What's a messy desk? Messy room. Messy room, messy desk, messy something. Who's got a really, like, it's a problem. Like, it has a negative impact. Desk is a mess, hard to find stuff gets lost, time waster, embarrassing, spending more time. Maybe the desk is a mess, maybe it's included with bills, stuff that, who knows someone that doesn't open their stuff, it piles up, they get the mail and they avoid doing what needs to be done, they get it, they go into a negative state, and next thing you know, they just throw it in a drawer, they don't want to look at it. Anybody know someone like that? Yeah. Okay, so who here had the desk as a mess? 3 people. On a scale of 0 to 10, how bad would you say it is? That happened.
How bad is it? About an 8.
An 8? 3. So you're saying it's really not a big deal at all for you?
It is, but not that.
Sure.
I'm only 4 or 5.
5? 8? Okay. Who has the nail biting? I saw when you asked nail biting, 3, 4 hands went up. Okay. Nobody? Who has triggered by a certain person? They see their person, they go into a triggered state, but it's not major negative emotions because we use timeline therapy for that. A little bit. And then you've got your time thing here. Want to give you a simple demo. That way it looks pretty basic. That way it's going to be easier for you to map it across to something else. So Rosa, so tell me a little bit about your desk. How long have you been having a messy desk, whether it be at work, at home, or even all the way back to when you were a student? Like, have you been a messy desk person for quite some time? Exactly.
At home, yes.
So how many years have you been this way? How many years have you had this habit?
A long time,
How many years?
10, 15 years.
So how many hours in a day?
How many hours in a day? It's dirty.
How many hours are there in a day?
Oh, just 24.
How many hours in a week? Who knows the answer?
131,000.
Exactly. Just ask Veronica. She always says that. How many hours in a month? How many hours in a month? Veronica, come on.
Come on, Veronica.
You should know that here already.
744.
How many hours in a year? How many hours do they say does it take to be?
8,760 a year.
Exactly. How many hours do they say it takes for someone to be an expert at something?
10,000.
10,000. How many hours in a year, Veronica?
8,760.
How many years?
15. That's
For
131,000.
sure, 10 that year.
10 years. So 10 years, how many hours is that? So you're saying you're an expert 8 times over? So you've had this behavior of having a messy desk, or the thing that you do that creates the messy desk,
Right.
for 80,000 hours. Can we ask her some questions about that?
Absolutely.
So what do you think? Let's look at what's one of the first things we have to do. Remember, we have to look for the what?
Trigger.
Trigger is similar to a driver. It's not exactly the same thing, different words, but the same kind of concept to a degree. So what's the trigger? By the way, highly contextualized, correct?
Yes.
So where does this happen?
It happens at home at my desk, on my desk.
Okay, it happens at home and on her desk. Okay.
Anywhere else at home? I mean, is it the whole house or just the desk?
Just the desk in my room.
Just
That's your room?
How about at your office?
No,
Oh, this is juicy.
no, because we have a small desk at the office, so
Okay.
I don't.
So, is it right for your unconscious mind for you to make this?
Make this change today and you be aware of it consciously?
Yes.
Perfect.
How will you know when you've got rid of that problem right now, haven't you?
How would I know? I will know when I set my desk on the desk and there's nothing around it.
So that's how you'll know the problem is gone right now, isn't it?
When I put my desk there and I'm not pushing stuff away.
So you'll know that the problem is gone right now, isn't it? By what will happen?
When I set my computer on my desk and there's no papers,
Okay.
I'm not sitting on top of the papers.
So everybody write down the word trigger. I want you to pay attention to how we find out what the trigger is. Because as soon as we've done the demo, you guys are going to do the process.
Yes.
And Dave and I are going to have fun.
Yes.
You ask the question, I'll ask the question, we'll just discover together.
I like it this way.
Okay, so. Do you just wake up, Osa, and you wake up, you open your eyes in the morning? By the way, you're saying the desk is in your room?
This is in the other room.
So you have a bedroom and you have another room where there's a desk that's a mess. Do you wake up, first thing you open your eyes, you're like, you wake up in the morning and you go, I'm going to do the behavior of having a messy desk.
No.
No, I mean, who does that, right? So my question is, your desk is a mess, is that a behavior or is that a result?
Result.
Is my desk a mess, is it a behavior or is it a lack of a behavior? A lack of a behavior. So there's some behavior that's missing. Correct? So if there's some behavior that's missing, what is the behavior you're doing instead? What is it that you specifically do that's a behavior that creates the desk as a mess? What is it specifically that you do that's a behavior that creates not mastering your scripts, which for you is watching the TV? So what are you doing instead? What's the behavior you're doing?
if I'm looking for something, I'll get my bag where I have my laptop and I get the stuff out of the bag and I open the folders and it's not there and I leave it there and then I'm looking for it there and it's not there and I go here and I bring all this stuff at my desk because I'm looking for something. So I don't put it back, just leave it there.
Oh, so the thing that causes the desk being a mess, the thing that causes for you, we'll find out what that is, that causes you to watch the TV instead of reading the scripts and priming yourself. The thing, we'll find what your trigger is, right? The thing for you that's causing the desk being a mess, the behavior you do is you're gathering a bunch of stuff.
Because I'm unorganized.
Because you're unorganized, which is what I thought, right? And you're taking it to your desk and going, no, none of this,
Right.
and then that. And then you eventually find it, or you don't find it. And then you don't clean up your desk afterwards. So how would you call that behavior? What is that behavior? What's the behavior that you do that clutters the desk, creates the desk being a mess? You said I'm looking for stuff.
Right.
And then I'm going like this.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to just call that looking for stuff?
Looking for stuff.
Looking for stuff, starting off this thing that
Project or
creates a
starting
messy
off.
desk, but then it's almost like cooking. I'm cooking, but I'm not washing the dishes. Make sense? I'm doing the cooking, but then after you do the cooking, you gotta wash the dishes before you cook some more. But what you're doing is you're just cooking and you're just letting the dishes pile up. So I'm looking for stuff, which is a behavior, but then after it, you do something. So what is it that you do that has you not clean it up after? What's the state? What's the behavior of the state?
The state is too much in my head.
Okay, good. So can you go back to the last time you were there? Where you were looking for something, and you're going to, and this part, everybody has to really pay attention to this part, because the only challenge in swish pattern is finding the trigger. The rest is just, and there's really no script for finding the trigger. You've just got to pick up what I'm doing. Okay? So you go back to the last time. So you're going to ask the client, go back to the last time you did this. And you said, I was what?
I was,
what were you looking for?
I opened escrow and I emailed the purchase agreement to escrow. And I thought, shoot, where's the listing agreement? Because I'm the listing agent. And I thought, shoot, where's the listing agreement? I put it on a folder and I got my bag where I carry my laptop and my phone and I put everything out and I'm like, it's not here. So I got everything out of my bag, it's not there. So I turn around behind my desk and I have more piles of stuff on my desk.
So now you're looking through stuff.
Looking for that listing agreement.
Now, looking for the listing agreement, let me ask you guys for your mature consideration. Her looking for the listing agreement, does that cause the messy desk? No. She's just looking. I mean, I could look for a listing agreement, find it here. Oh. And then I could have a clean desk. Or I could have a desk that's a little messy and I could tidy it up. So it's not the looking. The question is what happens. So tell me more. You're looking and then what happens?
I looked and I didn't find it in the house, so I went to the car.
Still looking, then what happened?
It wasn't there. And I thought, shoot, where is it at? So I left it at the Corona office. So it's at the office. So then I just, I stopped at that point and I thought, okay, well, when I go to the office, I'll just put it in the folder where I need to put it in.
But at this point, am I getting from you that you've already created clutter?
Yes. Yes.
So is creating clutter on the desk part of what causes the desk is a mess? So we'll get to the specific picture in a moment. We'll get to the specific picture in a moment. I just shut my own voice there. Okay. And I'm just curious, what would you like to do instead?
Reorganize.
How much more time would it save you money would it make you? Easier and more efficient would it make you in your life? Who likes efficiency here? How much time are you wasting playing this game, playing this pattern? And have you perhaps at some point lost something, got delayed with something? Has it cost you financially at any point, some way, shape, or form?
Yeah.
It's even cost you financially. Has it cost you financially even more than Jeff's $4,000 some dollars that he spent on soda in the last 2 years? I have an intuition. I have an intuition. You've spent a lot more than $4,000 in lost revenue in this behavior in one way, shape, or form. Okay, so we now know what the behavior is. What's the behavior? Looking for stuff, cluttering the desk, and I'm not going to fill it in the blank, then doing something other than cleaning it up. So the question is, once you have put stuff, looked through it, what specifically do you do, or what is specifically that you feel that has you then not want to tidy it up?
I go to the next thing that I have to do. So, okay, I made my mess at my desk. Then I just said, okay, what else is next? So then I just left that unfinished. And I went to the next thing that I have to do.
So one could say that we're getting close to the trigger. It's messy. Then she asks herself, this wouldn't be the trigger. She asks herself, what's the next thing I need to do? And then she just checks out. Is there something that triggers you to go, what's the next thing I need to do? Is there something that happens? Something you see, something you hear, that based upon it has you go, because she's conscious. Remember we talked about this, right? She's conscious. She's conscious of, I say to myself, what's the next thing I'm going to do? But the AD could never be the trigger. So write this down. Milton Erickson, and I know Dave probably covered this too. Milton Erickson, most famous hypnotherapist in history of hypnotherapy. He said that AD, which is auditory digital, and kinesthetic are both derived representations, which means that they derive off of something, which means you can't just start with AD. You can't just start with K. In order for a person to tap into AD or K, it needs to be triggered by something first, which is a V or an A.
So mine was seeing that girl. When I felt kinesthetic, I feel that what I see is that girl sitting on that bed going, hey, this is my bed. And so I see that picture first. So there's always a picture that perceives that.
So remember the nail biting? Eyes up, everybody, pay attention. Nail biting, yes? I'm a nail biter. It's leading. Just imagine, I've got very raw nails, yes? Am I biting my nails?
No.
No. Am I biting my nails?
No.
Am I biting my nails?
You're getting ready.
Well, am I biting them?
No.
Am I biting my nails?
Yes.
Am I gonna bite my nails?
Yes.
Am I gonna bite my nails? Am I gonna bite my nails?
Yes.
Am I gonna bite my nails? Am I biting my nails?
No. No.
No.
No.
You see my trigger? Did you catch it? I went like this. And I went like this. So what are we learning? Doing this on purpose for you, Rosa. I'm actually going to get the very first picture or something that I see. Could be auditory trigger, but in this case it won't be auditory, it could be visual auditory. That is the very first moment when I decide at an unconscious level, based upon what I see, I'm going to kick off this avoidance or whatever it is, and I gotta do something else. Who here has something at home that they really just do not like to do? Don't like to mow the lawn, don't like to take out the trash, don't like to pick up the dog poop, like we have a dog, but it's always the same person that picks up the dog poop, no one else wants to. You know what I mean, right? There's something, who here has something that you avoid doing that's an important thing that just needs to get done? Maybe someone else doesn't. So my point is, right, is that there's avoidance. So the avoidance is triggered off by something you see that now you want to avoid. But I don't want to tell you this. I'm just saying, you tell me. So I want you to walk us through it. The very last time you were at your home, you were looking for the
Listing agreement.
And walk us through. By the way, we would like you, if you would, to be the teacher. Because we are the students. If you knew for a fact, so it's cool. If you knew for a fact that, it's very weird to hear my voice this way. That's good. If you knew for a fact that you could take the day off, the avoidance, the not cleaning your desk, and we could come in and do the behavior for you. So now you have to teach it to us. So teach us how to do it. That's another way you can find the trigger. Teach us how to do it. Because now she has to teach me to do what she does. So in order for me to do it, I need to know the trigger so that I can do it perfectly well. So I wake up in the morning. Am I doing the behavior? No, I'm in my bedroom. I come out. At some point, I find out that I need to find the listing agreement. Am I already avoiding the desk?
No.
No, I'm looking for the listing agreement. I'm not even thinking about that. So what do I do? So fast forward, I'm now looking. So I'm looking for the listing agreement. So what's next? Teach me what to do.
I get my bag. We'll have my laptop.
Yeah.
And I have folders in there.
At that moment, am I avoiding cleaning the desk?
No.
Right? So what I'm doing with her is now this, eyes up. I'm doing this metaphor, right? The reason why he shared the nail biting, you're like, can you give me an example of something else? Was it's a way for us to look at the trigger. It's really, this could be mapped across any behavior. So that was just an example. So right now I'm finding what's the moment that she decides to avoid or go into the state, which I haven't even asked you about, but I believe it's coming at some point, where you have the messy desk. So you go in your bag. Are you, by the way, what has you, I'm just curious, what has you not clean the desk? What's the state?
Just frustrated.
Exactly. I mean, you knew this was coming.
I wanted to tell her that so bad.
Do you see how we did this?
No mind reading.
Do not tell the person you're pissed off. Am I pissed off? Oh, okay, man, pissed off because you're going to install something that's not there. Okay. So as you're looking in your purse for that piece of paper, are you already wanting to not clean the desk because you're frustrated about it? I don't mean are you frustrated that you can't find the paper. Because you could be frustrated that you can't find the paper. But that's not the same frustration. I'm frustrated with this desk and I don't want to clean it up. So are you feeling frustrated not wanting to clean up your desk at the moment you open your purse to do it? Okay. So continue. Walk me through it.
So I open and I get the folders out and then I put them on the desk and I'm going to papers like, it's not here. The other one, it's not here. So I'm putting them like piled up.
And I don't want to create a strategy where you do that on the floor. Because instead of having a messy desk, you'll just have a messy floor. The goal is not for us to say, don't take the papers out on the desk, do it on the floor, because then you just have a messy floor. That's not the issue. When you're looking for something you do need to. Okay. And I'm going to show you something profound. You may say, but wait a minute, why don't we get to the problem in the first place, which is looking for the paper? the organization as our first looking for the paper. Well, if the desk is cleaned up and it's not a mess and everything's organized, you don't have that problem to look for the paper. If we take care of this, this takes care of the needing to look for the paper in the first place. Make sense? Do you see? You gotta like be sharp with this, right? Okay. So continue.
So
Folders on the table.
It's not in there, the contract's not there, so.
Are you?
I'm already getting more
I'm not in there,
frustrated.
contract's not in there. Are you already avoiding cleaning the desk?
I'm not even thinking about it.
Exactly, it hasn't triggered yet. The avoidance of the desk has not triggered yet. Do you get it? It's almost like we're getting close, the hand's up here, but it's not here yet. What we want to find is what's this moment where you go, there's a lot of other things I need to be doing other than this desk. Does this make sense? So continue.
So then I went to my car, looked for it. I looked through the boxes that I had there, it wasn't there, and I got down on my chair and I thought, where is the listing agreement? And I told myself, see if you were organized, you wouldn't be going through this. And then I thought, where is it? So I realized it's at the office.
Quiet.
So then at that time, the desk was messy, and I was like, I gotta clean up this mess. I think I thought that, but I just went ahead and did something else and left the desk messy. Then I come back with my laptop, and I'm like, look at this mess here, and I'll just put in a thing.
Okay, so let's back up. So, put it on the table. So what's the next thing that happens? You're not thinking about the desk.
I came back from the car, and it wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
So the mess was there, and I was just avoiding. I don't want to clean the mess.
Boom. Is she triggered at that point? She just said, I'm already triggered. That's minute, and I'm avoiding. So now what I need to do is go right back to the moment of what is it that you see, from what angle, what's the submodalities, all of it. You don't need to know, you just come to a picture, then we can ask you the rest of the questions. And that will tell us the trigger. So you're in the car. As you're in the car, before you came back in, are you triggered about the desk and not cleaning the desk?
No, I'm still looking.
You're still looking. Now you're coming back to your front door. Are you triggered?
No.
No, because you can't see your desk. Now, then what happens?
Then I go into the office.
Now, before you get into the office, are you already triggered that the desk is a mess you want to clean up? No. Then what happens?
When I saw the desk.
When you saw the desk.
Then I
Give her a round of applause. She's already been in the office. She's already been fussing around, looking for the paperwork. She's already been in the office at the desk that's a mess. But that wasn't the trigger. It was when she was done with the pattern before, which is looking for stuff. Now that's resolved, or I know it's at the La Brea location or whatever. It's now she comes back. Now she has an opportunity to do something, and she does it. So when you come back in, is the door shut or is the door open? Are you already triggered at the moment when, before you walk in, you're outside, are you already triggered?
No.
What is the very first moment? What is it that you see?
I turned in from the hallway, I turned into a room, and I looked at the desk, and I thought,
Exactly.
And I have that feeling like, oh gosh, what a mess.
Now, the person is going to say to you, I feel up, and I don't do it. Is the I feel up, and I don't do it. Is that the trigger?
Yeah.
I feel up, and I don't do it. Is that the trigger?
But now, but after the trigger.
Correct. You need a visual that kicks off this up, and then I don't do it. So, can you describe that picture?
Yes, I walked in the room, and then in the office room.
Can I borrow you to stand up real quick? Okay. Where's your office? Show me.
That's the desk. Yeah.
That's the desk? Okay, can you
But
with
it's
me?
in the hallway.
Can you go out of the room right now? Not out of this room, but out of the room of this. This is the desk. So what would be out of the room? Which way do you come?
There's a hallway. This is the wall. There's a wall.
Okay, so are you here? Are you there?
I'm here. So I'm coming back from the car.
Okay, so right now, are you triggered by the desk is a mess? No. Take another
So
step.
I'm walking.
Are you triggered by the desk is a mess?
No.
Are you triggered by the desk is a mess? No. Are you triggered by the desk is a mess?
No.
Don't take 12 steps. Are you triggered by the desk is a mess?
As I'm about to turn.
Okay, well, as you're about to turn, have you turned yet?
No,
Are you triggered by the desk as a mess?
No.
And wanting to avoid it?
no,
Go on. Are you triggered by the desk as a mess?
no.
No? Go on.
So when I turned this way and I saw the mess right there.
Okay, do you have that picture?
Yes.
Present state.
Boom, right there.
That's this. Are you associated?
Yes.
Is it the very first thing you see that makes you go, ooh?
Yeah.
That's your present state. What we're going to do, not just yet, is we're going to find out her desired state, and right at that point where she's triggered to go ooh, instead of when she gets there and she goes ooh, instead of you looking at that clock and going ghost mode, instead seeing that desk is going to make her go and she doesn't want to go on and do anything else until it's completely done. As soon as you see that clock, you're like,
I'm not Rosa.
you're like, rah, 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 rah. Seeing that trigger for you causes you to immediately, boom, like wired, hardwired. Does this make sense? Okay? That's your present state. So by the way, let's give her a huge round of applause.
Oh, the chair?
Gentlemen, sit there. Nobody's ever sat in the change chair and not changed, so welcome to the change chair. See how long that took? That's the part that makes the difference right there. When you're with your family, your friends, and you're going to do this, that's the whole thing.
And I'm going to surprise you,
Is
the
to
rest
take
of
the time
it, the rest of it, he may be done in like 7 minutes with the whole process. That,
Because the rest of it's easy.
it's just picking the trigger. It's very quick. Okay. So that's the present state. So do you see it?
Yes.
See it clearly?
Good.
Okay, cool. And you've got your steps?
Yes.
You've got your steps and your sequence? There you go. Everybody get your scripts out, because he's going to follow the script. So you know how to do this. So you got your present state. So how do you know it's time to feel that? You see the picture, correct? Crystal clear, fully associated. Okay, awesome. Break state. What did you have for breakfast? Okay.
Okay, so that's the present state. So what would you like instead? How would you like to feel or act instead? What is it that you like there?
What would I like to feel?
Well, what would you like instead of that?
Motivated.
All right. When you think of that, do you have a picture?
The motivation?
Now, as you think of that picture, let's talk about now. Tell me about that picture. Is it black and white or is it
The
color?
motivation or the other one?
The motivation, the desired state.
Desired state is...
When you say motivated like what? What do you want to do instead? So motivated to do what?
To clean, to keep organized.
Motivated to clean.
To be organized.
Motivated to clean, and what? Not only you're motivated, what do you feel? What's the emotions you want to feel?
Relieved.
You want to feel relieved once you've cleaned it up.
Yes.
So what emotions do you want to feel in that moment that by following through on it will give you the relief? Motivation is a feeling. What other feelings do you want to feel that would be the desired feeling? And what else do you want to do that's the desired doing?
Organized. The feeling you said, the
Yes.
feeling would be excited to clean.
Excitement. Okay. Excitement. What else?
Excited. Happy.
Happy. What else?
Just those two are
Okay, so that's the state. And what's the behavior you want to do instead?
the behavior I want to do is just organize.
Get at it and organize.
Yeah, just do it.
What's the action? How would you put that? Just do it. Just do what?
The action would be visualize or see how I want to be organized with my files.
Okay.
Have a plan.
Have a plan. So you'll have a plan, and what's the behavior you want to do?
The behavior is write down what I need to do. Is that the behavior?
Well, the desk is a mess, so what's the behavior you want to do with the desk being a mess that creates the relief? And it is, you already said it, but I just want you to like...
The behavior would be just get excited to clean.
Get excited to clean, and then I know it's...
To organize, just get excited to organize.
So that's the feeling. And then if you're excited to organize, then what's the behavior you're going to do?
Take action.
Action, what's the action?
Start setting up, just have a plan and set the files.
Set the file. So I know you're there. I just want to make sure you're actually seeing the behavior of this.
Oh, I see.
Or like you're
Okay.
physically doing it. You're doing the behavior.
Okay, I do see myself doing, yes.
Organizing.
Yes.
So really, I didn't want to say it for you, but it's the behavior of organizing the desk.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Great. So
With excitement, with motivation, with happiness,
Yes.
with positive emotions.
Yes.
Go.
Okay, so now as you see that desired state, you have a picture of that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Is it black and white or is it color?
It's black and white.
Okay. Now, if we were to make it color, would that make it better for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's make it color. All right. Now, is color now? Would it help us if we made it a really bright color? I mean, something. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and make it as bright a color as we can. Just make it just perfect for
While
you.
he's doing that, listen to me. You continue, Dave.
Now, is that near or far?
It's near.
Near. Okay, if we moved it, how far is it away from you?
I'm from here where the high is.
Okay. Now, if we moved it from there closer, would that make it better for you?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take that, you said it's over here next to Kaya, so we'll take that picture and attach it to my hand right here, and let's move it up here, you just tell me where it's perfect for you.
Closer.
Right there?
Where it's most intense.
Close.
That's good. Right?
Where it's most intense, most happy, most excited,
Okay,
most
go closer.
most motivated.
Yeah,
Yes.
right there.
Okay,
Boom.
now is it bright or dim?
It's bright.
Would it help if we adjusted the brightness? Can we make it brighter? Okay, so let's turn up that brightness.
Okay. Bright yellow.
Perfect. You got it right where perfect for you?
Where it's most real, right? It's most intense and most real. Okay, good.
And for location, we've moved it up here.
Yes.
All right. The size of the picture now.
That's good.
Okay. If we made it bigger, would that help you?
Good. Would it make it more intense, more real?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so let's make it bigger.
Yes, big.
All right. And how is that? That's bigger now? Is that
That's good.
that more intense, more real for you? Great, great. And then is it associated or dissociated?
Okay.
You're dissociated. So you see your picture in that? You see yourself in the picture?
Yeah, I see myself now, yes, I think we're associated.
So what?
Okay, so you're looking through your eyes, seeing that now, feeling what you felt, hearing what you heard. You're associated.
So can you step into that picture?
Yes.
So in other words, you don't see your body in the picture
And I can
because
see I can step in.
you're in it now.
Yes.
Okay, fully associated. You want to just check on those submodalities again? Because maybe when she did it before, she was dissociated.
Okay.
Before, when you had it here, did you see your body in the picture?
Yes, I did.
Exactly, and he's moved it closer.
Yes.
And now, one of the things we do to pump up the submodalities sometimes is we make the person associated when they have to be dissociated. So now, where it's at now, fully step in, fully associated, and then I would do this.
Go back.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're fully associated there. And is it black and white or color?
It's color.
And now,
Colorful.
is there anything we can do to that color? Can we make it any more intense, any more vivid?
That's
any more- okay, let's go ahead and do that now. Let's let you just change those colors, make it more vivid, more real just for you. Okay. And near, far, you say it's right there, is that good?
Right.
All right. And you said it's bright? We turned up the brightness, right? It's still bright, right? The location's right here in front of you, and the size of the picture?
Yes.
And did we increase the size?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, you said you're associated here, right? Okay, great. Focused or defocused?
Focus.
Focused. And now, is there any way we can adjust that focus for you? Think and make it any better for you? Can we really make that crystal clear?
No.
Okay, we'll leave it right where it's at. Is the focus changing or is it steady?
That's steady.
Okay. Is it framed or panoramic?
It's framed.
Now, would it help you make it panoramic? Would it help you do anything? Okay, great. And is it a movie or is it a still picture?
It's a still picture.
Okay. Now, is there anything we can do there to make that more vivid, more real, more of a feeling for you?
Gotta get a little more exciting.
Okay, so let's move it. If we make it a movie, would that make it more exciting?
Yeah.
Okay, let's change it to a movie. Now, is that movie fast, normal, or slow?
It's fast.
Okay, good. Now, if we increase that speed, does that make it any more real for you? I mean, any more exciting?
No, that's
Okay.
good.
How about amount of contrast?
Perfect.
Perfect, okay. 3D or flat? Okay, great. Now, would it help if it was 3D?
No.
Okay. Is the angle of view, what's the angle of your view? Are you straight on and you look at it from the side?
It's more, yeah, almost a little bit angry, just a little bit.
Okay. Now, can we change that any? Would that make anything better for you there? Okay. And then the number of pictures.
Yeah, she's good.
You're good there? All right. Now, that's your desired state. You're there, so you're associated there. So can you step back out of the picture?
Yes.
Now let's put that picture on hold.
Okay.
Okay?
You see your body in the picture now.
Yeah, you see your body in the
Out
picture.
of the picture, you can step out.
Yeah, you see your body
Yeah, I see my body.
in the
Correct.
picture.
You're
in the
going to
picture.
second position.
Oh, yes,
now.
I guess.
And you see yourself in the picture, so you're in second position
Yes.
with all of the pump ups there, but now you're observing yourself and the pumped up picture.
Yes.
Perfect. That's your desired state dissociated.
Okay, great. We're getting close there.
Clear screen.
Now, let's clear the screen and what did you eat for lunch today?
Hamburger.
Very good. Now, can you take that old picture and bring it up the present state? Can you bring that old picture back up on the screen?
The first one?
The first one.
Your first picture, okay? And then, good as you have that old picture on the screen, can you see the new picture in the lower left-hand corner? This is the desired state. This is you seeing yourself in the picture. All right. Now we're going to keep that small and dark. Make sure you see yourself in the picture. Now we're going to take the present picture here and the desired picture here.
That's what he's going to do. Don't do it just yet, but that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
And you're good. Yeah.
Okay. So we see the present picture. We take the desired state.
And he's going to swish it like this.
I'm going to swish it like this.
1, 2, 3, swish.
1, 2, 3, swish. And so we're ready for that. Okay, so present state.
Okay.
Right? Present state. And then desired state, you see your body
in the picture.
See your body in the picture. In a moment, not just yet, you're going to notice that this is going to blow up big and take over the whole screen. While this is going to shrink down and small and go back in the lower left-hand corner. So when he goes present state, desired state, and he says 1, 2, 3, swish, what's going to happen? This one is going to just blow up on top of the whole screen, take over the whole screen, while this one just goes into nothingness. And then he's going to say clear screen.
Okay.
So that's what's going to happen.
Great. Here we go. Present state.
Okay.
Okay, desired state.
See your body in the
See your
picture?
body in the picture. Okay?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, swish. Okay. Now, clear screen.
Now, when you do the swish, you can't close your eyes.
You can't close your eyes when you've seen the desired
Pay attention to him, pay attention to him, and then it says 1, 2, 3, swish. You can actually do it. And then you can open your eyes to get his instructions.
Okay, present state, desired state. You see yourself in the picture.
Yes.
Now this is where you can close your eyes so you can see that picture there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, swish.
Okay, I see.
Okay, now let's break clear screen. All right. Again, present state. You see that there. Desired state. You see yourself in the picture.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, swish. See that the picture blow up big and bright and cover the whole screen while the present state shrinks small and goes down to this lower left-hand corner. Okay, great. Present state.
Every time he gets the present state, it might be more and more difficult for you to even remember the old present state. Every time he does this, it just gets harder and harder to remember the old present state. And every time he does this, the desired state just seems to just want to stick for whatever reason. But let's clear screen.
Clear screen. All right, present state. Desired state, lower left-hand corner, small and dark. You can see yourself in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish. That blows up big and bright, covers the whole screen. Okay, great. Let's clear screen. All right, present state. Desired state. You see that in the lower left-hand corner. Your body's in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish. It blows up big and bright over it, covers the old picture. Okay, clear screen. Present state.
Exactly. What's happening? Are you starting to feel something?
Present.
What's happening?
Confusion going on here.
Exactly. But you're feeling something.
But I'm feeling something.
What are you feeling? Just curious. Just checking in.
It's just like
Exactly.
something.
Exactly.
Said change happened or something.
Okay, present state. Desired state, lower left-hand corner, you see your body in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish, as it blows up big and bright, covers that whole picture.
That's
Awesome. Clear screen. Okay, present state. Desired state, you see yourself in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish, it blows up big and bright, covers the screen. Awesome.
I have a theory. I'm just going to check. Exactly. Yeah. I'm just checking. How do you feel about that old? This was only 6 times, right? We only switched it 6 times. How do you feel about that that old problem?
I don't feel it that much.
You don't feel it that much? Okay, so let's just do
Great.
another.
So
another
again,
few times.
present state. Present state. Desired state, lower left-hand corner. You see your body in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish. Big and bright, covers the old picture.
That's right.
Awesome. Very good. Clear screen. Present state. Desired state, lower left-hand corner. Ready? 1, 2, 3, swish. Big and bright, covers the picture. Great. Clear screen.
The more he does it, the more
it's not.
exactly.
Yeah.
The more he does it, the more difficult it is to even remember the old state.
So how do you feel about that the present state?
I don't feel the old state.
All right, let's just do it at 5 more.
Okay, present state. Desired state, lower left-hand corner. 1, 2, 3, swish. Big and bright, cover that. Cover that. Awesome. Clear screen. Present state. Desired state. Lower left-hand corner, you see your body in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish. Big and bright, covers the screen.
And every single cell in your body is feeling that. With every single breath, it's just going down everywhere, feeling it, from the top of your head down to the tips of your toes.
Awesome. Clear screen. Present state. Desired state, lower left-hand corner, you see your body in the picture. 1, 2, 3, swish. Big and bright, covers the picture. Present state shrinks down small. Okay.
Clear screen. Can I ask you a question? When he says present state, just do present state. What picture do you see?
Bright colors.
Which one do you see? Which picture do you see?
See that picture there?
Exactly.
Very good. Boom.
So can I ask you a question? So can I ask you a question? So when he says present state, do that one more time.
Present
When he
state.
says present state, what is your present state now?
I'm excited. I'm like, oh, I can do that.
I mean, come on, Dave. We're not convinced that you can change a habit once you find the trigger, 20, 30 minutes, that we're not convinced that you can make this change and change a habit in about 10 minutes.
Very good.
I mean, we're not convinced. We're not convinced that you can change any habit, hardwire it into your neurology in just 10 minutes. I mean, we're not convinced. So should we test it?
Very good. That's, so let's think about a time in the future which if it happened in the past, you would have felt that old feeling. What do you do now?
The old feeling?
Well, yeah, you think of time in the future,
On the future.
which if it happened in the past,
I don't see that.
the old you would have just left the messy
I don't
desk.
see that.
You don't see what?
I don't see how I can do that.
But wait a minute, come on, I thought you were an expert.
You know, honestly, I was a little doubtful about this, but I really don't see how I can do that.
So you have a task. I like hearing myself through your mind. So you have a task. So what would be a task that you know that Jeff had to do? That might be a good Macacross task that she would do.
You know, I've been dealing with this for a long time, so I'm like, really, did it change?
Yeah.
Because it's been happening for so many years.
Well, let me ask you, how do you know
But I
right
just
now?
But I don't see how I can do that again. That's
Correct. So how do you know right now? Obviously, proof is in the pudding. You go home, and we have a task for you. We'll get to it in a moment. How do you know right now that it's changed?
I don't feel that feeling that I felt when I saw the desk.
So I want you to imagine you go in your house and you see your messy desk. What do?
Just clean it.
You clean it.
Just pick it up. I don't have that negative feeling that I have.
You clean it. You pick it up.
Just do it. I'm not avoiding it anymore.
And so what are you doing instead?
Just organizing.
So we have a task. Do you remember what Jeff's task was?
I don't.
Oh,
We have to agree to it up front before you give me the task. So let's get there. It's not painful, so it's not.
So you ready for the task?
Sure.
Okay, so the task is, today is what, Sunday?
Yep.
Okay. Tomorrow's Monday. And do you have a busy day tomorrow?
I'm not sure about 2-ish.
Do you have a busy day Tuesday?
Yeah.
Busy day Wednesday?
Yeah.
So, we're going to say, how many days did I give you, Jeff?
I think you gave me a week, but I did it the next day. But I just couldn't, I just had to do it.
We'll give you by Thursday. By Thursday, you'll have completely cleaned up everything. You will take a picture of your completely organized desk.
Before and after.
Before and after. You will send it to Rosemary.
Okay.
Rosemary is going to get it to me. And you don't have to, but I would invite you to share your breakthrough and put the before and the after on social media, if you choose. You don't have to. We're not forcing you to make your personal business public, but we need to see it.
Okay.
It's got to go to Rosemary, and your whole certification and completion of this program is dependent on you doing that.
Okay.
In other words, if you were not, for whatever reason, not to do it, you wouldn't get certified.
Okay.
That's another thing we do. So, and it's all, you're all going to get this at some point. Yes?
You asked me one question when I was in the chair that was really important for me, and that was, what resources do you need to make this happen? You know, I had stacks everywhere. Big stacks everywhere, L-shape on the floor.
It's about 85 agents.
I had stacks everywhere. And so for me, I just had this 5,500 square foot office, and I need resources. I need to go take care of some of the filing cabinets sitting around. I need to take control of. I've got a scanner, so now everybody's paid for a scan.
Do you need anything Do you need to get anything, set yourself up?
I do need to go buy a couple of things.
Couple of
You
things.
just want to take away all the excuses.
So what do you need to buy? Or what do you need to set up so you can do it properly?
Some, probably those,
Manila folders?
yes, mail
What else?
folders, and the ones that you stack them up.
Hanging file.
So
That's it.
by when will you have bought those?
I can buy them by Tuesday, I can already have them,
And you'll have the whole job done by Thursday?
by Thursday,
By Thursday, 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
And do you have Rosemary's cell phone?
I do.
You're gonna text her the before and the after.
Okay.
She's gonna send it to me. And are you gonna also share this on social media?
Yes.
And she's gonna share it on social media. Give Rosa a round of applause.
Great.
And give David a huge round of applause. Actually, it's possible we could be wrapping up around 9. Because if you do it in 30 minutes with coaching assistants, her helping you, supporting you, 9:15, possible. It really doesn't take that long. It's just find the trigger. So do you want to set them up with an exercise? They're going to take their quick potty break for those that haven't done it.
Okay.
They're going to come back in. Essentially, what are they going to do? They're going to have this
Follow
sheet.
the script.
They're going to have this script.
Both of them.
And they're going to have this. You don't need to really fill this out. But what did Dave use this for? When he was on step number 3, adjust the visual intensity, the desired state for the most positive kinesthetic. Step into your body, now adjust the submodalities. He used this just to remember what were the submodalities he was going to tweak to make them more compelling, right? If it's 10 feet away, what if it's 2 feet away? If it's, black and white, hers was black and white, made it to color. That just became more impactful. If it was, medium, now it's brighter. So you just use this. You don't need to fill anything out. You just use this to remind yourself of what you can do to make that internal representation even more powerful. And you go through the script. And so, how would we do this exercise?
There's going to be a practitioner, a student. So the practitioner is going to take and do the switch pattern on the student. And you're going to give a little bit of feedback there, and then we're going to switch places. And then the student will become the practitioner will become the student, and we're going to do the process in reverse.
So let's say 30 minutes.
Yeah, let's say 30 minutes.
30 minutes, each side, total 1 hour exercise, maybe 5-10 minutes of play with feedback, an hour, 10-minute exercise. And then all we're going to do is just say, who has some questions about it, who had a successful outcome, all hands going to be up, and we're going to wrap it up. So I'm going to say the very latest we should be out of here, it should be 9:30 at the very latest.
So what break, how long do you want them to take their break?
Check with your buddy. Who are you partnering up with? Check with them. If they go, hey, I got to make a quick phone call, I need to use the bathroom, just check with them. We'll let you do that. If you need to just go back, if you want to just get started right away, both of you don't use the bathroom, just start right away. And coaching assistants, we'll have one for each, because finding the trigger can be tricky. What questions do you have on how to do the exercise? Does anybody have any questions on how to do the exercise? This would be a good time, Veronica.
So then
Yes.
it's almost like what? When do you want to start?
We do it now. Yeah.
Maybe within 15 minutes? 15?
Veronica and Rosemary. So Dave, you can help with the triggers. So is Elena, maybe, so is Jeff, and maybe Sean. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Oh, you want to do it?
You know how to do it? Ladies and folks.
Nice meeting you.
Put me up on social media.
This
take a break and come back and see who's staying, who's leaving.
Thank you for your work.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah.
Dave, when they come back, do the exercise after their quick break. I invite you to,
Who's the first question you need to ask?
1, 2, 3.
What is that?
What is the first question? What are you talking about?
What are you gonna work on?
I'm very needing everything very much. You open my drawer and you see
Maybe that's my freak thing.
I know.
Ya ni pa' qué hablar.
You'll be my reminder. Okay, you're welcome.
You know, thank you for
That's what I was trying to say, that's what I learned different.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
conversation,
yeah.
it's not fooling.
I just got an hour, I got a long drive.
on top of my desk, only just and stapler, stapler. My picture frame, very small stuff. I can't have pictures for that. Somewhere somehow.
So you are very organized.
Oh, yeah. My house, my desk. Sort of organized.
No, y tiene, no, tiene hasta, bueno, no sé por qué nos enseña todas las, hasta de su ropa de cómo combinar los zapatos. Digo, porque hasta nos ha enseñado.
Eso ya es una enfermedad ya.
No. I like to be organized. She's organized as my tools. You open the drawer, underwear, t-shirts, socks, handkerchief, organized. You open my bag, it's a big mess. It's a mess.
That's an executive decision.
You go to my garage and you see everything's organized. Everything's organized.
Mi hermano es como tú. He drives me like crazy. Porque él, decimos que quiere un todo tiene que estar donde
Organized.
belong.
Yeah, like that.
Mi cuñada entra a la casa y deja los zapatos ahí para la entrada y mi hermano los pone igual. What they belong, they belong to me right there, I left them there. He goes, no, they don't belong to everyone.
Yo no files, no tengo carpetas. Todas mis carpetas están aquí. Todos mis folders, mis buyers, sellers, folders. Todos están aquí, todos los files. Planning, music, never fold, nothing to fold.
The trade, like us, like a small environment.
One drive. No. I do not.
I'm trying to get that last ground level.
He's a bit of a phenomenon.
Sí, mira, tengo una amiga que es como tú.
He's been famous for whole young life. He's only been a motivational speaker for about, I think since the mid-80s. But before that, he was a 3-term legislator in Ohio. And before that, he was a disc jockey. So he's always been famous. He's always used his voice. Yeah, so yeah, he's a special. He says, oh, I made my first $1 million in 3 years. It's like, you were a legislator. You were a disc jockey. You didn't come out of nowhere and make $1 million. You came from on high and made $1 million. Give me a break. He's like, whatever.
How did you spend
I met him at a place called CEO Space, which is a business association. When he was the speaker, he was the speaker in the Grand Ballroom that day. I was listening to him speak and he just broke me down. I was sobbing by the time he was done. And the thing that really got me as he said, no matter where you are in the world, no matter where you find yourself in life, at some point in the past, you made an appointment to be right here. I said, ouch! Damn! That's just rude. That's just rude. So, he finished his speech, and I was walking out of the grand ballroom, and I was thinking to myself, it would be really amazing to meet someone like him, just amazing. And I walked out of the grand ballroom, and there's this man, he's about 6'1". He's standing there, and he spins around, almost like I called his name. Stuck out his hand, he said, "Hi, I'm Les Brown." I put my hand in his, and I'm telling you, I got a message. There's a difference between having a thought and getting a message. And this message said, "Go here." It's a and he and I have been best friends from that day. We locked hard. Whatever I said, and I turned and ran for the bathroom. Like I couldn't even speak to him. I was just so, and I've never been a starstruck person, but I couldn't even speak to him. I just turned and ran into the bathroom. And I washed all the makeup off my face. And I'm standing there looking at myself saying, really? Really? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. You get out there, and if you ever meet somebody like that, get freaking speak. You hear me? And I turned around and I walked out of the bathroom. And as soon as I walked through the door, he's literally going past me in a sea of people. He said, "Hey, can you remember 7311 or whatever?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "That's my room number. Come back right now." And the crowd just took him. He was gone. So I said, it's kind of weird, but okay, I'll go up there. And I went up to the 7th floor, and you could tell which room was his because there was just crowds going in and out. And he had a suite where he had a living room and a dining room, and the bedroom was in the back. Well, he was sitting at the dining room table, and there were just all these people milling all over the place. And we were watching each other that day, and neither one of us realized it. Because at the end of the day, it was about 11 o'clock, and somehow, some way, just the two of us were left in the apartment. I don't even know how it happened. But I said, he said to me, "You know, I've been watching you today." He said, "And people naturally defer to you." He said, "And you're just really comfortable in that position." I said, "Oh, you know, it's probably because I've been practicing law so many years. You know, you sort of get that." He said, "Oh, okay, I get that, I get that." And I said, "You know, I've been watching you today." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "If you had 3 people rub your neck," we later found out that was cancer. I said, "You had 3 people rub your neck," and everybody said, I walked away from him. I said, "Is your neck hurting?" He said, "Yeah." I heard him in the favor, go in there and lay down across the foot of the bed. And he lay down, and I just rubbed his whole neck and his whole back. I love to give people a massage because I love to feel people. As I was rubbing his neck and his back, I was thinking to myself, you're never going to see this man again. So, bring his energy, have fun. So I was like diving, swimming, and paddling around in his energy. And the thing that really struck me, it never hit the bottom. When I massage someone, I always hit bottom. There's a point beyond which they will not let me go. They stop. They stop me. Their energy will stop me from going too deep. His energy never stops. I went as deep into his energy as I wanted to.